but it's just about pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
I'm not yet.
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did. Chop across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Ahoy there, trainers, and welcome to the Gdansk Regional Championships. Team Aqua fans, rejoice. It's a city with a strong maritime history, and we cannot wait to navigate this good SS Anne through the weekend. I shall be your helmsman this weekend, the Jolly Roger Charlie Merriman, joined by Captain Kyriakou, Brainy Boit, and Landlubber Lou. Now, Zoe, you made day 2 in Lille, as did you, Jamie. Zoe, tell us, the trainers, it's the start of the weekend. They've got a long stretch of battles ahead of them. How are they feeling now?
Oh, I'm sure most of the trainers at this stage, start of the day, they've got a lot of energy, but they have to be also very careful in conserving that energy and making sure it lasts all 8 rounds to the end of the day, because they're really going to need it, particularly at the end where the rounds really matter.
Yeah, huge congratulations to you both for reaching day 2. And Jamie, you were bringing Weavile Azumarill.
Yeah, like I didn't even bring the coolest team of the weekend, so yeah, I was kind of outdone by that. And I think, like, because we're a few tournaments into the season now, into this Regulation H, and we've been seeing teams be established, and then now that we've got somewhat of a meta, you can go anti-meta, and we saw Nils Dunlop, a team that came out of nowhere, would strongly be considered anti-meta, taking the whole thing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that here in Gdansk as well, because we've now got somewhat of an established meta, we can now counter it.
Psyched for Sai-San's trainers, that is exactly what Nils brought. But this is just one of our many treasure islands on our path through to Anaheim, California. We've got many more places to visit along the way, and all luxurious locations, Ben.
And I'm really excited to see after Gdansk this weekend. We got a lot of action to be looking forward to, of course, but then we get our first international championship in Sao Paulo, there in the Latin American region, and that's going to be where we see a lot more variety, I think, even more, lots of different players from lots of different places all across the world battling it out to see what they can achieve in Regulation Set H.
The Latin American and Pokemon community always bring the hype, and we cannot wait to see our first international championships of the 2025 season. But what treasure is in store for the trainers attending these events? What is on the line? Zoe, take us through it.
Well, as you can see, first place gets 350 CP, which is a hefty chunk of CP, and also you do get that automatic invite to Worlds, but as you can see, there's a lot of championship points in store, all the way up to the top 64, and that is an achievement I think a lot of trainers will be aiming for. First place is, of course, very difficult. Only one player can get it, but top 64 are very achievable, I think, if you really put your mind to it, so I think that is something that a lot of trainers will be aiming for.
All the very best to you, trainers, and the way the championship points work this season is a bit different, isn't it, Ben, for how people qualify?
It is. I mean, there's no more CP bar anymore. We have the you have to get to a certain position in Europe to be able to get that invitation to the World Championships in Europe and North America. That is top 75 overall at the end of the season. When you factored all the best finish limits in, you can only have so many of your tournaments count towards those championship points, of course. Then it's all totted up at the end. If you're in that top 75 for North America or Europe, then you will be given an invitation to the World Championships.
For sure, and we've got treasure of a more traditional kind as well, of course. What is the money on the line for the trainers competing? And of course, the booster packs, things that pirates in the days of yore would have been delighted to see in the treasure chest they open on the island. Jamie, take us through it.
It's a really, really nice chunk of money there that you can be able to win. Would be able to fund the rest of your season potentially as well. The better you do in the tournaments, the more likely you are to win the travel awards to the next internationals, and also win these prizes that will help you fund even more chances to get even more places to get towards the travel awards. So yeah, really, really nice prizing coming out here.
Yeah, fantastic to see what's on the line for these trainers. And of course, if you don't want those physical booster packs, what about Pokemon TCG Pocket? But we'll talk more about that later, I'm sure, trainers. We've got to look back a little bit to Lille just a couple of weeks ago, our last regional championships of the calendar season. We talked about Nils going all the way there. Give us more of an insight, Jamie and Zoe, into the sorts of teams you were seeing there and how these two trainers did so brilliantly there. Jamie?
Yeah, like I already mentioned, Nils bringing a really unconventional team to the tournament and taking the whole thing. Coming off the back of becoming the international champion back in Europe in 2024. Tyrannosaurus and Excadrill, that's a combo we know.
Yeah.
Like, that's a classic combo, but it wasn't used really at all in this Regulation H until now. And I think the partners of Tyrannosaurus and Excadrill, that Corviknight, was able to kind of solo a few of the teams they ended up facing. The Psychic Seed with the Power Trip, just a really cool innovation.
Yeah, Zoe, I'm not sure that, I mean, we know that Victor hasn't reached the finals before, so he's got to be feeling really proud of that.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure Victor is feeling very proud of that second place achievement. And he's a player that many people have seen time and again on the big stage. So he's no stranger to the game. And I'm sure if he keeps continuing to play at these regionals, one of these days he will have that regional championship under his belt.
It's only a matter of time. Victor is such an experienced trainer, as is Nils. And I don't think I've ever seen Nils run a conventional team. He always seems to innovate in the kitchen and then brings that to the fore. So you want to be following along with all the action, and Pokemon.com/broadcast. That is the website that you need in order to see what's going down over the entire season. That is where, whenever there's a broadcast on a weekend, that's where you can catch it. You can also see what's going down for Pokemon TCG, as well as Pokemon Go 2, and /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Twitch. That's also the channels that you need to follow along. If you're watching on Twitch, you'll be able to vote in some of our polls that we have coming up as well for community choice and things like that. All right then, seafarers, shall we do it? I think it's time. Ben, you and I, we got a swift swim over to the desk.
Ahoy.
Ahoy, indeed. Well, anchors away, all hands on deck. It's time to set sail. This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Who indeed will be able to be crowned champion this weekend. We are at the start, of course, of the Gdansk Regional Championships. My name is Ben Kiraku, joined here on the desk, of course, by the wonderful Charlie Merriman. And Charlie, what a weekend we have in store for us.
The Gdansk Regional Championships. We were saying that a year ago, this event was, I think, 2 weeks later in the year, and it was a blizzard all around. The entire city was white. It was very beautiful. But now, it almost feels sort of like springtime. It's pretty warm out there, and beautiful morning light. I opened my curtains, thought, today is going to be a good day.
And, well, it's already shaping up to be a good day today. Our players have already got started. They've already played their round one. We've been having a little bit of a look at the pairings, and I think there's some interesting teams there that have been picked for this weekend. This sort of choice that trainers seem to have to make in Regulation Set H. Do you run for those sort of anti-meta, really more powerful teams that are really trying to get on the front foot early, or do you go like Victor Medina did in the Lille Regional Championships, take that tried and tested composition and just, hey, I'm going to play better than my opponents?
Yeah, I'm very much going with the former, Ben. I'm loving a Delphox team right now. You say try and get on the front foot early. I'm not sure I'm quite at that stage yet, but I'm getting on some kind of foot.
Yeah.
You know, you're either going to lose quickly or you're going to win quickly.
Both feet on the ground as a starting point there, Charlie.
Yeah, well, ideally for the psychic terrain, yeah, because then your expanding forces, you know, spread damage, isn't it? But, yeah, having a lot of fun. We know that there's a Doug trio out there as well.
We do.
All kinds of crazy Pokemon.
Yeah, and, well, and for Alligator as well. We saw for Alligator there. We'll have to see if that's managed to make it through round one into round two, of course. But yeah, there's so much excitement, especially now, as Jamie was saying on the couch, we are a few tournaments into Regulation Set H in the European region. Of course, we've had some regionals all across the world as well. And I think trainers are really starting to get a feel for their play style in this regulation set and what they want to achieve, how they want to play the game, how they want to approach these tournaments. And the more we go into it, of course, we've got the Latin American internationals coming up as well. This is certainly a testing ground and something that players will going to be looking at very closely coming in here. But hey, look, our round two is getting kicked off.
Yeah, already time to get going with our Gdansk Regional Championship stream. These trainers have already played Swiss round one. Now they are ready to get into round two. And we cannot wait to showcase what is sure to be a brilliant match for you. I'm trying to work out what Plushy that is on screen right now. We'll get a closer look very shortly. But yeah, the Plushy metagame, as you know, Ben, is something that I'm really proud to represent.
Well, it's going to be a little bit one-sided this time round. Yeah, only a Plushy on Mattie's side of the desk there. And I'm just trying to say, is that Joan Garcia on the
I think
right?
it might be. I think it might be. But we'll have that confirmation very shortly. But either way, these are going to be two incredible trainers who are having a fantastic season.
Absolutely, and yeah, I can't wait to see what they're going to be bringing. Mattie, of course, was the runner-up in the Dortmund Regional Championships, I believe.
Yep.
And running a something I was quite looking forward to seeing in this regulation set. I'm representing it today myself, Porygon 2 there, and he was just so consistent all the way through the tournament. Of course, previous Malmo regional champion as well, and was able to just have that kind of boost to his consistency from that regional championship win, and then he's a name that we see consistently on the top tables.
Yeah, it's amazing to think about how once you've broken through that psychological barrier of getting your first major win, then all doors kind of open for you, and you just feel like you're so much more secure in claiming more and more victories, reaching more and more top cuts, and that's something that so many trainers are looking forward to have that confirmation. And now I can see on screen that is an unpheasant Plushy. We're not going to be seeing that in the match, but I look forward to hearing Mattie's tales about why unpheasant is the Plushy of choice at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely the unconventional Plushy of choice. There he is. It is indeed Joe Garcia on the right-hand side of the screen. Of course, both of these trainers 1-0. Dortmund regional finalist in 2025, as we mentioned. World's top 8 in 2023 after winning the Malmo Regional Championships for Mattie there, and a top 16 at the European International Championships. Definitely recent achievements on Mattie's side, but he's definitely got some older achievements as well.
Oh, yeah, and as for Joan, I mean, I had the pleasure of speaking to Joan before the Lille semi-finals, coming top 4 there. Incredible achievement. Now, this is some of the Pokemon here, as you were saying, Ben, similar to what Mattie has run before. Porygon 2, such a useful, bulky Pokemon, especially holding the Eviolite held item. That's going to boost the defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve. Sneasler, omnipresent in Regulation Set H. Golden Go, Amoonguss, Dondozo, and Incineroar. Yeah, yes, that is a Dondozo without the Tatsugiri. This is something that we've seen trainers running more and more, and there's no Fisher on that Dondozo.
No, there
certainly is a Joan.
Well, let's see what Joan is running, because he's been well known for... There it is. There it is. There it is. Mattie taking a leaf out of Joan's books, and this is pretty much the team that Joan's been known for running in this season. He's had so many top cut finishes. Sneasler Dondozo, of course, that solo dozo, very, very bulky, going for yawns and making players have to choose between going to sleep or switching out their Pokemon. Of course, when they're switching, they're not attacking, and that's something that you can definitely take advantage of. And of course, once they're asleep, well, just click Fisher a bunch of times, and yeah, at some point you're probably going to take a knockout. So definitely a great thing. Oh, and that Excalibur Volcarona combination with Rillaboom, I really like that combination. It's so much of a sort of core breaker kind of composition there, where it's trying to take advantage of some of the more standard compositions and really find a way to break through them. Yeah, but Excalibur is fast becoming Joan's signature Pokemon, one that he used in the Lille Regional Championships as well. And Ice is so good in the format when you've got lots of dragons running around. It's always such a fantastic offensive type. This one has Ice Shard. It also has Icicle Spear, so you get that multi-strike move. If your opponent's holding a Focus Sash, doesn't matter, going to hit multiple times, break it, and deal damage. Let's go, trainers. Good day, Gdansk. Let's get going with King Gambit and Volcarona versus Incineroar and Amoonguss. And Incineroar going for the Intimidate turn 1, but that is exactly what that King Gambit is for, getting the Defiant boost to its attack. So going to 1 stage of increased attack, and that's going to put it in a good spot to be able to dish out some damage in the following turns. Of course, this Volcarona is running the Covert Cloak, so it's not going to be susceptible to a fake out from the Incineroar, and instead can go straight on the offensive. But a Heat Wave from a Volcarona isn't enough to be able to knock out an Amoonguss in 1, and so both of these players have got to be really careful about how they play this turn. For Joan, it's the, do I go for an attack? Do I go for a Quiver Dance? Do I get things going? And for Mattie, can I get an opportunity to get a Spore on the field? And you called it, Ben. Amoonguss takes about half health from that Heat Wave there. An opportunity to have its Citrus Berry as well. Recover a little bit of HP since its health went down to about half. Now, Parting Shot able to connect down onto the Volcarona here, lowering its offensive prowess, specifically the special attack here. That is the side that Volcarona hits on. And now Mattie will be revealing a Pokemon here from the back, hoping to threaten down this King Gambit, and indeed both the Pokemon on Joan's side of the field, Amoonguss not being the most offensive threat. Dondozo coming in here with its Unaware ability, but of course King Gambit knows exactly where to target, goes into the Amoonguss. Doesn't matter if it's munched on its Citrus Berry already, it is going down. Yeah, Dondozo now big fish in a, well, pretty small pond right now, certainly making the rest of the pond look smaller. Sneasler joins the field here. That's threatening big, doubly super effective damage onto the King Gambit here. Volcarona, you've got to be careful of, because with the Flame Body ability, burning any physical attacker, and Mattie's got 2 of them on the field right now. Dondozo does, though, have the Terra Fire, so that would keep it safe from any burns. And, of course, this Volcarona, I'm going to have to double-check this. I believe that Volcarona does have the ability to go for Rage Powder as well to keep that King Gambit safe. Right, yeah, Rage Powder, of course, redirecting away moves. But King Gambit already going for the Terrestrialization. Let's get Gdansk going. Halloween may be over, but Terra Ghost is certainly what this spooky King Gambit is going to be rocking right now. And Protect coming out from Sneasler. Just wants to scout out for the turn, see what's going to be going down. Now, coming over to the Volcarona, gets an opportunity to go for the Quiver Dance here. Boosting up its special attack, its special defense, and indeed its speed. Setting up is something you've got to be really careful of in Regulation Set H. No need to redirect if you don't actually take any damage whatsoever with the King Gambit from a close combat. But here it is, the Dondozo going for a Curse, getting its boosts set up, both its defenses and its attack, and lowering the speed stat, which, well, let's be honest, Dondozo's not the fastest fish out there. No, it's certainly not. But Wave Crash, interesting that is the move of choice on this Dondozo, because it's the only damaging move it has, and it's going to be taking recoil damage. So slowly but surely, it will be whittling itself away, and the more damage it deals, the more recoil damage it takes. So we've got to be very, very careful here. Mattie hovering over the Terra Fire to protect itself from any potential burns coming out from the Flame Body Volcarona. and that's going to be a real big deal, whether or not the Sneasler does target down into the Volcarona, get that flame body activation. That's going to reduce the damage that it takes, but of course, also going to break that focus sash, and Mattie just not wanting to risk it this turn whatsoever, bringing Incineroar in, giving the King Gambit yet another defiant boost. But it is the unaware, I believe, on the
Dondozo.
On the Dondozo, which does help it able to take those attacks just that little bit better.
The unaware, of course, ignoring any snap boost from the opposing side. Haven't seen a Terra Fire Dondozo for a little while, trainers, but it's time for this Dondozo to completely flip its typing on its head. It's gone from a water type into a fire, leading the way, but it's going to be Heat Wave coming down now. Incineroar dodging, not going to be doing too much damage to that Pokemon anyway. Counter Cleave also resisted into the Incineroar, but every little bit of chip damage counts. Now time for the Wave Crash. Dondozo does not mind hitting into this King Gambit one bit. It's a really good amount of damage. It's a really heavy attacker, and you can see why trainers are choosing to run Dozo without the Tatsugiri at the moment.
And of course that Volcarona, because it's not carrying, well, it's not carrying Terra Grass, it's carrying Terra Fairy, in fact. So now this Terra Fire Dondozo is in a really strong position. A Volcarona can't boost over it to make sure that it's doing lots of damage because, well, Dondozo's unaware of all of those boosts. It can't hit it for super effective damage. The King Gambit's got boosts on the field that really aren't going to be effective against Dondozo again because of the unaware. And yeah, Incineroar doesn't look like a great switch in, but it does resist King Gambit as well. So Mattie playing this really nicely.
So Sucker Punch there, that only works if the Pokemon is going for a damaging move. Must have been targeting into that Incineroar, going for the parting shot into the Volcarona, so no damage done there. But this Incineroar doing its best to keep this Dancing Moth in place and not getting too many Quiver Dances set up. As Sneasler of the distant past rushes right from the past into the present.
Into the present indeed, just as Dondozo goes for its second Wave Crash into the King Gambit, does take the knockout there. It's going to have to take a little bit of chip damage from the recoil on Wave Crash for its troubles, but I think that's a trade that you really are quite happy making if you're Mattie. It's like, yeah, would I prefer a 2+ King Gambit to be on the field or to be not on the field? And I think most players, just correct me if I'm wrong here, Charlie, most players probably err on the side of the King Gambit not on the field.
I mean, you can see the pros and cons list there, but ultimately, yeah, that King Gambit now gone. Now, Joan Sneasler coming onto the field now too, and Joan's own Sneasler here, it doesn't have access to Fake Out, does have access to Coaching though. That's something that would give Volcarona a nice boost to its defenses, especially in the face of this physical attacking Dondozo that threatens it with super effective damage, and of course, Volcarona can no longer terrestrialize it, having been spent on the King Gambit.
This is a nice adaptation that Sneasler has had in this format. It's gone from being a fake-out Pokemon to people realizing that, like, actually it's got quite good options, and a lot of the time you do actually want to be able to protect it to make sure that it can go for Coaching, or in Mattie's case can go for a Taunt. Not going to be as relevant in this situation, but here we go. Volcarona going for a Heat Wave. It's had 2 Quiver Dances, it's got 2 Speed Boosts, and now it gets taunted by the Sneasler on Mattie's side. Just make sure that it can't tear it away from its water weakness, and also that it can't boost up any further.
Dondozo is going to shield itself from the close combat here, and Leftovers providing all-important recovery. Time and time again, we've seen a Pokemon brought down to about the level of health Dondozo is now, but with that Leftovers ticking away, can end up near back to full HP if it's left alone on the field.
It certainly could. I mean, you know, at some point it's going to have to start Wave Crashing, and Mattie's going to be very conscious of how much HP the Dondozo has remaining. But what can you Wave Crash and when? The nice thing here, though, is unlike in its water form, if you do Wave Crash into that Volcarona, you're not going to be getting a Flame Body activation because you're a Fire type.
Yeah, certainly. And Heat Wave, the more times Joan clicks that, the more likely it is that Sneasler on Mattie's side of the field gets burned. Dondozo now brought down very low, but still not close enough. As Sneasler softens itself up after that close combat. Another Wave Crash now coming out into that Sneasler, having had its defenses lowers, and that Sneasler is going out with the tide.
This is tough, though, for Mattie. I mean, he's taken a lot of recoil, a lot of damage from that close combat onto the Dondozo. Probably more than he really wanted, like 7 HP going up to 21 after the Leftovers tick. And there is one Pokemon yet on Joan's side of the field, and it is that Dondozo. Well, and this is really important. This Dondozo's coming in at full. Definitely not something that Mattie wants to see, but Joan's positioned this really, really well. The Dondozo is unaware of the curse boosts from Dondozo on Mattie's side of the field. Of course, after the curse, Dondozo on Mattie's side is probably slower than Joan's Dondozo, and so it's just susceptible to a wave crash. And of course, it doesn't matter if the Volcarona's taunted, it's done what it needed to do. It's got some Quiver Dance boosts, and it's probably going to be able to two-shot this Sneasler from here.
Yeah, how do you deal with this Dondozo if you're Mattie? With the dwindling resources remaining, Sneasler, hardly the bulkiest Pokemon, and with just an Incineroar lurking in the back, the Dondozo's Mattie on such low HP. Okay, Invisible Focus Sash on the Sneasler, hanging on with 1 HP there.
It's two-shotting.
And that's going to be the Dark Claw, and there's no status activation. That could have been a really nice way for Mattie to get into this game here. If you just put it to sleep with that Dark Claw, no.
I think you do need to have a little bit of Dire Claw activation, but it's not likely that you're going to get too many opportunities here.
Yeah.
And I think this is the opportunity that Joan's got. You don't need to click Heat Wave to put damage onto the Dondozo at all. All you need to do is to do that 1 HP required damage to the Sneasler, and Terra Blast, even though it's normal, it's not really the strongest move out there as far as type coverage goes. It will still pick up the KO on the Sneasler there and will be able to do so with an amount of accuracy. I also want to call out the Liquidation versus Wave Crash choice here as well. Makes a big difference in this spot because Joan doesn't have to take recoil to attack with his Dondozo.
Yeah, and that means it's going to be able to dish out more and more Liquidations versus Mattie's Dondozo here. And here it is. That's going to be Liquidation super effective now into this Fire-type Dondozo. Can get a little bit confusing, trainers. The type chart is flipped on its head when it comes to Terrestrialization, but that Dondozo was just then a pure Fire-type. Now, Incineroar coming in from the back saying, well, what did I miss? And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to like the greeting that it's going to be faced with.
It's been a bit of an odd game in that Volcarona has stayed on the field pretty much undamaged the entirety of the game, and it was able to, Mattie's done a great job at stopping it doing lots and lots of damage, but the other way to do lots and lots of damage is to just keep clicking Heat Wave over and over and over and over again. And I'm just thinking, like, well, this Incineroar clearly isn't going to be able to clean up the game from here. It's definitely game 1 for Joan. I'm just thinking, like, how can Mattie adjust going into game 2? Like, how do we stop that Volcarona, or how does Mattie stop that Volcarona from really just being able to apply that pressure after pressure after pressure, turn after turn after turn, and be able to actually knock it out a little bit quicker next time?
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, Dondozo's threatening super effective damage. It has Terra Fairy, the Volcarona, so at least could terrestrialize away from super effective there. But you've got to target it early. And, Mattie was doing a really good job of using the parting shot to keep the Volcarona in check. But ultimately, it didn't need to be as boosted up in its special attack as it possibly could be. It was just there dealing out enough chip damage every single turn. So certainly keeping it in check is something. You've got the Porygon 2 if you're Mattie that could go for a Trick Room. The faster the Volcarona gets, obviously, the slower it would be in Trick Room when the speed orders are reversed.
And it's a nice combination with your Dondozo as well. You go for the Curse and you make yourself faster in Trick Room, and then you increase your offensive capability, get a few Wave Crashes on the field, and then in the late game, you've got a little bit of bulk, you've got that Leftovers recovery, you get the Yawn going onto the board, and you kind of are able, it doesn't matter if you're faster anymore because your opponent's Pokemon are switching or asleep. So I kind of like the team composition choice that Mattie's made. But I do think that in game 1, Mattie was really trying to sort of target down maybe the Baxcalibur and the King Gambit coming out in the early game, trying to get the Spore going. And I think there's a definite switch up there in the leads that Mattie could make to be able to deal with that a little bit better. Now he's got a little bit of information on how Joan is going to actually approach this game. And, maybe it's selfish of me, but I would like to see the Porygon 2 coming to the game. I think it's that combination of being able to take those attacks, but also with a download boost, it actually puts out quite a lot of damage as well. And I'd quite like to see it going for its Terra Ground against the King Gambit in the early game potentially.
Right,
and, start to whittle it down that way. It's a tough one because you want to bring the Golden Go as your main damage source if you're Mattie, but yeah, Golden Go's not looking too happy against a lot of the Pokemon on Joan's team.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, another key thing in what Joan did there was conserve the Dondozo for so late in the game when Mattie just didn't have the resources to deal with it.
Yeah.
So it's just making sure that you're getting that Dondozo onto the field earlier if that is going to be in the back for Joan. But it's going to be a switch up here. Rillaboom and King Gambit now coming out for Joan, and Sneasler and Dondozo for Mattie.
This is a nicer lead here from Mattie, but I really like the adaptation that Joan's made as well, realizing that Amoongus and Incineroar from game 1 weren't really likely to come out. How do you switch this up? Well, Rillaboom pressures the Dondozo, it gets the fake out on the board. Sneasler on neither of these teams have fake out of their own, and so you also put fake out pressure, but you also force this Terra here coming out from the Dondozo.
Yeah, and the Sneasler threatening such good damage into either of the slots on Joan's side of the field. But time for Dondozo once more on Mattie's side to go for its Terra Fire. The Dondozo on Joan's incidentally running the Terra Poison here, so interesting to see how those match up into each other. But it's now so much safer from any grassy glides from Rillaboom. Massive critical hit fake out there onto the Sneasler. Don't see it dealing that much damage every day. But King Gambit able to get off this Swords Dance, and I believe we're going to be seeing a curse coming out from Mattie's Dondozo as well. So really, the stat boosts are real.
They certainly are, and as before, Dondozo's not going to worry too much about the Sword Dance, but Sneasler certainly will. And I wouldn't be shocked to say that the critical hit on the fake out coming into Sneasler gives Joan a little bit more leverage, puts the Sneasler more likely to be knocked out by a not very effective Sucker Punch this turn. Right. And it makes it so much harder for the Sneasler to act, which means that King Gambit isn't so forced to have to go for its Terra Ghost in this situation. And Terra is one of those things where you do want to conserve it towards the end of the game, just so you know exactly how your opponent's playing, exactly what 4 Pokemon, and what Pokemon you need to Terra. So Mattie having to Terra early here is potentially a disadvantage, but potentially that's exactly what he needs anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Dondozo coming out now for Joan so much earlier than it did in the previous game, and that could be huge for Mattie. But Terastallization responding from Joan once more into the King Gambit, so it's going to be a Terra Ghost. That means it's going to take 0 damage from fighting-type moves, when once they were doubly super effective from the close combat on Sneasler. But this turn, Sneasler just wants a little bit of recovery, a bit of R&R after that critical hit fake-out, and Kowtow Cleave was targeting down into that slot, trying to pick up the knockout once it had been so softened up. You're now able to connect down onto the King Gambit.
Here we go.
That's going to be threatening sleep on the next turn. Would have to switch out to reset that. But of course, now Mattie's Dondozo really threatened from Joan's own.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful in that situation. I like the Terra Ghost from Joan saying, like, well, I'm going to Kowtow Cleave, because if you switch the Sneasler, then Sucker Punch doesn't do anything. Kowtow Cleave is a little bit more powerful than Sucker Punch, so you've got that sort of combination of, well, I might as well Terra Ghost on the King Gambit, because if they do go for the close combat and my Sucker Punch maybe doesn't quite get there, then I'm not going to be knocked out with the King Gambit. But Mattie's played it really, really well, stopping that King Gambit from really getting going. It may be that in this situation, Joan's thinking, well, I'm kind of ahead enough to be able to stay in. That's exactly what we're seeing here. And the Kowtow Cleave, yes, coming into the Sneasler, picking up that KO.
So no status condition coming out from the Diaclaw. That was Mattie just saying, you know, I can only do not very effective damage here, but I might get some kind of status condition. And now Joan's Dondozo giving it a taste of its own medicine. Dondozo getting drowsy, and Joan's is as well. It is really bedtime on the field right now, and King Gambit is going to lead the way with that, falling asleep at the end of this very turn.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, definitely a lot of yawning. It's still the morning, Charlie.
I know, We've literally just started the stream, everybody. What's
like
going on?
Round 2, and we're already falling asleep here. No, and I think that's a worthy trade to be making. I think the Sneasler does give Joan too many problems in the late game, especially with we know Rillaboom is in the back. You're kind of trading the Sneasler in this case for the King Gambit going to sleep for an easier end game where you can actually use that Rillaboom properly, and now it has the opportunity, of course, to switch in. It'll be interesting to see if Mattie decides that the Dondozo can just sort of sit there chilling on the field for a little while as well. It's not yet been threatened by anything that Joan has to offer. It's already got a curse up. It's at full HP. There is grassy terrain on the field as well, so compounding the recovery from leftovers.
Yeah, really, really huge point to make there, Ben. It's going to help these Dondozos no end. Now, Incineroar was threatening super effective damage into the King Gambit that has access to knockoff, and it's something that Mattie will want to deal with sooner rather than later, because it has a Defiant boost now from the Incineroar that just came in. This turn, though, Joan's King Gambit will remain asleep. Oh my goodness! It's the immediate Fisher Connect onto Mattie's own Dondozo. No matter what the HP, no matter the type chart, that is going to be a one-hit knockout.
Joan, Liquidation was super effective. You didn't have to click the Fissure, but you decided to anyway. And yeah, well, 1 for 1. Never click it again this tournament. That is it, 100% Fissure hit rate. That's a big KO there. Yeah. And of course, worth noting that if the Dondozo or Mattie side did decide to switch out into Incineroar, well, I don't know how exactly the probabilities work, but it probably would have knocked out that Incineroar or Amoonguss instead, depending if which one Mattie decided to switch in. So yeah, that's a real big blow. That's a Dondozo that wanted to stay on the board for as long as possible, and now no longer has any opportunity to. And of course, well, it's a really nice trade for Joan to make. Both of your Pokemon are asleep, but your 2 Pokemon to 4. You had to go to sleep, but you've made a trade to knock out a Pokemon each time over, and that's okay.
Yeah, it certainly is. Joan Kingambit now taking a big knockoff here, but with the Pokemon advantage squarely in Joan's court, that's it could be just the resources that he needs, and Kingambit is going to remain asleep for another turn, so on the next turn, will definitely be waking up. Pollen Puff, super effective into Rillaboom. You can see the dividends that Assault Vest pays, boosting the special defenses of a Pokemon that's holding it, and yeah, such a fascinating choice from Joan to go for the Fissure there, because, as you say, it was threatening super effective damage, but also, I guess, you know, you're 1 game up, you think, well, how far can I push this tempo? Because this could just win me the game. It
is the sort of move that you do look into when you've got a bit of space to do so.
Yeah, yeah.
And now the difficult thing is that Kingambit is actually slower than the Incineroar, but this Rillaboom switching, even though the grassy terrain was a great time to bring it in, get that fake out, but Kingambit is just like, nah, we're not doing this game. And yeah, Now the thing is that the Incineroar is faster than the Kingambit, so you kind of have to sucker punch into the Amoonguss or the Incineroar to be able to do any damage before a knockoff is able to get the KO. But I think Joan is so far ahead in this game so far. There's 2 Pokemon on Mattie's side of the field that really don't do too much damage. They do definitely have the advantage in this spot, but there is an unrevealed Pokemon for Joan, and likelihood is that that's going to be able to help dispatch both of these Pokemon on Mattie's side.
The guaranteed wake up on this turn for Kingambit to get that protect off. High horsepower move that we've seen really on the rise on Rillabooms in this format. Super effective damage into Mattie's Incineroar. Parting shot here, only the 2 Pokemon remaining for Mattie, so no potential to switch out, but at least you get those drops to the attacks.
Exactly, and yeah, guaranteed wake up. Guaranteed Spore going into that Kingambit slot, just making sure that you're properly pressured. But that high horsepower, because Rillaboom hasn't been intimidated yet, does so much damage to the Incineroar. The Incineroar gets knocked out by the Rillaboom this turn, potentially, and then Kingambit at 2+ is able to go for an attack. Sucker Punch, though, coming out from the Kingambit.
Yeah, Sucker Punch there, of course, only dealing damage if the opponent is going for a damaging move. And Pollen Puff was targeting into the Incineroar. That move isn't redirected. This Amoonguss is facing down all 4 of Joan's Pokemon. Lille top 4 Joan on another tear here and claiming Swiss round 2 in Gdansk.
What a commanding way to win round 2 here in the tournament. I mean, look at how quickly that game went. A nice, clean 2-0. And yeah, okay, we had the Fissure in game 2. That kind of probably sped things up a little bit. But it was definitely Joan's game right from the start of that particular set. Trading damage for the Yawns, just making the defensive terror on the Kingambit, just to make sure that there wasn't any advantage that Mattie was able to sort of claw back unless those Dire Claws activated on his side. And unfortunately for Mattie, that didn't happen in this round. But of course, there's still plenty of tournament to go. Mattie played very, very well. He's a very well-renowned player in the community as well. I'm sure he will be able to claw things back throughout the day.
Oh, absolutely. Mattie, no stranger to this high competition. I wonder if he had brought the Trick Room option, Ben, with that Porygon too. I wonder how that would have gone down for him.
I mean, he didn't have a Fissure of his own to apply with in the Trick Room. But yeah, I think the difficulty was just trying to get damage onto Joan's side of the field. I mean, it was quite difficult with the Terra Ghost for the Sneasler to be able to knock out the Kingambit, but then once it was a Terra Ghost, the main way that Mattie had to be able to deal damage to it was the Incineroar, and then you bring an Incineroar into the Kingambit, you activate the Defiant ability, that causes other problems that you have to deal with. And of course, because that Golden Go, especially with its ghost typing, wouldn't like taking a Kowtow Cleave like that, nor did Sneasler in this situation, it would have been quite difficult for him to be able to maneuver that into the appropriate position.
If you're wondering, well, why not just click Fisher more if it's a guaranteed one-hit knockout? It's only 30% accurate. It's a move that's very unlikely to connect, so the fact that Joan was able to do it on the first time he clicked it was absolutely massive. But again, as you were saying, you know, you have the leeway to do that, having gone up one game already. So huge congratulations to Joan, but the day is oh so young, unlike you. We have had this discussion before. I think you're actually only a year older than me or something, but you've certainly been to tournament after tournament over the years. You've built up this grandpa reputation for yourself.
This is the first time, Charlie, I think that you've explained why I'm so old in your eyes here, as opposed to just be like, well, you know what, Ben's about 500,000 years old. He hasn't got any grey hair yet. I mean, I'm doing quite well for my old age, but yeah, I have been playing the video game for quite a few years, a little bit of experience under my belt.
Yeah, well, good. That's exactly what you'd want. I'm very pleased to hear it, Ben. But for these trainers, I mean, yeah, so much of the tournament ahead, and I just wonder how many compositions like Mattie's and how many compositions like Joan's we are going to see coming out over the day. Both of them, I guess you consider them more balanced compositions. We didn't see quite as many Porygon 2 in Lille, I don't think, as we had in previous tournaments, but Mattie's still believing in it. And it's also a Pokemon that you have a broad variety of Terra types that you could run on it. We see some Terra Ground, so it can deal with something like a Golden Go. Also Terra Fighting, though, really nice to deal with opposing Ursaluna, for example, or even opposing Porygon 2 if they haven't gone for their Terrestrialization. We've seen Terra Poison in the past as well to resist fighting. And of course, the way Terra Blast works with Porygon 2 is really different from other Pokemon.
And it's one of those things where Terra Blast is normally a bit of an opportunity cost. You have to decide on a Pokemon if you want a move with normal coverage, especially on physical Pokemon, say like Dragonite. Well, it's a special move until you go for your Terrestrialization, and then it becomes either physical or special depending on the training and the characteristics of that Pokemon. You have to really think about it. It's like, well, do I want to put Terra Blast on a Pokemon? Because most of the time it's not particularly good. But enough about that for now. We'll come back to that subject matter later because we have Joan Gosea on the couch ready to be interviewed after that win in round 2 of the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Thank you, Charlie and Ben. I am, of course, joined with the winner of round 2, Joan Garcia. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling, well, before the tournament, I was not sure of the team. I didn't find a better team, so I repeated the Lille team of 2 weeks ago. I changed 2 Terras. And, well, after this first 2 rounds, I'm feeling better. Played well this stream match, and it's good for getting confidence.
Yeah, and you should have a lot of confidence after that top 4 in Lille. A fantastic showing, and you're already on the way here in Gdansk with a very similar team, of course. Like the team matchup, it seemed like Dondozo versus Dondozo was going to be quite a slow match, and then suddenly here comes the Fisher, just as you were going to sleep. So what made you choose to go for that Fisher when you were about to go to sleep with both of your Pokemon from the Yorks?
Well, first, I played Mattie 2 weeks ago. He didn't have the Dondozo. Without the Dondozo, I remember it was an easy matchup for me. And with the Dondozo, well, I have my own Dondozo. His Dondozo is Terra Fire. I have to make him Terra, and then my Fish wins. And, well, in game 2, I went for Fissure 1 turn because super effective liquidation does very low damage. It gets recovery of leftovers and the terrain. And liquidation, my Dondozo doesn't hit much. And I went for Fissure. It's 30%, but if I hit, I win the game. But to be honest, I think I had Volcaura in the back, I think I could still win the game. Just it would have been a bit longer.
Yeah, so sometimes you have to take those chances, and if it pays off, then, like you said, it did win immediately on the spot. So very, very nicely done there. And now you're 2-0. How are you feeling about your chances going into the rest of the tournament after such a great performance in Lille?
Well, I didn't have many time to prepare. My goal for this tournament was to get points at least. But now I will try to make top cut again.
Yeah, and you're doing very well as well. Are you planning to go to the Latin American International Championships? Because you've got so many championship points now from the top 4.
No, I would like to go to get the travel award or the stipend, but I'm not going to Latin America. I'm just going to Stuttgart.
Okay, well, you're doing so well in the previous tournament and well in here. I'm sure you'll be getting a load of championship points going forward. Just before we conclude this interview, are there any shout-outs you want to give?
Well, shout-outs also to Carlos, that is the builder of the team, and he could not come today.
Cool, thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. See if you can repeat that fantastic performance just a few weeks ago. And we're going to be cutting to a very short break. We'll be right back with round 3 of the Gdansk Regional Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the is right on. What's it going to be?
Luca Ceribelli.
Ceribelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Ceribelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Ceribelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favourite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Ceribelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the World Championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Pokemon trainers, we all know that Pokemon battles are essentially about knocking out the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So the temptation is to do that as fast as you can. But what if you want to take things a little bit slower? I'm Charlie Merriman, I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and today we're going to talk about Trick Room.
It's one of those strategies that's been so prevalent in VGC over the years, and with good reason. Most trainers, when they're picking their team for their coming into competition, they're picking between power, bulk, and speed. All of those things are really crucial to any team. Now, most teams, without the advent of Trick Room, have to pick maybe 2 of those things to be able to have an effective team. Maybe they're trying to be fast and offensive. Maybe they're trying to be, a little bit bulky and powerful. But you always have to sacrifice something. Under Trick Room, though, you can be the fastest Pokemon on the field and be the most powerful and take a few hits as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting strategy. And I think also when you set up Trick Room, and especially when your opponent isn't expecting it, if maybe they're running a more hyper offense team, a very fast team, those teams, as you've been saying, Ben, tend to be frail because they can't also have that bulk. And so quite often won't have the resources necessary to weather that storm when Trick Room is set up.
especially over the 4 turns of Trick Room that these teams really have available to them. So, you know, looking at this, it sounds all sunshine and roses for Trick Room teams, but it's not quite that simple. Trick Room's a really difficult move to be setting up because it's so slow. It almost always goes last in a battle. That means that 2 Pokemon can double up to knock out the Pokemon trying to set up the Trick Room, or moves like Taunt or Roar could even force the Pokemon trying to set up Trick Room to not be able to act that turn. And that's really, really tough. If you don't have that dedicated Trick Room setter and the support for it, you can really have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's quite high risk, high reward, isn't it? But I think it's also worth saying that even if you are running a faster team and Trick Room is set up, there are still ways around it. There are still ways you can try and stall out those turns before you can achieve something when the Trick Room is expired. Going for a priority move, for example, extreme speed, grassy glide, those sorts of things, those are ways to get some damage down and make sure you're still acting first, because those moves will still go first in Trick Room. And of course, protect, the move that's so common throughout VG, trying to keep your Pokemon safe until they're in a position where they can act decisively.
Protect, defensive switches, they're all well and good though, Charlie. You can always, though, count on Pokemon like Torkoal to be able to, you know, use those really powerful spread damage moves to get around those sort of defensive plays. And as you were saying before, it's those more fast and offensive teams that really struggle to be able to deal with Trick Room threats. So, trainers, if you're at home thinking about what strategies that you're going to be looking to take to a tournament in the video game, Trick Room definitely should be high up on your list. But that's all we've got time for at the moment. Thank you, Charlie, for discussing this with me. We're going to be getting back to the action, though, very soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory, so wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man, okay, Gio defying all the odds, he believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2025 Gdansk Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyd. I have the pleasure of being joined for the first time behind the desk by Zoe Liu. Zoe, how are you feeling after that last game?
Oh, that was really incredible. When I saw the Dondozo versus Dondozo matchup, I thought, oh, this might take a while, you know, the Dondozo is going for curse, but actually, just Fissure, get the one-hit knockout, and instantly the game was over.
Yeah, first Fissure on stream, first Fissure connect, and immediately the Dondozo is taken care of. Quite unfortunate for Mattie. He went for Diaclaw 3 times, and there was no status there either, so a little bit of misfortune going Mattie's way, but Joan recognizing exactly what they need to do, recognizing if I hit this Fissure, I do just immediately win. If I don't, it's fine. I'm still in a great position, and obviously the Fissure did connect. Ended the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, so it was really fascinating, you know, listening into his interview, his thoughts on how to kind of, you know, a bit of a flowchart for the game. I wouldn't quite say flowchart, more just the match plan. And he knew that it was okay to take the risk because he still had Pokemon in the back that could take care of the Pokemon that Mattie had, even if the Fissure didn't connect.
Yeah, he was even willing to just let his Pokemon go to sleep. He was being yawned. The King Gambit stayed in and KO'd the Sneasler in return for going to sleep. The Dondozo risked that Fissure in return for going to sleep, and it ended up being exactly the right call. So yeah, very nicely done from Joan. Coming off a great performance as well, getting top 4 in a regional championship just a couple of weeks ago is no small feat, and with a very similar team, feeling like he didn't need to adapt for the meta at all, still confident in this team, and it's proving to be the right choice so far.
Yes, of course, Lille was just 2 weeks ago, so the meta may have shifted a little bit in that time, but 2 weeks isn't quite that much time, so a lot of players may be recognizing that, you know, maybe let's just use the Pokemon and the teams that I am familiar with, and that way at least I know all the matchups going into it and I don't have to think on the fly when faced up against an opponent's team.
Yeah, we saw some really cool teams coming out from that little I think that the team that won, like we are seeing here, Nils done up, like, I don't want to say coming out of nowhere, like the team did.
Yeah.
Nils obviously didn't. Nils is incredibly accomplished. But the team he was using, I think, came out of nowhere. No one was expecting it. The Tyranitar and Excadrill, that's a classic combination. We know how that works. But people weren't ready for it. Yeah,
Corviknight actually, I would say, looking at Nils' team, it was actually a little bit anti-meta because we saw a lot of balanced teams with the Ninetales, and Tyranitar Excadrill just loves going up against Ninetales, and Sneasler getting that #1 usage, and Corviknight just doesn't care. He could get close combated, but then Sneasler really doesn't want to drop his defenses and totally immune to the Diaclaw.
Yeah, and the Power Trip as well, Psychic Seed on the Corviknight. We've usually seen either Iron Head to make use of its other type of steel, or Body Presses, slightly better coverage paired with flying. But then Power Trip, that allows you to beat things like you wouldn't before, previously. Golden Go, that just walls a regular old Corviknight, but then this Psychic Seed one with the Power Trip, suddenly that will able to 1v1 a Golden Go, which is really cool. Like you mentioned, like the Tyranitar, it's the Pokemon or at least the weather setter that came out on top. We can see there was every single weather there. There was 2 Ninetales, 1 Torkoal, and 2 Pelipper in that top cut as well.
It's a really fantastic mix of different teams that we saw in the top 8. It's just all these different weathers, all these different team archetypes, and we see quite a bit of most of the Pokemon there. They're very bulky, very balanced, and just goes to show that we are at a stage in the metagame where I would say we're stabilizing. There's every now and then you get people innovating, but most players are now recognizing which cores work really well with each other and sticking to those cores, just making slight adjustments between tournaments.
Yeah, you're saying like the innovation there. I think the complements between at least the European region and the North American region, we saw Andrew Zeng take Mattie Morgan's team that came second in Dortmund and then ended up winning the regional for him there. And then we can see here, Mark Cotter using that Executor team that Parker Simmons managed to get that top 4 with and bring it over into Europe and still managing to find success. So it's showing that these what would be considered niche picks are actually still very solid in the meta, because it's not just having this one performance and then, you know, we'll leave it there. It's still showing that it's actually pretty solid as well.
That's the thing I really, really love about Regulation H. A lot of Pokemon that were kind of power crept out in Regulation G by these really powerful restricted legendaries suddenly have the space to shine in this meta. And I've seen, just from my experience in Lille when I was playing there, a lot of players going really creative. I faced some things like Flapple on a Gravity team, and that's not something you that's easy to make work in Regulation G. But in Regulation H, because the power level is a lot lower, it's just so much easier to let your favorite Pokemon shine.
Yeah, and I definitely almost fell foul of that in that last round of Swiss. That really crazy team that outboited me is now a word because of it. Is, yeah, the Avalugg, the Crocodile, the Tentacruel coming out to almost make it into that day 2. Sorry, I put a stop to that. But yeah, we've been seeing a lot of creativity coming out in this regulation. I think a lot more than the previous ones. Like you said, like the power creep of here are the really strong restricted legendaries of Regulation G. Well, then that kind of limits the amount of Pokemon that would be viable, but then suddenly the power level goes down, so much more becomes viable. We're seeing so many Pokemon that you just wouldn't even consider before find a lot of success.
Yes, what I found in Regulation G is that because everyone's got only one restricted, they have to build around it. But in Regulation H, it feels more like every Pokemon on the team is a star. Every Pokemon can complement each other. Of course, you've got your old favorites like Among Us, which, you know, I wouldn't quite say it's the star of the team, but it's very helpful in helping the rest of the team shine. But in Regulation H now, a lot more Pokemon are suddenly the focus or the main damage dealer of the team.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Pokemon that are very consistent across these regionals that are being used a lot. We've seen Sneasler pop up to #1 in previous regionals that no one would ever consider that before, and now it's just a staple paired with like the normal stuff. And I believe we were going to be able to see what trainers were bringing to this tournament. At least in the day 1, we'll be able to see what the most common Pokemon are, and whether Sneasler is still going to be #1. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
like, it's been so consistent. Well, I say consistent, 50% consistency with its
there we go.
Still 13% above second place. That is still showing that Sneasler is still, I was going to say top dog. It's not a dog, is it?
It's a weasel.
I think it's a weasel, isn't it?
So,
yeah.
Close enough. Close enough.
The winning weasel.
Yes.
That's the illustration we're looking for.
Yeah, Sneasler just, you know, that 50% chance of a status effect is so powerful, especially in a format that I would say, you know, less power, but also a lot of people are opting to go for more bulk. And if you get Diaclaw Poison, all of a sudden, all that bulk doesn't matter. Your Pokemon put on a timer. But we can see here a lot of other Pokemon that are staples, like Rillaboom, no surprises there, Golden Go, King Gambit. So the 2 steel Pokemon in this format, steals are absolutely necessary. Actually, the top 3 steals are Chaludon, also up in the top 12. And, you know, with all these fairies, not so many fairies running around, but that Dragon Resist is so key.
Yeah. As a community, we seem to have decided that, yes, Golden Go, King Gambit, and our Chaludon, you should probably have one of them on your team. And then, of course, Nils comes out with the Excadrill and Corviknight as the steel types that end up winning the entire regional. I don't think I've seen Annihilate break into the top 12 in the previous tournaments. I think I recognize every single one of those other Pokemon that are in the top 12. Maybe Volcarona wasn't there previously as well, and that would probably be picking up after having a really good performance in Lille.
Yeah, Volcarona is a really cool Pokemon. It can be both used offensively and defensively. And of course, we saw in that last round, Joan just actually using it for both offense and defense. It's got both the Quiver Dance and the Rage Powder. And with the Flame Body, you really don't want to... No, you want to stay on the field and go for the Rage Powder, and as your opponent, you may maybe not want to go for a physical attack just in case it gets Rage Powder away, and then you get burned from hitting the Volcarona.
I mean, that's why we saw Mattie go for the Terra Fire with his Zondozo when he would have been resisting or neutral against the hits that would be coming out. It was purely so that he didn't get burned from a Heat Wave or from a Flame Body where he'd go for the Wave Crash into Volcarona. It can be very pesky. We've seen the chance of the status conditions, like there's the Sneasler, there's the Volcarona. We've been seeing them come out very consistently and be able to sometimes swing games completely.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we looked at it earlier, that Annihilate, I do believe it's quite new to the top 12 leaderboard, or we may have seen it kind of trailing at the edges. And I think it might be partly because of the Incineroar, which is always a really strong Pokemon in any format. It's in that Intimidate paired with Fake Out and Parting Shot, and having the Annihilate, which is actually completely immune to Fake Outs, just means that you can't as easily bring the Incineroar into a game.
Yeah, if you look at the top 5, Annihilate beats all 5 of those.
Yes.
Yeah, so Annihilate, like, it's a really good counter to Sneasler, because obviously any ghost type is going to be a really good counter to Sneasler. Maybe sometimes the Sneasler gets cheeky and runs a Throat Chop, maybe even with a Terra Dark, and even if that's the case, Annihilate will be neutral to that. So Annihilate is a really solid counter to opposing Sneaslers, and then, like you mentioned, like Incineroar, you can't fake out and you intimidate it, and then suddenly the Annihilate is really boosted. It'll be able to take on a Golden Go if you run Annihilate as fast as it can be, because then it would naturally outspeed the Golden Goes, and as soon as you get even one Rage Fist stack, then that would be able to pick up the knockout as well.
Oh yeah, and Annihilate has a much easier time against Incineroar compared to the King Gambit, because King Gambit, typically it's the Black Glasses set, or as we saw earlier, it was the safety goggles, but running pure Dark type moves, it can't actually hit the Incineroar, even if it does get that Defiant boost. But Annihilate, it's part fighting type, it'll have an easy time just going for that +1 Drain Punch into an Incineroar.
Yeah, and Annihilate has basically perfect coverage, ignoring Hisuian's Zoroark. But yeah, like it's interesting to see a couple of Pokemon break into that top 12. We'll have to see how that's going to go forward in the future as well. And I think we're going to be cutting to just a very short break, because that first round was so quick that we need to just have a little bit more of a breather, especially after that Fisher hit. So we'll be right back after this short break.
This year, Pokeween arrived in Lille, France for the second European regional level event of the 2025 season. More than 600 players gathered to show off their bone-chilling bug types, dastardly dark types, and ghoulish ghost types. It was no different in Day 1's matches, with multiple angry Annihilate, and even Hisuian Samurott. But the day ended with Jamie Boynt himself getting a scare from Luigi De Filippo's Tentacruel and Avalug team. Outcooked, but not outplayed, Jamie was able to take the set.
Jamie Boynt once again proving why he is the master.
Oh! And there's the wood hammer. It's first, but the damage reduced.
Into Day 2. With less than 100 players remaining, everyone was fighting for those coveted top cut slots. The innovations from Day 1 also continued here, with Alberto Boldi's Wheezing Slacking team and a Baxcalibur team from Joan Garcia, but neither would prevail when compared to our finalist teams. Victor Medina, a player with consistent top cuts, but never quite getting that regional win, was using the Double Dragon Snow team that has seen success at multiple events around the world. And Nils Dunlop, a two-time regional champion and reigning EUIC champion, with his completely unique Double Steel Sand team. And so the final commenced.
Trainers, the battle has begun. It is Corviknight.
Nils goes with his Corviknight setup strategy, whilst Victor leads Garchomp and Amoonguss to prevent this with Spores and dealing super effective damage into its partners. Victor's Ninetales then steps into the fray, locks into Blizzard, and gets an immediate freeze on Corviknight. And with no sign of Corviknight thawing, Victor convincingly takes Game 1. Game 2, Nils switches things up to Indeedee and Sneasler, and goes on the instant offense. But Amoonguss hangs on from the double up, and puts Indeedee to sleep. However, Nils is able to bring in Corviknight safely, and utilize Tyranitar's ability to override the snow and rock slide all the way to victory.
It means we will go to a Game 3.
This is so exciting. We've had an absolutely incredible tournament so far here.
Nils leans into Magmar's hot heat waves to start dealing super effective damage onto Victor's Pokemon, and finds the moment to bring Corviknight to start setting up. But as in Game 1, Corviknight again gets frozen solid by the Blizzard, but Nils remained chill. He switches out to keep up the offensive momentum, positions in Indeedee and Sneasler, and with a volley of powerful attacks, KOs Victor's 3 remaining Pokemon in just 3 turns, winning the set and becoming a 3-time regional champion. Only the bravest trainer can claim the title of Pokemon Champion. Venture to Pokemon.com/compete to uncover the location of your next event.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I hope you enjoyed that little recap video we made, and it's just such a fun tournament. And watching that finals, seeing all the freezes happen to that poor Corviknight just not being able to get a single attack off.
Yeah, and to keep the calm and still be able to win that third game, even after getting frozen once again. That very, very impressive coming out. I think just showing that all the experience that Nils has behind him at this point. He's been playing for multiple years, so many great accomplishments. Being able to get that third regional win, absolutely fantastic.
Yes, it was so impressive in that third game. After the Corviknight was frozen, he was completely unfazed. You know, withdraws that Corviknight and just sends out different Pokemon and didn't even need that Corviknight to win, even though it was so strong.
Yeah, it was an absolutely brilliant match to watch. And of course, we have loads of other brilliant matches to be able to feature. And it's your turn to be able to choose which match is going to be going on stream for this round 3. We have 4 fantastic matches coming up here. Look at those teams that are going to be coming out. Starting off, Lorenzo Silvestrini, previous regional champion, against Oliver, previous regional champion. Who would have thought?
Oh, wow. Look at all these really cool teams. Michael Kelch running that classic team. I think it's patented to be his team now that he's worked on it over and over again. I'm sure he's made some little tweaks to the team, facing off against Golden Go, Garchomp, Dragonite, the double dragon with the Sneasel, Talonflame, and Archaludon.
The triple dragon.
Oh, yes.
The triple dragon. It's Garchomp, Dragonite, and Archaludon. All of those dragons coming out. Very, very nicely done from Kevin. Of course, we've got Davide Miraglia coming out, our previous Dortmund regional champion, against Alexander, using a very similar team, it seems, to Michael Kelsch coming out. And then Michael at the end. Oh, Nils Dunlop has completely switched up the team that he's using. Like, he found success with that Sand team, and there's like, it's had its time, let's move on. Here comes a completely brand new team with that Como.
Yeah, it's a really cool team, and I'm really curious what kind of set this Como is going to be. Is it going to be that special set with the clanging scales, the flamethrower, or is it going to be that body press set? And in this format, it looks like a lot of people are gravitating towards the special set, but who knows? It's Nils Dunlop. You always expect the unexpected when it comes to him.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning as well, Oliver was the previous year's Gdansk regional champion, so if you want to see a repeat of him on stream as he did so well in the previous tournament, then you do need to go and vote for him. It's your choice. You get to decide which of these 4 matches is going on stream. Fantastic players coming out all around. Any of these matches would be absolutely worthy to be on stream.
Yeah, all of these are such well-known players. They're all no strangers to the big stage. And the teams, also the matchups, just look really, really fun. And we can see it's going to be a lot of really strategic games being played. A lot of players just, most of these are very balanced teams. So it's very difficult to take that immediate knockout, but you have to just position yourself so well to be in a better board state than your opponent and just slowly chip away and get that win.
Yeah, I think that the team that Michelle and Alexander are using, that would be considered the balanced kind of team, whereas like, you're not going for the immediate offense. Maybe you are with the Choice Band Dragapult, but yeah, you're not really just looking for, I'll take a knockout this turn and I'll take a knockout this turn. You're able to reposition very nicely. For Michelle at the bottom there as well, it looks like it's the same 6 that Joan was just using in the previous round and back in the Lille Regional Championships. So yeah, those would be considered the balanced teams, where going up against something like Kevin Salvetto's team, that seemed to be more offensive, looking to try and pick up a lot more knockouts very quickly so that you don't have to deal with this defensive positioning, because why do you need to? The opposing Pokemon are KO'd.
Yeah, just the best defense is an offense. Just if you take the knockout before they even have the chance to knock you out, it doesn't matter how frail you are. You have nothing facing you on the other side. And we saw Nils with the little mouse hold, and look, because it's on its own, I'm kind of curious, is that going to be the population bomb set, or is it just going to utilize that friend guard and support its teammates?
Yeah, the friend guard seems to be dropping in popularity unless it is paired with Annihilate, so that it can get that beat up combination off. But with no beat up targets in sight, it seems like it would be most likely that population bomb set that picked up in popularity, about winning the first tournament of the entire season as well. Very, very nicely done. I still remember the chanting of 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way up to 10. That was a very, very spectacular final. But it seems like we have decided who is going to be featured on the stream. All 4 of these would have been absolutely worthy to be picked, but it does seem like we are going with the previous Dortmund's regional champion here in Davide Miraglia versus Alexander Ubax.
Well, this is going to be an absolutely phenomenal match. Just looking at the teams, as we mentioned earlier, these 2 teams are going to be considered very balanced, especially on Alexander. In actual fact, I faced Alexander at Lille, and he beat me 2-0. Just showing that what a strong player he is. He's utilizing, looks like the exact same team as Michelle. They are, of course, friends, so it's very likely that they've been team building together, working on the same team, just refining it regional after regional. And Davide, of course, running a very different team to what he used to win. And what was Dortmund.
Yes.
That name just escaped me for a minute there. But, Annihilate looks like is the only Pokemon that's the same, or I've forgotten. Yes, it looks like the Annihilate. But
Golden Go as well. He did end up having the Golden Go. I think it was the Metal Coat variety on there.
Yes.
But yeah, like, somewhat similar. Like, the composition seems like to be quite... It was a Whimsicott, but now it's kind of a Ninetales, so maybe if that's a supportive Ninetales, that would be a little bit of a swap there. But if it's the offensive one that we've been seen picking up in the Choice Specs variety, that's been quite common, probably the most common on Ninetales at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Ursaluna Blood Moon, it was classically going to be just that Life Orb set, just try and get all these immediate KOs with a super powerful Blood Moon, but Assault Vest seems to be picking up on it as well. So if there is a Aurora Veil on that Ninetales, paired with the Assault Vest on Ursaluna, there is suddenly a huge amount of bulk available for Daddele.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Alexander only has 2 special attackers on his team with the Primarina, and you could say the Magma, although Magma is a bit more of a supportive Pokemon compared to Primarina. Primarina, of course, is able to support its teammates if it's got Haze, so that's going to be quite useful. But of course, against Davide, doesn't look like he has that much setup. Maybe there's a nasty plot on the Golden Go, maybe there's a bulk up on the Annihilate, but you know, Primarina maybe might want to think about going for a bit more damage as opposed to the Haze, especially when faced up against the Golden Go.
Well, that kind of team, it usually tends to be something like a Citrus Berry and then just a little bit bulkier. I think the Calm Mind is very viable on it as well, but Haze seems to be the most common. Of course, you need to be able to beat Dondozo somehow. Some trainers do end up opting for, well, I just won't face Dondozo, so let's just not have the counter. But Primarina does have access to that Haze, one of the most common ways. It can stop the stat drops as well. If you get intimidated on like your Rillaboom or your Sneasler, then suddenly you can eliminate the stat drops as well to be able to help yourself out, not just for Dondozo counters.
Indeed, and if that Magma does carry the Overheat, which is actually a surprisingly strong move coming off a support Pokemon, you can just haze away your own Pokemon's Overheat special attack drops, and suddenly you've got that Magma ready to go, ready to drop those really powerful Overheats once again onto the opponent.
Yeah, well, Magma did used to be, like in the first generation when it was introduced, it did used to be a standalone Pokemon, so it had to be able to pack some kind of punch to be at least usable, and then obviously got the pre-evolution in Magby and then the evolution in the Magmortar as well. So that allowed it to hold the Eviolite, still be able to make use of its actually really good offense while being incredibly bulky now thanks to that Eviolite item.
Yeah, Eviolite is an item that's been used quite commonly in this regulation. Porygon 2 utilizing it to absolutely phenomenal effect. And we've also got Electabuzz on a team that's very similar to Alexander was owning. Some people just choose to opt for the Electabuzz instead of the Magma. But both are Follow Me users, both have Vital Spirit. So it's a really fantastic support Pokemon against, say, something like an Amoonguss, which cannot, the grass typing doesn't make it immune to the Misaraken. Oh, look, we've got a little butterfly on the stage. How beautiful.
Yeah, right. Would you consider that a Butterfly or a Beautifly that just flew past? Because it was a literal butterfly that just flew in.
Well, considering it was brown with yellow spots on his wings, I would say that's a Beautifly.
Could be a Vivian, I guess.
Oh yeah, the Sandstorm, the Sandstorm Vivian pattern maybe. But
of course, we can't be that distracted by the in real life animals that are just flying in. Of course, we've got some fantastic Pokemon action that is going to be coming out.
And yeah, so let's have a look at the leaderboard right now, just all the top players in the Europe region. And of course, with LAIC coming up really, really soon, there'll be a lot of players getting that travel award to LAIC and also just using this tournament as an opportunity to fine-tune their teams before that really big international challenge.
Yeah, we just saw Mattie Morgan on stream, of course, ended up losing that round, but is still first place in the leaderboard at the moment. So actually in a really good standing to be able to get that travel awards to the European International Championship after the Latin American International concludes. So yeah, really, really good position. And of course, Joan Gosset, so we featured the top 2 in Europe. I didn't even realize that we featured the top 2 in Europe currently on the stream to start. So what a way to kick off the stream.
Yeah, and a lot of really well-known names there. Victor Vendina, of course, the finalist at Lille Regional Championships, still seeking that victory there, but I'm sure one of these days, he's just such a phenomenal player. He's sure to have a regional win under his belt anytime soon.
Yeah, for sure. And going down further, Michel was able to get that regional championship win back in the Stockholm Regional Championships in 2024. So really, really good showing. Max Waterman goes to a lot of my locals. So it's actually quite nice to see a UK player and someone I've seen very, very consistently across the years actually find quite a lot of success. 574 championship points at this point. Very, very good. Of course, he was able to get top 8 in the Lille Regional Championship just gone. But yeah, really fantastic showing for Max there.
Yeah, and a lot of other names there. Ibrahim, Federico, Hippolyte, Giuseppe, Nico, Davide, and Febzi, Nils, of course. I think that win from Lille is going to just put him up a lot on the leaderboard. And depending on how he does in this tournament, I'm sure he'll go very far. He's such a phenomenal player, keeping that leadership and keeping that place on the leadership board there. And of course, the other names, Fabio, Davide, Carlos, Antonio. So a really strong roster there on the top 16.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see many previous regional champions in this. I think there might actually be majority of previous regional champions coming out into this, at least top 16 so far. So yeah, really, really showing the consistency that can come out from all of these fantastic players.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this leaderboard shifts as LAIC comes up, because as you know, the ICs give a lot more championship points once when you place well, far more than a regionals, and a lot of the times when you see the top 16 going before a tournament and then after an IC, suddenly there's a complete shift up. Of course, the players at the top of the leaderboard like Mattie, Morgan are probably very, very safe still in that spot, but especially for players maybe a little bit further down from maybe 10th place onwards, a win at the IC or placing really well there can totally shift all the rankings.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And even this tournament will be able to shift something. Because we've got some players, like we've got Davide Maraglia that was in the top 16 there. Obviously already has his invite. has he won a regional championship already this season, but is still having a great showing already. 2-0 coming up against Alexander. This is going to be a fantastic match.
Oh yeah, the players are getting ready, just settling into their spots, both looking quite relaxed. So it's really nice to see that they're both no strangers to the big stage at this point. They're probably being expected to come onto the stage usually at every tournament that they've competed in, and just getting quite settled into their seats and just getting ready and.
Yeah. I remember I faced Davide back in the previous Gdansk Regional Championship last season, and he was one of the, I think, probably even the first player to recognize the potential of Landorus Incarnate over Landorus Therian, because I remember he managed to top cut that tournament, making it into the top 8 with Landorus Incarnate, and that hadn't been seen before. And then suddenly, after that tournament, it became one of the most consistently used Pokemon in the entire regulation. So I think that Davide was really the innovator of that Pokemon. So showing, of course, this season that he's now won a regional championship, that he's a fantastic player, but also able to bring that innovation to the tournaments. The team he won Dortmund with was kind of out of left field. Like, we wouldn't have expected those teams, that team of 6, to be able to win using a team as well, that we probably wouldn't have expected this as a combination of 6 Pokemon that will work together in this tournament, but already starting to prove itself.
Yes, of course, we've seen a lot of players innovating, and then a lot of other players seeing their success and using elements from their teams to then adapt into their own teams. Like the Baxcalibur, that wasn't quite well known until Lille, where it made it all the way to the finals, or it was the semi-finals, I believe. And all of a sudden, a lot more players are using that Baxcalibur and recognizing its potential.
Yeah, I've been a big advocate for Baxcalibur since day one, like all the way back in Generation 8. Yes. I've been saying that Baxcalibur is an S-tier Pokemon. Basically, almost every single regulation, maybe not regulation G, where the power level is a bit too much, but I've really appreciated Baxcalibur. I did like the Glaive Rush set, but it seems like that this loaded dice with Scale Shot and Icicle Spear, that's probably the most consistent at the moment because of those Focus Sneaslers that are the most popular Pokemon at the moment.
Here we have Davide and Alexander's accomplishments on the screen. You can see both these players are just veterans of the game. They have so many different accomplishments, and Davide, of course, his most recent accomplishment being the Dortmund Regional Champion, but also last year at Gdansk he got top 8 and Paris Special top 8, Italy Nationals top 4, and Alexander on the other side, Lille Regionals top 32, World's top 128, Stockholm Regionals top 32, and Stuttgart Regionals top 16.
Yeah, those are very consistent results for sure, and actually quite recent as well, so showing good consistency, not just a one-off tournament, but being able to get some pretty good results, obviously wanting to break even further through that top 16 into the top 8, starting off 2-0 and then facing down a previous regional champion, as in a very recent previous regional champion. That's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for Alexander here.
And I'm sure Davide is probably wanting to go just that one step further. He got top 8 at Gdansk last year. He is going to want to go all the way and win the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And bringing out a very cool team here. Like we said, the Annihilate and Golden Go was present on his previous Dortmund team that was able to take the whole thing. But a little bit of an innovation here, like the Dragonites is being picking up with that loaded ice and Scale Shot. And then there's usually been some kind of tech move. Scale Shot and Extreme Speed are almost certainly going to be on the loaded ice set. Got Ice Spinner here to be able to get rid of all those pesky terrains, like the Psychic Terrain from Indeedis that can be set up. The Rillabooms can you can get rid of their grassy terrains as well. So quite a nice tech here coming out from the Dragonite.
And really cool also to see a Flame Body instead of Vital Spirit on that Magma. So all the redirections from physical attackers now suddenly have that chance to get burned, and no physical attacker enjoys getting burned unless it's an Ursaluna. So a really nice innovation for this tournament. I think maybe recognizing that Amoonguss usage maybe not quite as high as it used to be, so he can maybe just forego that and use something more suited to the physical meta.
And it's going to benefit him a lot more in this matchup at least, because I was going to say there's no way to sleep. Yes, there is. There's a Sneasler. There is a Sneasler. Yes. But obviously burning a Sneasler as you take the Diaclaw. If you get put to sleep, but you also burn the Sneasler, that might be beneficial here. So yeah, we've seen this team of 6 paired together quite commonly. It's just a couple of different choices. Are you Terra Dragon on the Dragapult to be able to do super powerful damage with Dragon Darts and maybe an Outrage? Or do you opt for that Ghost Terra Blast so that you have a more consistent Ghost option than the Phantom Force, where you have to take 2 turns to be able to attack? And it seems like Alexander has opted for the Ghost one.
Yeah, the Ghost Terra Blast is a really cool option for the Dragapult. Of course, we actually did see Alex Gomez use a Choice Band Dragapult to win NAIC last year, paired with that GM power. But on its own, it still hits really, really hard, and especially in this format where Pokemon don't quite have the base stats as compared to the legendaries, you know, with those really high defenses. All of a sudden, when you're facing a Choice Band Terra Blast Ghost from this Dragapult, it can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, we've seen somewhat of a shift to Terra Ghost now. Like in this, at least in the start of the regulation, it was always Terra Dragon, because like we said previously, there's not many fairies. Yes, there is a Ninetales on the opposing side of the field in this match, but yes, the fairies are not that prevalent. So being able to go for huge damage with Dragon made sense at the time. But now it seems like because Dragapult was picking up, maybe you want to shift to the Terra Blast, Ghost Terra Blast, so that you can counter opposing Dragapults you might see as well.
Ghost has really good coverage in this game because there aren't that many normal types besides the mouse hold, so you can actually hit a lot of Pokemon for neutral damage. And, you know, I think this is a really cool matchup, and we're going to get immediately started. So here we go. A Sneasel and Primarina lead against the Ninetales and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, that seems like Davide wants to be bulking out that Assault Vest Ursaluna very, very quickly. We were saying about the Dragapult resisting not many fairies and not many normal types. Well, there's one for each of Davide's side of the field straight away. And yes, you can close combat the Ursaluna. It will come down to the training of the Sneasler, as if you're going to be faster than Ninetales. You usually are. Sneasler is naturally faster than opposing Ninetales, and when you run the Focus Sash, you're almost certainly as fast as you can possibly be. And there's no Covert Cloak available on that Ninetales. That's sometimes an option that trainers go for, so that if you take a Diaclaw on the Ninetales, you can still for sure get up your Aurora Veil. But there's the Light Clay on this one. Yes, you get a longer amount of Aurora Veil if you get that up, but then that's still a little bit risky in the face of this Sneasler that could very easily just do what it loves to do and click that Diaclaw button.
Diaclaw is just one of the strongest moves in the game. Here we're going to have it immediately onto this Ninetales. Is it going to get a poison?
There we go.
It gets the sleep. And Ninetales now going to take a bit of a nap and not going to get up any Aurora Veils, any Blizzards. So Ninetales, you know, having a bit of a break. But Primarina now taking the time, going for that super effective Hyper Voice onto the Ursaluna. And the Ursaluna is not going to be enough to take out the Sneasler without the Life Orb. That just goes to show that a bulkier Ursaluna doesn't quite have that damage output.
But you took less than half from the Hyper Voice, yes, at least, so you'll be able to survive another one of those. And of course, when you have the Assault Vest available on the Ursaluna, you do have that additional coverage option that trainers opt into usually for Vacuum Wave. And that Sneasler is incredibly low, so I would suspect that it is going to be in range of the Vacuum Wave, potentially coming out from the Ursaluna. But yeah, that sleep, putting a stop to the potential Aurora Veil, that would have been a lot less damage coming out on the Ursaluna. That is now retreating into this Golden Go.
Golden Go coming in, a really nice switch in, just making sure it doesn't take any super effective hits. But now it's going to be the Ninetales knocked out from the Diaclaw without being able to do anything this game. So Davide down has lost his first Pokemon, and Primarina now going for the Moonblast. A nice switch in onto this Golden Go, taking it really, really nicely, but gets the special attack drop. So those Make It Rains and those Shadow Balls are now suddenly going to hit a lot weaker.
Yeah, it could have been a bit more damage with the Hyper Voice, but probably trying to cover for any Dragon type switching in that would have been able to resist the Hyper Voice very nicely. And here comes the Ursaluna again. So Davide didn't really make much progress there and had to lose a stage of special attack on his Golden Go to be able to get that repositioning. And that just shows the power of Diaclaw there, that there could have been Aurora Veil. There could have been so much less damage coming out on Davide's side of the field, but no, we got that sleep immediately, and then that's just 2 Diaclaws, KOs the Ninetales, and Aurora Veil's gone for at least this match. That means that the Ursaluna is definitely going to be in range of at least a close combat. It would have to go for its Terra Water to be able to survive that, but I'm not hopeful that it will be able to survive both of those attacks. But yeah, as previously mentioned, the Vacuum Wave able to pick up that last little bit of damage. I don't think the critical hit mattered there.
Just adding a bit of insult to the injury and getting rid of that Sneasler, which has been so problematic for Davide here. With Golden Go now, going for that nasty plot, just plotting away, trying to offset that special attack drop from the Moonblast, but allowing the Primarina to get another super effective Hyper Voice off onto both the Ursaluna. And neutral here on the Golden Go, doing quite a bit of nice chip, and eventually the Primarina just hasn't taken any damage yet, and, you know, Davide really wants to start focusing on just maybe getting rid of that Prima, but here comes the Dragapult Choice Band Terra Ghost, and this is going to be hitting really, really hard if any attack it locks into.
Yeah, that's almost certainly going to be the option. The Ghost Terra Blast here, that's easily a knockout on the Gholdengo, and I would suspect it would even be a knockout even if it goes for some kind of defensive Terra as well. Obviously, the Ursaluna definitely in range of Hyper Voice, and we've been seeing that the Primarina is outspeeding that. So there's nothing wrong here with just a Ghost Terrestrialization, go for that Terra Blast into Gholdengo, go for a Hyper Voice, and I'm not really seeing anything that Davide can do to stop that.
Yeah, Alexander is in a really commanding position over here. He's got the speed advantage, he's got the Pokemon advantage. Both his Pokemon just so healthy, and as you called earlier, that Ninetales going to sleep was very, very unfortunate, because had the Aurora gone up, his Pokemon would have been in a much better position to survive.
Yeah, for sure. It's the Protect's coming out from the Gholdengo here, so going to be able to keep itself safe. But no, it was actually a U-turn coming out from the Dragapult. Nicely done there, catching the Protect on the Gholdengo. It could have just easily been that Terra Blast into the Gholdengo and pick up the knockout, but no, being able to reposition. Now you're not for sure locked into your Terrestrialization or any choice moves from the Dragapult. Get to reposition. Magma is a very good Pokemon to be able to bring out in the face of a Gholdengo here. It didn't particularly matter what the Primarina went for. It was a Hyper Voice, but it's a protecting Gholdengo.
Yeah, Magma now able to redirect away any strong attacks away from the Primarina, but of course Primarina is still so healthy at this moment. It's still got its Citrus Berry. In fact, it's taken 0 damage, and now we see Davide's final Pokemon, which is going to be the Magma, and it's not really going to enjoy facing off against this Primarina. Of course, Davide hasn't gone for a Terra yet, so that is an option that he can use.
Yeah, and it's got the Terra Dragon on the Gholdengo, so that'll be able to resist the Hyper Voice at least. But then if you just go for that prediction and Moonblast the Gholdengo, well, then suddenly that's a KO, because it would easily be able to pick up the knockout on a Dragon Gholdengo. I think the special attack drop is going to probably come into play here as well, because maybe at +2 that would have been able to KO the Primarina. Definitely not at +1. Primarina has very good special bulk, so it should be able to survive that attack quite comfortably. So you shouldn't really be able to get a KO on this Primarina here on this turn. Clear Smog is an option for a super effective hit from the Magmar, but that's going to do just a tiny bit of chip damage, really.
Yeah, this is just Magma now going for that follow me, trying to keep its teammates safe from a potential overheat that's coming off. But the Gholdengo now going for another nasty blow, just trying to boost up its special attack and make sure that it can knock out the Primarina. Now the overheat being redirected into this Magma does very little damage, and of course Alexander's Magma is going to get dropped, but that super effective Hyper Voice coming off onto this Magma, which did not appreciate taking it.
Yeah, that was still very, very good damage coming out. The Gholdengo is able to recover a little bit each turn with its leftovers, but it's still below half, and even a -2, I would suspect that Magma on Alexander's side of the field is able to pick up the knockout with that overheat. That kind of forces the Magma on Davide's side of the field into that follow me once again, and then you just have to contend with this Dragapult. A +3, that's got to be able to KO a Primarina now. Magma should still be able to shrug that off, though, so Magma should, on Alexander's side of the field, will almost certainly make it through this turn, and then that means that you'll be able to just redirect any Shadow Balls that could have gone into the Dragapult. You'd still go for Make It Rain to do huge damage, but yeah, very, very brave going for that second nasty spot, but I think that is the only real way that Davide had to get back into this game, so very, very nicely done to recognize that.
It looks like Davide is contemplating going for that Terra Dragon on his Gholdengo, just making sure it doesn't take really strong neutral hits from the Primarina. Here we go, is the Gholdengo going for that Terra Dragon, you know, growing an extra dragon head on top of his or the stack of coins on top of his head. But is this going to be enough to clutch out the win for Davide? I think he's still in a really difficult position here.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a Protect coming out from Magma's on Davide's side of the field. Not going for that redirection here, but the redirection is coming out for the Follow Me on Alexander's Magma. And that was a Shadow Ball, not a Make It Rain here, so trying to snipe that Magma from full HP. But even at +3, you can see the benefit of that Eviolite item. Magma able to survive even in the yellow. And it was just a Hyper Voice coming out, so very good Dragon Terrestrialization from that Gholdengo, able to take that very comfortably.
Yeah, this is actually a really fantastic play from Davide here, because now this Magma is so heavily damaged. It looks like at +3, the Gholdengo might actually be able to take the knockout with the Make It Rain, even onto this Magma that resists the Steel type, because it's just so heavily damaged. And Magma can keep the Gholdengo safe from any overheats. But of course, the Gholdengo does outspeed the Primarina, so it just comes down to a question of, can he take that double knockout on the Primarina Magma, and then if the Magma goes down, the Dragapult is going to be able to knock out the Golden Go, but he has to get rid of the Magma first just to make sure that the Golden Go, can get their attack off on the Dragapult in the back.
Yeah, if Davide still has Magma available to himself when the Dragapult is filled, that is the easiest follow me and KO onto the Dragapult that you can go for there. Very nicely done not to drop the special attack here of the Golden Go. The Protect coming out from the Magma on Alexander's side of the field this time. And there's the clear smog. Actually, the Magma outsped the Golden Go there. Very interesting information. And that's a little bit of chip damage before the Citrus Berry could activate. So that means that would have also almost certainly be able to put that Primarina in range of this +3 Make It Rain now. Yes, that is easily able to pick up a knockout. I'm very, very curious if that would have been able to KO at full HP. And if it wouldn't have done, then the Clear Smog probably wouldn't have KO'd after any Citrus Berry recovery. So very, very crucial there that the Magma actually outsped the Golden Go.
Yeah, Magma naturally is faster than Golden Go, but a lot of players choose to invest more speed into the Golden Goes and none in their Magmas because it's there for the support. But now all of a sudden, this Dragapult, it's only sort of spread damage, and I'll say spread, but the Dragon Darts can be redirected with a Follow Me, and if it knocks out the Magma with the Dragon Darts, all of a sudden, it can't hit the Golden Go, and now it's a question of, can Alexander's Magma outspeed the Golden Go? But if it does, it is at -2. The overheat into the Dragon type, even with a critical hit, I think it's actually quite difficult. So this is a really crucial turn.
Yeah, absolutely is for sure. We've saved Terastallization right until the end here for Alexander. Of course, going to go for that Terra Ghost on the Dragapult. If he's locked into that Terra Ghost, Terra Blast, that would be able to pick up the knockout on either Pokemon here. But you do have that Follow Me still available that is coming out on Davide's Magma. That means that the Dragapult, it will outspeed both Pokemon. It's Follow Me all around. Both Magmas going for that redirection here. But Make It Rain can bypass that really easily. And here comes the Terra Blast from the opposing Dragapult. That's going to pick up the knockout on this Magma. But if this Golden Go goes for the Make It Rain, that bypasses any Follow Me. And the Dragapult, it probably would have been really close if it was at full HP. If it would have been able to survive this now +2 Make It Rain, but it's taken some chip. This is going to take the double knockout here. And somehow, after a critical hit just to boot, I don't think that really matters. Dragapult is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but a little bit of chip just coming into play here. And Davide managed to take this game after what was a terrible start.
Oh, fantastically played from Davide. He was down to his final 2 Pokemon, facing off against 2 really healthy Pokemon on Alexander's side, with also a really healthy Dragapult in the back. And, we were saying, going for that nasty plot, that may have been a little greedy, in the face of the Primarina, but actually just proving that he found that comeback, a way to get back into the game. And all of a sudden, this Golden Go just managed to take knockout after knockout.
It seems like he sequenced it perfectly. Even the timing of the Terastallization in the face of what could have been a Moonblast, because I think the Magma actually protected that turn as the Hype Voice came out. So, yeah, very, very nicely done there. It seemed like it was, the word that came to mind was dire, and I think we know why. That turn 1, that just shows what Sneasler can do. It's outspeeding most Pokemon that we see in the game. Even Ninetales, as speedy as it is, that it usually gets up that Aurora Veil before most Pokemon, Sneasler is able to naturally outspeed that. Yes, you get the defense boost from the snow, so Ninetales is able to survive that Diaclaw reasonably comfortably, but no, Diaclaw just gets that sleep turn 1, no Aurora Veil. But then that didn't matter.
It's really interesting to know that the Ninetales didn't actually do anything in that game besides set up the snow, which was completely useless for any of the Pokemon. So Davide was essentially playing with 3 Pokemon as opposed to 4, and he still managed to clutch out this win. So it just goes to show what a powerful trainer he is. And this game, I wonder if he will still bring that Ninetales into the game, considering he didn't manage to do anything. Because, that Diaclaw chance of sleep isn't that high, but it's still there, so maybe he might want to roll the dice this second game. But that's, of course, up to Davide, and I'm sure a fantastic trainer like he is, he'll know exactly what to do.
Yeah, I think the Aurora Veil would have been very impactful in that game. We saw the damage that was coming out was significant, and if it was reduced, that would have been really good for Davide. So I wouldn't be surprised if we still see the Ninetales. Even if it didn't do anything, well, you're probably not going to sleep again. And if you don't go to sleep, then you get your Aurora Veil for free.
And it looks like Alexander is going to choose the exact same leads with the Sneasler and the Primarina versus Davide also going for the exact same leads, the Ninetales and the Ursaluna. So maybe you're thinking, that Diaclaw sleep was not that likely to happen. Well, the chances of it happening twice in a row is quite low. So he does want that Aurora Veil. Had he got that Aurora Veil up, he would have had a much easier time.
Yeah, for sure. The Ursaluna is still threatened a bit by the close combat, so maybe you do consider going for that with Alexander's side of the field, because, again, the Diaclaw is unlikely to get that sleep once again. It was very beneficial in that game 1, but you could get absolutely huge damage into this Ursula. If you go for the close combat and Hyper Voice, even after the Aurora Veil might be set up after the close combat, like we are seeing, then it's going to do huge damage to this Ursula. It doesn't quite pick up the knockout. Sneezer's not strong enough for that, but a Hyper Voice will easily pick up the knockout from there.
Yeah, the Ursaluna came on, and of course, as you said, not quite sure. The Blizzard now coming off the Ninetales.
Icy Winds.
Oh, sorry, Icy. Oh, that's a really fantastic play. Yes.
Probably not enough to put the Sneasler slower than the Ursaluna, but probably the Primarina slower.
Yeah, it looks like the Blood Moon is just not quite enough to knock out this very bulky Primarina, allowing it to just munch on that Citrus Berry, get quite a bit of health back, going back into the green now. And, you know, the Sneasel, as you mentioned earlier, is not going to care, but the Hyper Voice now coming off from this Primarina is going to be enough to knock out the Ursaluna. So, you know, not a bad turn there. Of course, he lost Ursaluna, which was has quite a big role on this team, but did manage to get rid of the Citrus Berry on the Primarina and take it down to half health.
Yeah, so a complete switch up coming out in this first turn. And maybe that was what the Ninetales were going for in that first game. Of course, we would have been able to see that, but didn't do anything. The Icy Winds now puts the Sneasler slower than the Ninetales, so sure, you get an Aurora Veil this turn if you do want it. We've seen the Golden Go come in. It undersped Magma, so this is not a speedy Golden Go by any means. We can see its HP is incredibly bulky as well. Does that mean it is able to outspeed a Sneasler after a -1? Like, if you have Icy Wind available on your team, you usually train your Pokemon to be able to get those speed jumps to be able to outspeed Pokemon when they're at -1 speed. Sneasler is the most common Pokemon in the format. I wouldn't be surprised if the Golden Go is able to outspeed that Pokemon. That means you may not necessarily need to Aurora Veil. It would be still very beneficial here, but that could mean that a Blizzard and a Make It Rain might be able to pick up the knockout on both of these Pokemon. It would be very close on the Primarina. I'd be a bit dubious that would be able to pick up the knockout. That means you could just go for the Aurora Veil and the Nasty Plot here pretty freely if you do want to.
Yeah, Sneasler actually isn't able to hit the Golden Go at all. And, you know, Alexander recognizing that recalls the Sneasler for a King Gambit, which is a fantastic Pokemon against this Golden Go. Ninetales now going for that Aurora Veil, just helping out its teammates for the future turns and making sure they take less damage. But Golden Go now going immediately for the Maker Rain. Not quite enough to knock out either the Primarina, and just doing a little bit of chip damage onto this King Gambit. A Primarina now following up with a nice bit of chip onto both the Ninetales and the Golden Go with that Hyper Voice.
You can see the benefit of that Aurora Veil. That did a small amount of damage after the Leftovers recovery. Golden Go is actually incredibly healthy still, but that's exactly the Pokemon you want to be facing down an opposing Golden Go. That King Gambit, a very nice adjustment coming out here for Alexander, because the Ninetales, it's set the Aurora Veil now, but it's not going to be threatening the King Gambit either. So, yeah, the Golden Go is kind of forced into its defensive terrestrialization here, because a Kowtow Cleave would have probably done huge damage. Maybe not quite picked up the knockout because of the Aurora Veil, but definitely won't now with its Terra Dragon.
This Golden Go once again unleashing its inner dragon. But Ninetales going for that Encore, a fantastic play, just locking the Primarina into a very useless Hyper Voice. Now that the Golden Go is this Terra Dragon type, it is unafraid of any water type moves coming from this Primarina, and the Terra Dragon is going to also not be affected by it. But it looks like King Gambit maybe trying to predict a switch out from the Ninetales, and look at that. That Hyper Voice did nothing to the Golden Go.
Yeah, very smart play there, because with the defensive terrestrialization of the Dragon, yes, you drop your weakness to Dark, but you did open yourself up to being super effectively hit by Moonblast, but then you put a stop to that by encoring into Hyper Voice. So the Golden Go was pretty free to go for that Nasty Plot there. The Kowtow Cleave going into the Ninetales, and the Hyper Voice not able to pick up the KO, again showing how crucial that damage reduction from the Aurora Veil can be. The Ninetales is still around here. You can go for an Encore into that King Gambit to stop it from being able to go for Sucker Punches in the future. You've got your Golden Go nice and set up here, so you can actually do some pretty significant damage to that King Gambit and easily pick up the knockout on that Primarina that also can't protect now that you've gone for the Encore. So lots of benefits to that Encore coming out here. Really, really nicely done, because even if the Primarina switches, nothing really wants to switch in on a +1 Make It Rain now that the King Gambit is already on the field.
Yeah, Ninetales, having done its job now, is going to withdraw for a Magma, so that's a fantastic Pokemon against this King Gambit. This is also a Flame Body Magma, so if it goes for the redirection, it has that chance to burn, but Golden Go now going for that Shadow Ball, recognizing that Primarina cannot protect. Let's just get rid of it before it has the chance to shake off that Encore and then be able to go for those really strong Moonblasts onto the Golden Go.
That also doesn't drop the special attack by one stage on the Golden Go as well, so probably thinking that, yes, I could have got some chip onto the King Gambit, but then that reduces the amount of damage I can do to the opposing Pokemon in the back. We know that Sneasel's one of them, with its Focus Sash broken. That's got to still be in range of a +2 Make It Rain very, very easily. And we're going to see the Sneasler join the field once again. So not dropping the special attack just ensures that you can just go for that Make It Rain for the KO. But one of the downsides now of going for Terra Dragon is you can be faked out. So even if you kept your Ghost typing, this would have been a very easily Follow Me and Make It Rain. But now that you've got the Terra Dragon, this is an option for you to be able to go for Fake Out into that Golden Go, and then maybe set up a Swords Dance with the King Gambit, because you've got to be doing some kind of damage here. We've seen the Kowtow Cleave not do much. We saw the Sucker Punch, again, not really do too much. So there needs to be some kind of offense now to try and break through the screens that were set up from that Ninetales with that Aurora Veil.
Yeah, the Golden Go, of course, now that it's a Dragon type, can also get hit by the Dire Claw. So actually, it looks like the King Gambit is going to withdraw, not wanting to risk getting Follow Me and into a Flame Body, and Dragapult coming in, and really nice switch. Golden Go going for a Protect, just wanting to scout out and burn that turn off Fake Out, and it looks like the Sneasler did go for an attack onto the Golden Go. Now, I can't read Italian, so I don't know what that was, but either Dire Claw or Fake Out, it's going to get nullified. But the Overheat, a really nice switch from this Dragapult, which is now not going to take very much from the Overheat, and also means that the Magma damage is heavily neutralized by that Overheat.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there. That King Gambit would have taken a lot of damage. Probably not enough to pick up the KO, but yeah, that's not much damage into the Dragapult. It's probably in range of any attack that the Golden Go would have wanted to go for anyway, because it is at +2 stages of increased special attack. So the chip doesn't really matter on the Dragapult. So I think that's quite a nice switch in there. And now it can turn on the offense. However, Magma, like we've said previously, the EVO Light makes it incredibly bulky, especially so with an Aurora Veil to back it up. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Magma is attacked by both Pokemon here, whether that's the Dragon Darts or a Terra Ghost Terra Blast, and also a Close Combat / Dire Claw. It might even still be able to survive both of those attacks because it is so incredibly bulky with with that item and the screens.
Yeah, it looks like the Sneasler just going to go for the Protect this turn, wanting to maybe bait that Golden Go into going for that Make It Rain. But Magma, of course, going for that Follow Me, wanting to keep its teammates safe. Dragonar's now coming in and does very little to the Magma, but still quite a bit of damage, almost half. So the following turn, it won't be able to survive a double up from the Sneasler. But now the Golden Go going for that Make It Rain easily enough to knock out this Dragapult and forces the King Gambit back onto the field. But with the Magma at -2, it's not really that big of a threat to the King Gambit.
Not particularly, and the Golden Go now, it's a +1 stages of increased special attack because it has taken that drop for going for that Make It Rain. So the King Gambit's going to be in a reasonable position here, but it has to kind of all down to this King Gambit now, because the Sneasler is probably still in range of even a +1 Make It Rain. So if you go for the Follow Me once again, you can't get Dire Clawed on the Golden Go. That means you are definitely going to be able to get off that attack and do the damage that you need to. But then, at the same time, where is the damage into this King Gambit if you're going for the Make It Rains this turn? Because the Ninetales, that won't do it, and it's incredibly low. It's got to be in range of a Kowtow Cleave now. The Magma is at -2 stages of special attack, so it's not going to be doing that much damage either. So actually, I wouldn't be surprised if the Magma ends up switching out to be able to reset its special attack drops, or if the Golden Go starts to set up once again. Because if you start increasing your special attack, it doesn't really matter about resistances at that point.
No, it doesn't. Looks like the Golden Go is going to, well, Magma first goes for that Follow Me, once again, keeping its teammates safe. And so we see Sneasler now going for that Die Claw, maybe trying to fish for some status, but nothing comes out. Make It Rain coming in easily enough to knock out the Sneasler, but does very negligible damage with a critical hit onto the Sneasler.
Yep.
So that didn't really matter. But does leave the King Gambit very free to get an attack off, or maybe a Swords Dance off. And here we go, we see that Swords Dance. So King Gambit now at +2 attack, looking very, very threatening, and he's going to be able to bypass those Aurora Veils.
Yeah, and I reckon that Kowtow Cleave will KO every single Pokemon remaining on Davide's side of the field, even with an Aurora Veil, because they've taken a lot of chip damage. After the Golden Go gets a few leftovers recovery, it'll probably be out of range of that. But yeah, Follow Me from the Magma, going to be able to keep the Golden Go safe. It does need to nasty plot here, because if you're sacrificing the Magma to be able to get that, it needs to be able to do some kind of damage to that King Gambit, because otherwise you won't be able to get that knockout.
Yeah, +2 from the King Gambit. Oh! Gets the burn! Oh no, that is very, very bad news for this King Gambit, because suddenly its damage output is halved. And what's more is that with the snow has gone out, so when Ninetales comes back in, it can reset this hail, or reset the snow. And once the Aurora Veil runs out, it can reset it up. And at this stage, might be able to just use that burn damage to slowly whittle away at this King Gambit.
Yeah, that's going to help for sure. That basically puts the King Gambit back at neutral. That's the benefit of running Flame Body over Vital Spirit. We were saying not going to sleep is incredibly useful, but being able to get that status sometimes on the physical attackers is incredibly useful, and that might be game ending here because you've got +3 on your Golden Go now. Single target makering, that's going to do loads, and now the Sucker Punch definitely can't pick up the knockout. It might have been able to do if it was something like a critical hit into that Golden Go, pipe passing any of the screens, but yeah, that burn, that's really going to put a stop to the amount of damage that King Gambit can do.
Yeah, this King Gambit is a little unfortunate in this game, but Ninetales now on the field, very free to also just encore the King Gambit into the Kowtow Cleave so that it cannot go for the Sucker Punch. And that's what we see the Ninetales go for. So keeping the Golden Go safe from any priority attacks. And now Golden Go is going to go for another nasty plus. So this is now a +5 Golden Go. And those Maker Rains are going to hit so hard. But look at that. The Aurora Veil and the burn just paying dividends for this Golden Go, which is now very nice and safe against this King Gambit.
Yeah, that would have been very close if that would have picked up the knockout if it didn't get that burn from the Flame Body. I think it would have just about lived based on the amount of damage it did, and if you double that, Golden Go just survives. But then, of course, it's definitely in range of Sucker Punch. But then you wouldn't be able to go for that because of that Encore, meaning that the King Gambit is definitely going for this Kowtow Cleave. So very smartly done there. Here's a little bit of chip from the Blizzard, and I don't think resistance matters at this point, with a +5 Make It Rain going to take the knockout on that King Gambit, and Davide Miraglia once again is going to win this round 3 in the Gdansk Regional Championship.
Well done, Davide, proving once again why he was the regional champion for Dortmund. Just so skillfully played. That game 1, I'm still in awe of how when his back was against the wall, he was down to his final 2 Pokemon, and yet he found a way back into the game.
Yeah, just proving why he is a previous regional champion here, showing a lot of consistency in the plays. Very nicely done to find what seemed to be one of the only real paths to victory in that first game. It looked incredibly bad. Like, Diaclaw Sleep, no screens, that's bad. Yeah. Like, really bad. And being able to find the path to victory after that, absolutely fantastic showing.
And recognizing that Ninetales was a really good pick. He just got a little unlucky with the Diaclaw Sleeps, and proving also why he went for that Flame Body Magma. Had that been a Vital Spirit Magma, it would have been really close in that end game because that +2 Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch would have hit so hard. But suddenly, all the King Gambit's attacks have been neutralized by the burn, and it's just not doing anything with that Aurora Veil up.
Yeah, I think that the Golden Go would have just survived the Kowtow Cleave, and then because you on-clawed into Kowtow Cleave, you can't Sucker Punch anymore, and Davide would have still been able to take the game most likely. But yeah, like Flame Body or Vital Spirit, both are fantastic abilities, and in some games, Vital Spirit will just immediately win. Here's an Amoonguss, you can't do anything, I'll just follow me, and the Amoonguss is kind of a useless slot. Here's a 3v4, kind of. But then the Flame Body, we can see it can be incredibly impactful. Like getting the burn, that just completely puts a stop to all the damage that can come out from all those physical attackers.
Yes, previously we've seen Flame Body on a Rage Powder Volcarona a lot, and it's proven, like Flame Body Volcarona has proven itself to be a really powerful support Pokemon, but suddenly it's on a Magma, which is even bulkier than the Volcarona, and going for the Follow Me, which is a better version of Rage Powder because nothing is immune to it, and just goes to show why Magma is one of the top support Pokemon in this format.
Yeah, for sure, and it was a complete mix-up in this second game. Like, we saw the close combat and the Hyper Voice KO that Ursaluna, but the Icy Wind before the Aurora, I think that was incredibly smart because otherwise, well, I say probably. We don't know the training for sure between the Primarina and the Ursaluna. Whether the Hyper Voice would have gone first without the Icy Wind, who knows? But then, yeah, being able to get that Aurora Veil on the second turn, that speed drop put a lot of momentum on Davide's side of the field, freeing up this Golden Go to be able to get set up. Like we say, get set up. It got to +5 in the end.
Yeah, that was amazing. And who cares about type resistances when you're at +5, facing down one of the strongest attacks in the game. It's a spread move, base. I've forgotten the base damage of Baker Rain, but it hits really hard. And at that point, it doesn't matter if you resist. But also wanted to shout out how the Ninetales used Encore very frequently in that game too, and it just proves why it's such a good move, because you can lock that Primarina into a near useless Hyper Voice, lock that King Gambit into the Kowtow Cleave, and the nice thing about Ninetales having Encore is that it's not Prankster, so King Gambit is not immune to it, and Ninetales being such a fast Pokemon, it can shut down Pokemon and just lock them into a really useless move.
Yeah, look, usually we see Encores as like, oh, you protected in front of me, now you're locked into Protect and you're just not going to do anything. But the Encores here were locking into actually attacking moves. Like, you're still going to be doing damage to me, but really, really smartly done. There were multiple benefits. Locking the Premier into Hyper Voice. Well, now I can go for my safe, very safe now, defensive terrestrialization. You can't Moonblast me, and you can't Protect, so I definitely KO this slot with the Shadow Ball, even if the Primarina switches into the Sneasler or Dragon Ball. That's a KO regardless, so that was really nicely done. Encoring the Kingambit into Kauto Cleave. Now you can't Sucker Punch. This means I definitely get my +5 Make It Rain off, so I definitely win. So yeah, really, really nicely done.
Yeah, just goes to show why Davide is such a strong player. And seeing the way he thought out game plan, especially in that game 1, he really planned really all the way to the end game. Even when he had just the 2 heavily chipped Pokemon, that was all that was left facing up against 3 completely healthy Pokemon on Alexander's side, and he just knew the exact steps to take and found what I would say one of the only paths to victory in that instance.
Yeah, it seemed like it was very, very heavily reliant on the Golden Go. It seemed like Ursaluna was gonna do good things, and then like it did a Blood Moon that did a little bit of damage to the Primarina, not that much. I guess in the first game it was able to Blood Moon to put the Sneasler into Vacuum Wave range, so that Ursaluna actually was able to take care of the Sneasler, which is usually not the way round. Like, we saw how much damage the close combat did to the Ursaluna in that second game, but yeah, it did seem like it was Golden Go was the star coming out for Davide.
Yeah, Ursaluna, I think, was more of an enabler for the team in that game, just chipping away at the opponents and making sure that all of the Pokemon on Alexander's side were in range for that Golden Go to then come in the back to go get that nasty plot up, and then suddenly all the spread damage from the Make It Rains are just hitting a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think it was also smart to go for Shadow Balls instead of Make It Rains. Like, there was an opportunity to go for the Make It Rain and get some chip damage on the Kingambit, but then that would have reduced the special attack, and then suddenly you're not doing as much damage. So yeah, I think it was really smartly played with that Golden Go.
And I'm sure all the viewers at home are going to be taking a lot of inspiration from seeing that fantastic match, and maybe take those teams, or maybe get that inspiration, take it into locals, test out some really cool ideas and see what you get, because I always love going to locals. Just you can test really strange Pokemon outvoice you.
Not many can, but it's been done already this season. Yeah, like locals are a great way to be able to test some things you're preparing for a regional. Maybe see, is this a worthy team to be able to bring to the regional championship? Because like you said, you can test a lot more of the niche Pokemon in local tournaments.
And there's so many locals going on now. I would say almost every weekend, just if you go on Pokemon.com.
At least in the UK, yes.
Yes.
Every weekend.
I can't say for every other country, but I would say most of the major countries would have a big local circuit. And it's also just a fantastic way to build up friends, find people with like-minded team building, and just hone your skills. And we've made a little video for you all just to check out the local scene and how you can join and be a part of it.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Locals are a fantastic way to get into the game. If you haven't checked them out, please absolutely do so. I've made so many great friends through just the locals. Of course, loads to make at the regional championships and beyond as well. But locals, a fantastic place to start.
Yeah, and it's also, what's really cool is you make these friends at locals, and then you see them at regionals, and you're just helping each other build up your skills as a player. And if you want to know how you can get to locals, what events are near you, there are QR codes. If you come visit the website for Pokemon and scan in this QR code, you'll be able to find your nearest locals and then hopefully participate in those and build up your skills as a player.
Yeah, you can find a load of them. Like we mentioned, we can speak for the UK at least, but there are consistently tournaments every single weekend. I'm sure that is going to be the case for a lot of the other countries as well. So wherever you are in the world, you can find your local tournaments. Get into the game for sure. It's a great time to be able to get in. There's so many resources available. So many people are joining the game for the first time that you can get to meet. So yeah, I don't think there's a more perfect time to be able to get into the game and start to go to your first locals.
And it's so fun as well, meeting other players and facing just very wacky teams. Because the last time I faced a Choice Scarf Charizard with solar power. But that's enough about us. Our interview is ready, and I'm sure everyone wants to hear from Davide himself, piloting that match to perfection. So let's go to the interview and hear from Davide.
From locals all the way back to the regional championships here in Gdansk. We are here, of course, with Davide Miraglia, the winner from round 3 here in Gdansk. That was a pretty hard match that you just played against Alexander. Tell us how you're feeling right now to have won that and managed to make it all the way through.
I feel good, and Alexander is also a nice guy. We played in Gdansk the other year also, so it's always nice to play with him. I feel good because it was not easy. As I said before, I needed to think a lot of what to do, counting turns and everything, but I think I played well, so I'm happy.
And last year, when you played Alexander, what was the result?
I won.
You won? 2-0.
I won.
Okay, so next year we can have the best of 5.
Exactly. Let's see.
Let's see. Now, okay, it was a hard match. We've talked about that a little bit already. But, I mean, really it came down to a lot of difficulty came from turn 1.
Yeah.
Especially in game 1 where your Ninetales went straight to sleep.
Disastrous, yes.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that moment.
Yeah, because I in that turn, I clicked the Icy Wind that it would have allowed me to break the sash on Sneasler and also to put the Aurora Veil the consequent turn. And with that slip and basically losing Ninetales for nothing, just it catch the attention of Sneasler the turn after. I was hoping that he would have wake up the turn 1 because Gholdengo, switching Gholdengo would have, it was a good switch, a free switch more or less. Yep. He didn't wake up, so it was a disastrous turn. But I managed with a couple of follow me protects and good Terra's nasty plot to reposition well.
And that nasty plot was something that really carried you across the whole game.
Yeah.
Is that especially game 2 as well? You traded a bit of damage on the Ursaluna for getting knocked out turn 1 as well, but you really stuck to that Gholdengo. Was that the Pokemon that you really thought was your win condition throughout the whole set?
I wanted to get rid of Primarina because it was the only one that, you have to play mind games because he had AIDS also, so you had to play mind games. Citrus Berry is bulky. If I put Gholdengo in a good position, he wins not alone because he needs the support, especially with Magmar, but he's in a good position. As I was saying also other tournaments before against King Gambit, if you have a good redirection, nasty plot, and you can beat King Gambit with Gholdengo. That it sounds crazy, but make it rain like this.
But it is. I mean, and you won Dortmund using Clefable, which was really not very much used at the time. And that's obviously a great King Gambit answer. You've changed that up a little bit now to a Flame Body Magmar. Most people are running Vital Spirit. Is the Flame Body partly for King Gambit, or is there a few other things going on there as well?
We figured it out. First of all, I wanted to a quick shout out because the team is not mine. The team is from my friend Gianmaria Edkin, and he worked for this team also for the Lille tournament with Francesco Pardini, a guy from my team. And so we figured it out basically that having 2 immunities on Spore, with Gholdengo and safety Golgos and Nilep. Also, we have the Terra Grass that is useful for other matchups. We could have run, Flame Body. Also, Flame Body is nice because it scares people. If you touch Magmar, there is this 30% chance, and this is a mind game.
Sneasler, please.
Exactly. And it's a word of status. Who gets the status first?
Magmar goes to sleep, Sneasler gets burnt, everyone's unhappy.
Exactly.
It makes a lot of sense.
It scares people. So you have to watch out on with this Magmar, yes.
Yeah, it's a really nice tech to be able to have on your team, and obviously there's a few other switch ups from there. Do you feel like the game has moved on too much for, say, the team that you won with Dortmund to be as effective now?
I think that what I used in Dortmund is still good because Annihilate and Gholdengo plus Redirection are good. That was what I'm using now also. but I think that a solid plan there are the screens now around, so you struggle a little bit against that composition. So having Ninetales plus Annihilate and Gholdengo, that is what I was also testing for Dortmund. I didn't take it, but I was testing for Dortmund. Now Ninetales is also good because Garchomp, Dragonite, he has really a lot of good matchups, so it's quite strong. And then the team around.
Yeah, I mean, it's just having that nice coverage and the ability to be defensive. And of course, you showed off why Encore is such a good move as well. On
you always
Ninetales.
want 5 moves on Ninetales, but Encore, if you have someone like Gholdengo that can set up, it puts you straight away in a good position because you anchor the opponent in a move he doesn't want. He cannot reposition because I nasty plot, and then that's the
and of course, well, I mean, it showed when you encored the Gambit into the Kowtow Cleave, and then...
Or the Primarina on Hyper Voice, and I Dragon Terra.
Exactly. Perfect way to do that. And let's just zoom out a little bit to the rest of the season. Now, you've already got your invitation to the World Championships. So congratulations again for that. But what are your goals for this tournament and for the rest of the season? Are you sort of trying to get yourself trained up for playing at Worlds?
Yes, I just want to have fun, and I want to try, to do as much as I can in this season without stressing too much. I mean, so I planned some tournaments at the beginning of the year, so I will do those tournaments. And then I will try to do my best. I try to think every tournament as a single one, So I plan, I play, I am having fun with friends, and that's it. And we will see then in the World Championship how it goes.
It's great advice for trainers at home. Just win your first regional, and then you can chill out for the rest of the season. There you go. You've heard it.
That's
from
basically what everyone is telling me. Yes.
No, well, I mean, somebody's got to do it. But Davide, thank you so much. Before we wrap things up here, do you have any shout-outs for people at home that have helped you along?
Yes, of course. Always my girlfriend, Paulina, that is home in these days, but she always supports me, as I say every single time, but because it's true. All of my friends, Edkin, Lucy, Dade, everyone that helped me with this team, and all of my friends that supports me, play with me, and they have fun with me.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of the people, of course, that have helped Davide along a previous regional championship here, showing that they mean business in Gdansk as well. We're going to be going to a short break, trainers, but stay tuned. We'll be back with round 4 here in the Gdansk Regional Championships.
My name is Rajan Ball, and I'm from Washington, D.C. The World Championships were in Washington, D.C. in 2014. So I wasn't competing then, but I participated, and after that I was hooked. I saw some of the friends that I'd known online. It was right in my backyard. I took the metro there. I did go to the 2015 World Championships in Boston. That was my first actual tournament. And my friend Nick Navarre and we both top cut that tournament. And then I just remember thinking, man, this game is really, really easy. It's not that easy. I've come to find out.
He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
The times in the tournaments I've done the most poorly have been when I felt tepid, when I was playing scared. I have never again watched the stream set of my previous finals experience. I started tunnel visioning on the win. I was thinking, I'm so close. But unfortunately, that compromised the quality of my play. I started to really think about stream being man, I lost my mojo then. It's just been downhill from here. And this time, each stream set, each round today was just win. I was competing pretty actively as a full-time lawyer. And I just wasn't sure I could justify continuing. Folks are prepping more, they're playing better, they're just smarter, they're better players now. But if I quit, I wouldn't have as many lifelong friendships as I do. This weekend especially, I didn't mind falling on my feet. I didn't mind messing up something because I was playing to win. I was not playing to not lose. Identifying the things that are costing you games. Lean in on what you're good at and then bring everything up to the extent that you can. It's been my goal for a very long time to win a regional championship. I mean, I'm over the moon.
Rajan Ball, he's made it to the finals, and now he's claimed his first regional championship victory.
I had high expectations going into this tournament. The prep was coming together very well. I mean, the weekend could not have gone any better. I went 9-0 day one, won the tournament day two. I've been wanting this for a long, long time, so this just feels really good.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournament's a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. Fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Well, we're back from our deep sea dive here at the Gdansk Regional Championships, known for its maritime history. Ben, what water Pokemon did you see along the way?
Oh, I saw a Primarina, actually, just like in the last round.
Yeah.
Piloted by Alex. And actually, it's a Pokemon that we've not seen too much coming into these sort of later stages of Regulation Set H. It was nice to kind of see it back on the back on the big screen.
I'll tell you what I saw, Ben.
What did you see?
Binnacle.
Binnacle.
Saw a binnacle.
Yeah.
Haven't seen too many of those, and I'd love to see a bit more binnacle action again. But it makes total sense for Gdansk to have such maritime history. It's also famed for the Neptune Fountain, the Roman god of the oceans. Absolutely beautiful landmark here, and we're certainly leaning in here on the desk. Look at this little ship in a bottle. Beautiful. Some of the treasures that we've unearthed. Got an Omanyte there.
Yeah.
That was extinct, but no. Exactly, yeah. Got a Feebas, of course. That's what it's aspiring to be right there. Got this lovely melodic here. And how can you resist that cheeky grin from the April?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's not quite maritime, so to speak,
No.
but it's capturing the feel. I think it's one of those Pokemon that would really love the beach, don't you? Just, chucking around a ball, beach ball, playing.
Yeah. With
playing
its
a few
tail
things.
hand thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would fit in very, very well.
Yeah. Are you a beach person or a forest person?
Probably a forest. Yeah. I grew up near the beach, actually. Did spend quite a lot of time on the beach, but the sand just gets everywhere.
It does. Yeah, I do like the feeling of sand underneath bare feet. It's very pleasant.
Yeah, it's nice.
I think I am torn on that one. I love the ocean. I think the ocean's absolutely mesmerising.
I tell you what's really nice is being somewhere in Europe with a warm sea, and you can sort of go out there, and it's not in the UK. It's a little bit nippy, to say the least.
It's a bit of potluck, isn't it? Which one are you going to get? But anyway, very appropriate in that previous round. See Davide Moralia coming out on top. Seeing the Ninetales with Encore as well. I mean, is it going to be an Encore for Davide this weekend, going all the way once more?
Certainly could be. He's definitely on form. And he was telling me in the interview that he's, really just trying to take one tournament at a time, have a little bit of fun. I mean, he's punched his ticket to Worlds already. And he's playing some tournaments that he had already planned at the start of the season, but he doesn't have to worry about it, he doesn't have to stress about it. He can come and just play some good Pokemon and get himself trained up for Worlds.
Yeah, well, speaking of getting trained up for Worlds, how's everyone doing in the venue right now? We're at Swiss round 4 here, and let's see the trainers that have had a really good start to the day. Still, so many things could change at this point, but out there in front, Pietro Cottopassi, fantastic, congratulations to them. Victor Medina here again, going for that championship, this time the finalist in Lille. Spanish player of such incredible standing. Lille was the first finals that they had ever reached. And this team, a little bit of a switch up from what they were running before. They used to have the Alolan Ninetales, Double Dragon with Garchomp and Dragonite as well. Still got the Dragonite here, but it's going to be Volcarona instead.
And still got the King Gambit as well. And I think that's one of the things that, it really is using those consistent, solid Pokemon. But Victor having a little bit of a rethink now is like, well, okay, this sort of Double Dragon team has found its favor. There's some other balance cores like the ones Michal Kelsch has been running that we saw in the last round, piloted by Alexander. As like, well, Volcarona and Rillaboom tend to be one of the stronger picks into those sort of compositions, trying to take those balance cores and really turn the matchup on its head and be able to have a good time into those sort of teams. So, when you're good enough to be able to pilot those balance teams and beat the teams that are really struggling, and then you use one of those kind of slightly more anti-meta picks, it can be really dangerous. And, Victor 3-0 there right now.
Yeah, you've got to be able to practice with all kinds of teams, I think. Even if it's not one that you plan to use yourself in a tournament, just useful to know the tricks that it has up its sleeves for when you go up against it. And also, of course, we had Duran Garcia there at a 3-0 record. And a shout out to Kilian Duquesne as well, a trainer who had a fantastic season in the previous one as well. So those are the standings. What about the matches that are going on right now in the venue? Just a little sliver of the action happening now. There are obviously so many trainers here this weekend, but this is what we're going to be featuring for you all. This is going to be fascinating. Okay, Simone Sanvito, Lille regional champion from the previous season, versus Nikolai Hodge-Nielsen. Ben, these are titans of the game.
Yeah, it really is. Nice to see Simone back on form as well. came in, got to the finals and won some regional championships then in 2023, and then sort of didn't quite have the results that maybe they were hoping for in a few tournaments after that. So nice to see them coming back and being very, very strong. But of course, other notable matches here. Luca versus Mikhail there as well. We've got Oliver versus another Mikhail, not to be mistaken, of course. Completely different teams there going on. I'm really liking Oliver piloting that Vivian as well.
Vivian, a Pokemon that offers fast and accurate sleep powders. That is certainly something to aspire to, something that many, many Pokemon would love to be able to do. Call out to Philip's team there as well with Sinistra. Have screen set up from Grimmsnarl. You can switch in the Sinistra for Hospitality Recovery. If indeed it is running that ability, it could be heat-proof, so it could take Fire-type moves a little bit better. But in terms of Nikolai's team, Indeedee Male there. Now, Indeedee Female is by far the Pokemon that we've seen more commonly in that pairing in previous formats. But Indeedee Male finding a niche in Regulation Set H as a Pokemon that can set that psychic terrain and also has the ability to use Expanding Force. And it hits a little bit harder than Indeedee Female as well.
Especially, yeah, because it has the Expanding Force where Indeedee Female doesn't have access to it. And I like the switch up from Nikolai here, going for Dondozo Tatsugiri. And I think this is the thing that we're seeing quite a lot so far, is that players that have found success with certain team compositions have made adaptations, have made adjustments. Those little changes like, oh, well, before I wasn't piloting Dondozo Tatsugiri in this archetype, but you do a little bit of playing, you do a little bit of testing afterwards, is like, hey, maybe I can just switch things up a little bit, keep the sort of core construct of the team going, but actually have a slightly different mode based on what's going on in the format at the point in time.
Yeah, Dondozo Tatsugiri, I mean, we saw in our very first round that we streamed today, it was just the solo Dondozo, but to be able to bring that back, and you've got to have a lot of practice with that archetype. I know that Chopper Cross over in the NA scene fancies himself as the best Dondozo player. I mean, remains to be seen. But when you switch that Tatsugiri in, the Dondozo's locked on the field. There's no switching out you can do, but you do get a double boost to all of your stats. But then again, you've got lots of unaware ability Pokemon right now.
Do you know, I had a locals the other day that I played where one of the players playing was using Dondozo Tatsugiri, but a slight blast from the past from an EUIC of a previous season with a Surf Dondozo. It had a Life Orb, it had Wave Crash, it had Surf, and it was just going for damage after. I played against it, and I was like, I was underestimating the damage that Surf was doing. Like, I Terra Goes by Incineroar, it did like 60%, and I was like, damn, that's yeah, quite powerful. And boosted by the rain as well. It was something definitely that you should be watching out for as well. Dondozo has such a range of utility in Regulation Set H, not just Dondozo Tatsugiri, not just Solo Dozo, but special as well. Look out for it.
Yeah, Dondozo tends to be a physical attacker. That is the distinction, by the way, trainers in Pokemon, if you are newer to the scene. You've got physical attacks and you've got special attacks. Some Pokemon have a better physical attack stat, some have a better special attack stat. Dondozo tends to run physical attacks, but can still do serious damage with special attacks. Now, talking of the Plushy metagame, Ben, this is really upscaling that right now. We've got Simone's classic Mudkip riding the Hisuian Arcanine. We saw that plenty last season. And then a giant Stunfisk on screen as well.
And also what looks like a smaller Stunfisk on top of the Stunfisk. That's like, that's dedication. I love it.
It certainly is. Nikolai, love that is their signature Pokemon. What a fantastic choice. I find it fascinating, Mudkip riding the Hisuian Arcanine, because the Hisuian Arcanine hates water and ground. And those are two types that Mudkip can do very well.
Well, I would imagine that the Arcanine is like launching the Mudkip into battle and then working. They're kind of working together, you know.
So like bucking from the off you go, kid.
No, I can see it. I can see it. And hey, the Mudkip's got a good typing into Stunfisk. So
yeah, true.
I mean, I'm gonna give the point to Nikolai here just for the dedication shit. Like, no.
Yeah.
I'm not just gonna have one Stunfisk. I'm having two.
I see your Mudkip with his Arcanine steed, and I raise you a Stunfisk with a Stunfisk steed. Yeah, that's what Nikolai's saying right now. But these traders, you know, they're no stranger to being in this position on stage, under the lights, under the eyes of everyone watching, both at home, you all at home, as well as everyone in the venue. And it's only Swiss round 4, and so if you're craving more, then it's very early on in the day. We've got plenty of matchups still to come, and I cannot wait to see both these trainers in action.
Let's talk a little bit about those trainers as well. I mean, we've got so many accomplishments to both of these trainers' names. Simone, a previous regional champion, got into the finals and was the winner of another international championships in a previous format. Nikolai, top 8 worlds finish in 2023. I mean, these trainers are top caliber, and of course Nikolai coming off a pretty strong Lille regional championships as well.
Yeah, certainly did. It's a very, very consistent trainer, and that's what it's all about. The wins will take care of themselves if you're able to have those consistent finishes. And that's it right there, Ben, the summary of all of the incredible achievements of these players. And Simone stretching back a little bit further, back to 2016 there, Rome regional champion. And is that legacy experience going to put Simone in good stead? Only time will tell.
Well, it certainly could stand him in good stead. We'll have to see how that plays out, because sometimes it's the newer players, sometimes it's the players that are, you know, found their prime almost in their playing career. It's so hard to have a long-standing career and to, you know, keep all of those things going year after year after year as these new and upcoming players like Nikolai. You can see it there, top 8 in 2023 at the World Championships, top 16 in Dortmund, getting top 4 in the Global Challenge 2 in 2024 as well, which is a completely different format, and showing the range of Nikolai's capabilities, not just being able to have these best-of-3 open team sheet, consistent successes, but also, when you can't see what your opponent's going to be using, that's a whole different skill set, and best of 1 as well. To be consistent there is very, very challenging.
Let's not forget that closed team sheet is how we used to play the game. It's so strange to cast our mind back to that time, but yeah, nowadays you can see all your opponent's held items, moves, abilities, and so on. You just can't see their training, but back in the day, you just see the 6 Pokemon team preview and have to sort of guess what sets they'd be running. You could easily catch your opponent off guard. So it's amazing to see how far we've come as a community and to see these games continue to evolve.
And it's one of those things, it's like these players have so much accuracy that they can play with, and we know the tools that they're going to be running. We can see Simone's on the field here. Golden Go, Volcarona, Dragonite, Komodo as well, Grimmsnarl and Ursaluna. And I love that Komodo pick at the moment. Clangorous Soul getting the boosts in favor of taking a little bit of HP damage, but it's also a sound-based move, so it activates Throat Spray. You've got the Overcoat there as well, so you can't get spored by Amoonguss. You can't get redirected by Rage Powder. A really strong Pokemon and a very difficult one to take down if you don't have the tools.
Yeah, and Terra Steel is so nice for getting around. It's very heavy fairy weakness here, being a dragon and fighting type. Fairly classic set on the Golden Go, but it's Terra Grass Volcarona with Giga Drain, so that's going to be boosting up the power of that grass type move if it does go for that terrestrialization option. Multi-scale, the most common ability right now on Dragonite with Scale Shot. Now these multi-strike moves, really, really useful in Regulation Set H to break focus sashes, deal a huge amount of damage, and you've got to be careful about Grimmsnarl with the Thunder Wave too.
Thunder Wave is such a good tool for being able to slow your opponent down, but also just introduce that little bit of variation as well. If you can't move, if your opponent can't move for some of the turns that it gets Thunder Wave, then that can really give an advantage. Nikolai, on the other hand, there it is, that Dondozo Tatsugiri combination there. Tatsugiri with its commander ability combining with Dondozo if they're on the field at the same time, and this Dondozo is looking like it's one of the more fast and offensive variants of that Pokemon, as opposed to those solo Dozo that we've already seen today, running those a little bit more slower and sort of grindier sets.
Yeah, and it's the curly form of Tatsugiri. That means that it will give Dondozo a boost to its attack stat whenever it uses the move Order Up. So Simone needs to be careful about that. Whenever I see a Dondozo, the first thing I look at is the Terra type. Now this one is going to be Grass. That will make it resist opposing Grass type moves, whereas once it would take super effective damage. But then, you know, Indeedee there with Helping Hand too to boost up the power of a move that its teammate uses. It's no fake out on the Sneasler. Terra Dart with Throat Chop to boost up the power there. And now Dual Wing Beat on Talonflame, another great way of getting around Focus Sashes, as well as Will-O-Wisp to mitigate the opposing Pokemon's physical damage output.
And the last thing that we have to call out is the Ursaluna. We've seen a lot of Assault Vest Ursaluna. That seems to be the item of choice for the trainers to opt for at the moment. But Nikolai sticking to the old tried and tested Terra Normal and the Life Orb, so where we've seen Ursaluna maybe not quite pick up the KOs or not quite get there. Well, if anything, this Ursaluna is going to get there at a little bit more.
Yeah, it certainly will. At the expense of a little bit of HP at the end of each turn. But, you know, as long as you're dealing out the damage that you need, maybe you don't mind that too much. And it's interesting to see that it is Simone running the Assault Vest variant too, seeing how these two will match up into each other. Screens coming out from the Grimmsnarl, boosting the physical and special defense of all Pokemon on the field. And those screens will be around for 8 turns, thanks to the light clay held item there. So if Nikolai wants to go for that offense immediately, has to be careful trying to whittle away the damage he needs to through those screens.
One thing, though, that Simone doesn't really have a lot of tools, or has one very important tool for, actually, I'm going to correct myself there, is the Dragonite with its haze. That's going to make Dondozo so much harder to be able to take in this game. Let's see if it comes. Indeedy, Ursaluna Blood Moon
versus Grimmsnarl and Dragonite. So Grimmsnarl already there to set up those lovely screens, and let's hope that they remain clear for the Dragonite to see through. And that's the Psychic Train being set up by the Indeedee here as well. Now Grimmsnarl would take no damage from that being a part Dark-type Pokemon, but Dragonite would take a good chunk, but it does have its multi-scale intact.
And you can't even Terra Ghost to like try and avoid some Hyper Voice damage because of Ursaluna's Mind-Eye ability here. So it does seem that Nikolai has got the better end of the lead matchup. Yes, Simone can go for a light screen. Yes, he's able to sort of reduce the damage, but that damage is going to come on thick and fast, especially with that Life Orb on the Ursaluna. And it's really the Dragonite that's going to be doing a lot of the damage in this particular matchup. If Nikolai is able to dispatch the Dragonite quite early, it does open up the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination if that's what Nikolai has in the back.
Well, Dragonite for Simone is going to be replaced by Golden Go here. So taking both the normal and Psychic type moves so much better than the Dragonite would have been able to. Already time to get Sparkly for this Ursaluna, going for its Terra Normal. This is a classic Terra type we see on Ursaluna, boosting up the power even further of its normal type moves. Nikolai just stepping on the gas immediately, trying to get rid of the Grimmsnarl before it can set up another screen. Light screen there, mitigating the damage of special moves.
Well, there is the Expanding Force coming from the Indeedee. Doesn't affect Grimmsnarl, of course, with its Dark typing, but does do a nice little bit of chip damage. But it's a Blood Moon coming out from this Ursaluna, and it's into the Golden Go.
Okay, big call now from that really worked out pretty well for Simone here. Nikolai really targeting down the Dragonite, breaking the multi-scale, then hoping to follow up with massive damage. But as it is, Golden Go takes those attacks really comfortably.
And yeah, I mean, it's sitting in range definitely of taking an Earth Power and being knocked out. Might be irrespective of if this Golden Go does go for its Terra Water, but naturally you don't really want to go for a Terra Water in front of a Terra Normal Ursaluna because those Hyper Voices are going to be doing a lot more damage. And of course, Indeedee is still chipping away there. I mean, it's kind of probably content to keep on going for Expanding Forces, even if it's not going to be going for damage onto the Grimmsnarl, just to whittle down the health of Simone's team. But with that light screen up now, the Grimmsnarl can start to go on the offensive.
Well, Talonflame certainly wants to go on the offensive here. It's Pokemon with really big damage output from its fire and flying type moves. Ursaluna is just going to protect for Talonflame to hopefully get in as safely as it can, make it rain unboosted by any nasty plots as of yet. Going to be resisted by Talonflame, but crucially break its Gale Wings ability. I say resisted, but that's still really good damage. Solid. So now Gale Wings is broken. It cannot use flying type moves with priority.
Nice adaptation with the Spirit Break going into the Ursaluna, but Nikolai protecting it very, very well. That would have dropped the special attack on the Ursaluna, so further reducing the damage that it takes, but it's a really nice switch in here for the Talonflame, being able to get up Tailwind this turn, but also still at the sidelines pressure some damage onto the Golden Go, potentially a knockout with a Flare Blitz. Talonflame doesn't need its Gale Wings in this spot to be able to be the fastest Pokemon in the field. It just is the fastest Pokemon in the field. And now Simone's got to make a choice about how to adapt to this particular position. Does the Talonflame just go for a Tailwind, get things set up, and the Ursaluna tries to take a knockout? Or does the Talonflame just go on the offensive, take a knockout, and Ursaluna maybe has the opportunity to switch out or reposition itself for a little bit later on?
Well, Grimmsnarl is going to be keeping the Golden Go safer from the physical moves, especially the flying type moves that could come out from Talonflame. But no, just the Tailwind giving the speed boost over on Nikolai's side. And it's time for Ursaluna to go a little bit fast now. Earth Power super effective down into Simone's Golden Go. All of that money just melting down into the ground.
And yeah, it could have been a Dragonite switch in there, but Simone opting to just stick on the field and try to get that damage with the Golden Go. It's already launched out to make it rain, so it was a little bit weaker. Maybe Simone thinking, well, hang on a second, if my Golden Go goes down this turn, I get an opportunity to get something that is going to do a little bit more damage in that Ursaluna Blood Moon. And yeah, okay, it's not Life Orb, it's not the Terra Normal set that we see on the other side of the board, but it is still got that Blood Moon and the ability to put a lot of damage onto Nikolai's side of the field. There's no light screen over there, there's no way to reduce that damage further, and Ursaluna's such a bulky Pokemon. It's able to dish out a lot of damage, but also take a lot of hits as well.
Well, especially holding the Assault Vest, it's not a Pokemon so known for its special defensive capabilities, so Simone's does have the edge in that regard. Ursaluna over on Nikolai's side, actually just going to protect here. Simone, of course, still has that terrestrialization remaining. Flare Blitz connecting down into the Ursaluna here. A little bit of recoil to boot onto the Talonflame, and now Hyper Voice will connect down into Nikolai's own Talonflame. We know that it's not as powerful as Nikolai's holding the Life Orb, but easily enough on the fairly frail Firebird.
Good try, Talonflame. You did your best. You got a little bit of damage on the board, but I think most importantly in this spot, we've confirmed now that Dondozo Tatsugiri isn't in the back for Nikolai.
Yeah.
And so that's not going to be a threat that Simone has to be worried about. And equally, getting the Talonflame gone from the field when you have Light Screen and Reflect on the board, it's very easy to get through the next couple of turns of Tailwind, and then the speed priorities do shift back in probably Simone's favor overall. I mean, that indeed is going to be faster than quite a lot of the Pokemon that Simone has back because it's carrying the Focus Sash, so it's going to be trained to be speedy. But if you can get to an end game where there's Grimmsnarl against the Indeedee, well, it's not going to be able to do the damage that it needs to, and I think that's something that Simone is going to be thinking about, how they can maneuver themselves into a position to take advantage of. That was a very long sentence, but take advantage of.
Maneuvering, speaking of that, Sneasler careering now onto the field here, and with the Unburden ability, the Psychic Seed consumed, boosting its special defense, but thanks to Unburden, also giving it a boost to its speed as well. So Sneasler now very, very speedy and just a little bit bulkier, and that is crucial for this Pokemon that really is pretty frail. Threatening down super effective damage onto the Grimmsnarl here through the screens, and indeed the Ursaluna too. And it's now time for Simone, in the thread of that, to go for that terrestrialization. Responding with his own Ursaluna right now, but it's the Terra Poison. Really interesting choice of Terra on this Ursaluna. That means it's going to resist fighting type moves now instead of taking super effective damage. It can also no longer be poisoned by Diaclaw.
But it can be Earth powered now for super effective damage. You can see there that the close combat really didn't do too much. Poison Touch also wouldn't be effective in that scenario as well because it's now a poison type. No Earth power, just a Blood Moon, but the Blood Moon's enough.
The Blood Moon is enough, despite Simone's Ursaluna holding the Assault Vest there. So using the terrestrialization just for the one turn that the Ursaluna was around.
And yeah, not getting any value out of that whatsoever there. Just seeing how powerful the Life Orb and Terra Normal combination is. Spirit Break does go into the Ursaluna, but with 3 Pokemon still on the field, that Ursaluna can get switched back out again and reset its stats. So a really good turn for Nikolai. I think Simone was expecting to be able to have the Ursaluna just get through that turn and be able to just put a little bit of damage either onto the Ursaluna, maybe try to go for a Blood Moon into that slot to knock it out, or just get some damage onto the Sneasler. Either one would have been a great prize to be able to have, but Nikolai just said, no, I've got a Life Orb, I've got Terra Normal, that's it.
Yeah, and the damage was, even through the screens, enough to claim here. At least Simone's Dragonite has its full health intact, its multi-scale is there, so it will take the first move that connects into it a little bit better than it would have done otherwise. And Dragonite supported by a Grimmsnarl. These are not the worst 2 Pokemon you'd want in this endgame scenario. So Simone, you know, back against the wall a little bit, but not too much, because Grimmsnarl can offer those Prankster Thunder Waves to try and disrupt over on Nikolai's side of the field.
Yeah, that speed control is massive now that the Indeedee is off the board. It could have come in this turn, but not even those Pokemon you don't really want to be switching out in this turn, and it is indeed the Thunder Wave that does land and connect onto the Blood Moon, slowing it down. We'll see if it gets to attack this turn with a Hyper Voice.
Yeah, Hyper Voice now spread damage into Dragonite and Grimmsnarl. Dragonite won't be taking those Hyper Voices any better than that on the successive turns, because the multi-scale is now broken. Now, Scale Shot as well is a move that boosts the speed of the Pokemon after it's used, but drops the defense. So Dragonite would slowly but surely get faster than the Sneasler even on the field. But, of course, then you're softening yourself up as well for future physical attacks coming out.
I think all eyes are now onto this Dragonite as to whether it can knock out Sneasler and Ursaluna, because the Indeedee in the back doesn't have access to any moves other than Expanding Force that do damage. And you've got to be thinking, if you're Simone, like, how do I protect my Grimmsnarl? How do I make sure that it doesn't go down in the next couple of turns? You've got a good thing going on where Tailwind is no longer on the field. That means the Thunder Waves are really doing a lot of work there. It's coming out again into the Sneasler there. But is Scale Shot enough to pick up the KO?
Well, Sneasler is paralyzed here, but it's going to be able to hit through that with the Dark Claw. Do we have a status condition? We do. It's the Poison activating on Dragonite, probably the one that you prefer to see in this scenario if you're going to get one at all. Scale Shot, I mean, just look at that damage. 3 is going to be enough for Sneasler, so Dragonite can keep more of its scales intact, and it's going to now have a speed boost too, and with Sneasler removed, be an incredibly speedy threat on the field. Had Indeedee switched in there, it would have protected the Sneasler from the Thunder Wave, thanks to the Psychic terrain blocking priority moves.
I'm wondering if there's enough power in Grimmsnarl's Spirit Break to be able to knock out this Ursaluna after a tick of Life Orb damage as well. Yeah, there we go. The Hyper Voice not quite getting there, even with a Terra Normal. Those screens have been so impactful all the way through the game. Now this Dragonite has got a speed boost. It will likely be outspeeding this Indeedee that's coming in here, so doesn't have to rely on the extreme speed to be able to do damage this turn. But there is the opportunity for Nikolai to just go for one of those cheeky double protects if it goes through the paralysis.
Yeah, Protect is a move that gets less likely to work the more times it is used in succession here. So really interesting endgame we've got ourselves here. Dragonite's, of course, on a timer thanks to the poison damage that it's racking up and up, but hoping to get a good amount of damage in from its Scale Shot. Now it's speedier as well.
A question is, where do you target in this slot? I think you target into the Ursaluna if you're Simone. Try to knock the Pokemon out that isn't as likely to go for a Protect. You want that Indeedee in the end game, and its Protecting is going to be in the end game one way or the other, but Ursaluna does indeed get its Protect going.
Yeah, so this is going to stall out a tick of poison damage onto the Dragonite at the end of this turn. Gives Nikolai some information as to what Simone was thinking in that prior one and how it might go. But of course, on the successive turn, Simone now has the luxury of knowing that neither of these Pokemon are likely to protect, given it's more likely to fail at the more times you use it in succession. And with just 5 HP remaining, yes, that Dragonite, unfortunately, is going to be felled to the poison.
I'm wondering here, I can't actually think that we've seen if we have seen it, I haven't noticed the interaction. Oh yeah, the Ursaluna is paralyzed. Right, so, Trick Room. That's the only thing that this Indeedee can go for that would be able to give Nikolai a little bit more of a window into this game. If the Spirit Break doesn't get the KO onto this Ursaluna, and or the Blood Moon doesn't pick up the knockout this turn as well, it's going to be a really difficult position. There's the double protect coming out from the Ursaluna.
Oh, wow, double protect. So Nikolai did indeed go for it. And now, so Indeedee is going to be able to set up this trick room here, if that is the move that was locked into, and it certainly was. So it gives Ursaluna a little bit of an opportunity to get back into this for Nikolai, because as you say, Ben, yes, that Grimmsnarl completely immune to damage coming out from Indeedee.
And whether or not the Ursaluna will be able to move this turn, and now with the light screen gone, and with the helping hand coming out, this will be the deciding turn here. Blood Moon coming out from the Ursaluna, and yeah, I think safe to say that's going to pick up the knockout on the Grimmsnarl.
Certainly will. Wow, that really could have gone either way, couldn't it? But yes, Nikolai getting that double protect off, absolutely massive. And sometimes, well, you certainly got to play to your outs, and sometimes that's just what it takes. You just got to have the resolve to know this is my only win condition. It's not likely to work, but at least it gives me some chance as opposed to zero.
And it's a really difficult game to be playing. I mean, you saw how effective that Ursaluna was on Nikolai's side of the field, being able to knock out with Blood Moon the Ursaluna on Simone's side with a Blood Moon itself. That's really big damage. It's not damage that we see Ursaluna really go for in this format quite as much because of the Assault Vest picking up so much popularity. And he was able to just pilot that all the way through the game. It sort of came onto the field and stuck there all game. I think that's something that maybe Simone's going to be thinking about adjusting for game 2. Find a way to knock out that Ursaluna just that little bit quicker.
Yeah, certainly would. I mean, my eyes are on that combo up, and I just want to see it. I don't know if it's the right thing to bring here, but with the clangorous soul and the clang scales and with the throw spray, it would be so cool to see. But yeah, as you say, especially with the threat of the Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back there too. I mean, well played to Simone, of course, even though there's a big 1 next to Nikolai's name there. It really could have gone either way in the end. And so Simone just, I mean, it came down to that double protect, really. So getting rid of the Ursaluna, and then if you're Nikolai, being wary of having just an Ndidi in the endgame against a Grimmsnarl that is, of course, part Dark type, taking no damage from expanding force.
One of the mind games that these trainers have got to play is like, do I bring Dondozo or don't I bring Dondozo? And equally, does my opponent do the same thing? And, you know, for Simone's side of the field, like, it does look like it's quite good. If you are able to knock out that Dragonite early, then it would be quite a good Pokemon. I mean, it ignores all of the boosts of the Komodo. It ignores the boost of the Volcarona, ignores the boost of the Golden Go on Simone's team. It does look like it's quite good if you can remove that haze from the Dragonite and get it all set up. And I think that's definitely something that's got to be going through these players' mind going into game 2. Or if we go to a game 3, potentially game 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, all bets are off. It could go either way in this game as well, trainers, of course, because Simone Sanvito and Hodge Nielsen, they are incredible trainers, and cannot wait to see the talent that they will display in this second game. Are we going to have a switch-up? Well, Talonflame, Ursaluna hitting the field for Nikolai, and Grimmsnarl and Dragonite coming out for Simone.
Dragonite respecting that Dondozo pairing, but we're seeing here the fast and offensive Tailwind and Ursaluna with the Life Orb coming onto the field first. And I really like that from Nikolai. It's like, well, this worked for me after game 2, but I had to bring the Talonflame into a Make It Rain to be able to get in that spot. Why don't I just do it turn 1 and really get myself going while Simone has to sort of spend time getting the light screen up, spend time trying to fund away things and spirit break things, etc. I can just put some damage on the board early and really try to carry that through all the way through the mid-game and the end game.
Well, we're currently in the early game still, and Dragonite is going to swoop off the field right now. Simone bringing in his own Ursaluna instead. This is the Ursaluna holding the Assault Vest, more specially bulky. Already time to terrestrialize in this game 2 between Simone and Nikolai trainers. Once more, going to be the Ursaluna for Nikolai, going for his Terra Normal. It worked so well in that first game. Why not go for it again? You do have the Grimmsnarl, though, that's able to mitigate the damage with those screens.
And light screen coming out from Grimmsnarl, definitely the wise choice against a physical attacker or a special attacker. I think the special attacker is the one that's going to be doing more. Will-O-Wisp coming out from the Talonflame, no need to increase the speed. Let's just make sure that Dragonite, or try to make sure that Dragonite isn't doing as much damage. And a follow-up with a Hyper Voice from Ursaluna. Oh. Look at that, critical hit on the Grimmsnarl, that's massive.
Critical hit, that's going to hit right through the light screen there, so ignoring the bolstering to defense that move can provide. So Grimmsnarl not going to be around for too much longer in this game, and down to Simone to decide whether to get up another screen that reflects in the face of the physical attacking Talonflame. It's not going to be able, probably, to dish out as many Thunder Waves as it did in the previous game. That critical hit could be huge.
And the question is now is whether or not the Ursaluna on Nikolai's side of the field can maybe take an attack from Blood Moon Ursaluna on Simone's side of the field. If there's a Tailwind going up from Nikolai, well, it can be countered by the Thunder Wave on Grimmsnarl because it's also priority attack. So you can't protect yourself while setting up the Tailwind, and it means that your Ursaluna on Nikolai's side of the field is going to potentially have to take an attack.
Grimmsnarl going to dodge the dual wing beat there, so it is going to be sticking around for another turn. But then Ursaluna is going to dodge the Thunder Wave there. So Blood Moon is able to go off from this Ursaluna. The RNG balances itself out, trainers, as Blood Moon now connects down into Simone's Ursaluna there. Enough for the knockout here, and Nikolai taking a really early advantage.
Well, I mean, yeah, Nikolai played that really, really well, still having the Gale Wings intact. A priority dual wing beat after the critical hit on the Grimmsnarl does take it in range of the priority attack, which blocks the priority attack, and you've got to be confident there, if you're Nikolai, that your Ursaluna is trained to be a little bit speedier. You can kind of see it, right? The Ursaluna wants to be in Tailwind. That's the way that Nikolai is playing this particular composition. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. And, yeah, the dual wing beat missing does give the Grimmsnarl the opportunity to go for it, but didn't come through, unfortunately, for Simone. So, but I do want to give props to how Nikolai played that. It was definitely the right move to pick in that scenario.
Dual wing beat, and with Gale wings, you're going to be moving first with your flying type moves as long as you're at full HP. Thunderwave paralyzing this Talonflame right now. Still at full HP though. Will it be able to act on it this coming turn? Well, Scale Shot, is that going to be another miss? Oh. It is onto Nikolai's Ursaluna here. These Pokemon need to get their glasses on as Hyper Voice boosted by the Terra Normal and the Life Orb. Grimmstyle, of course, going to go down to that. Dragonite now has its multi-scale broken as well. So you've got two Pokemon facing each other from either side of the field, both of which have abilities that rely on full HP. Will-O-Wisp connecting into the Dragonite. Simone is not having a brilliant day at the office right now.
Not what you want to see in a game 2 when you haven't been able to convert game 1. Yeah, that's crippling, I would say, for Simone, just not being able to get that damage out onto the field. Gholdengo's going to have to do a lot of work in this scenario, but there is the opportunity for that Talonflame to go for a Tailwind if it doesn't get targeted down by the Gholdengo. But it's really difficult with the Gholdengo to target down the Talonflame. It's paralyzed. Maybe you can pick up the knockout, but you've got to do that in front of the Terra Normal Ursaluna. Yeah. And that's not the easiest thing to do, just hard commit to that Ursaluna that is going on the defensive, going for the Protect, while the Talonflame maybe tries to set up a Tailwind. Well, yeah, really difficult to prioritize the thing that doesn't do damage over the thing that does.
Yeah, ultimately it is a game of claiming knockouts, but Gholdengo is not going to heed that advice one bit. It is just going to go for the Protect here. And Talonflame does get that full paralysis. Okay. Potentially a little bit of an opening here for Simone. Despite the burned Dragonite, you can see the dividends that burn pays. Scale Shot not doing much damage at all into the Ursaluna. Is going to reduce its defense and boost its speed at the end of this move.
Which, you know, it does give it the opportunity to maybe outspeed Talonflame, depending on how this Dragonite has been trained. But Ursaluna's going to be able to get a big attack off. Going to ping off Gholdengo's Protect right here and not do any damage. So Simone is getting an opportunity to really come back into this game. I think that Scale Shot was the key, but the Talonflame still has full HP. It still has its Gale Wings intact. If it's able to break through that paralysis, it is a guaranteed Tailwind.
That could be a guaranteed Tailwind and potentially guaranteed super effective damage onto the Gholdengo over on Simone's side of the field. Taking his time to determine what to lock into here. Still got the Terrestrialization option available as well, so could Terrestrialize that Gholdengo away from its Fire-type weakness.
And that would be pretty nice, especially in terms of being able to take away the Ground-type weakness from the Ursaluna as well. But sometimes you've just got to stand in the face of it and think, well, my opponent's probably going to go for a normal-type move, but not this time. It is the Earth Power, but Light Screen is enough to make the Gholdengo hang on.
Yeah, with 3 HP, no less. And the Talonflame looks like even with a 5 hit, is going to be able to hang on through the Scale Shot thanks to the burn onto the Dragonite here. So Gholdengo is going to have one last hurrah here, able to get off one attack on that 3 HP. But then the next turn, surely it is going down, unless it's not targeted into, of course. But there comes that another speed boost onto the Dragonite. Make it rain here. Not going to be enough to claim the knockout onto Talonflame.
But is enough to pick up the knockout on the Ursaluna. That is a big piece of the puzzle, down and out. But because Nikolai was able to get the Tailwind up, it's unlikely that these boosts to speed that the Dragonite has been able to accrue over the last couple of Scale Shots aren't going to make as much of a difference as Simone would like. If the Indeedee is in the back, that stops the Dragonite going for an extreme speed into that slot. And Expanding Force is probably enough to pick up the Gholdengo, even with another couple of ticks of leftovers recovery. We've got 2 more turns of Tailwinds left on Nikolai's side of the field to take advantage of, partly because the paralysis came out from the Talonflame when it tried to set it up the first time round, and then it was kind of delayed. So now we're in a situation where Nikolai has a couple or one more turn of Tailwind than maybe he would have otherwise, and that actually could be the difference in this scenario as to whether Simone has an opportunity to get through Tailwind and make his way back into this game. It is looking like Nikolai is going to make it all the way here.
Yeah, when paralysis on your opponent actually benefits them instead of you. Well, this Gholdengo hanging on by a thread right now. It doesn't have too much spare change, but is it going to be enough to deal out some kind of damage in this game? Well, with the Tailwind up on Nikolai's side of the field, pretty unlikely, and so Gholdengo does indeed keep itself safe.
and yeah, stopping the Expanding Force from picking it up, just going for every out that it has, getting that leftovers recovery on the Golden Go. The Expanding Force, not enough to pick up the KO on the Dragonite. This is actually pretty big because the Scale Shot is going to put it so it is going to be faster than the Indeedee. If the Talonflame here isn't able to move because of the paralysis, Dragonite looks like it's got enough health left over to be able to take another turn, or another few turns, in fact, and the Scale Shot is doing pretty respectable damage. There it is.
Okay, Talonflame fully paralyzed there.
I think this is the opening that Simone needs.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I mean, Dragonite now very speedy indeed, can snipe off one of these Pokemon before it gets to move. And okay, well, this is a lesson in, and we were saying a masterclass between these two titans of the scene in playing to your outs. The Dragonite's on a timer here, but seems to have been able to hang around on the field for just enough time to try and claw this back for Simone.
If the Dragonite is able to knock out the Indeedee this turn, if the Talonflame isn't able to act and go for a dual wing beat, and it's able to connect, of course, onto the Dragonite, I think this probably locks it up for Nikolai. But if the Talonflame isn't able to move yet again, and this is where the Strength Thunder Wave really does come in. Now, most of the time you're using it for the speed control, but when it doesn't quite go your way, you're also using it for the chance of a little bit of extra in your favor.
And a double protect coming out from Simone's Golden Go to boot. So playing Nikolai at his own game with the Ursaluna in the previous game there. So all of a sudden the tables have switched. The Indeedee is off the field, and it's now Simone. Both Pokemon on very low HP indeed, but potentially just enough here as the Talonflame can go for its Flare Blitz, and it is enough to pick up the knockout onto the Dragonite.
Wow, okay. Wow. Yeah, that was the thing that Nikolai was needed. If I was Nikolai right now, my heart would be in my mouth, waiting to see if that Talonflame was able to act. Of course, there is one Pokemon left in the back for Nikolai. We'll have to see now. It is the Sneasler. And let's just double check what this Sneasler has. Yes, it does have the Psychic Seed, it does have Unburden, and it does have Throat Chop. If this Sneasler didn't have Throat Chop, it wouldn't be able to target down the Golden Go this turn. One more Protect or another Paralysis would have been enough to get through Tailwind, and then you can just make it rain and Shadow Ball all you like. But here it is, Nikolai making the choice to have Throat Chop, and he is the winner of round 4.
Well, who knew? Stunfisk riding a Stunfisk is exactly what Nikolai needed to be cheering him along on the desk there. And so well played to Simone as well. You know, that 2-0 victory belies just how well Simone was able to pilot that team and play to all the outs they possibly could. We had double protects apiece. We had, of course, the incredible VG knowledge coming out from both of these trainers. I mean, what more could you want?
Normally, Stunfisk is the one that's dishing out the paralysis as well. As maybe Nikolai had a little bit of a helping hand behind the desk there with like, how do I get through this Thunder Wave effectively? Yeah, but so well played. And yeah, congratulations to Nikolai, of course, but we have to shout out Simone in that game too for just hanging on. You said it yourself, Charlie, playing to your end games. It's an absolute masterclass. It's like, there is a way to be able to navigate most games, or at least give yourself the opportunity for something to go your way. And Simone just hanging on with that Dragonite, just scale shot after scale shot after scale shot. The paralysis was coming out on the Talonflame exactly when he needed it to, until right at the very end, of course. Yeah, it could have gone either way, technically.
I mean, with the Grimmsnarl and the critical hit that went through it on that very first turn, yeah, Grimmsnarl isn't dishing out the most offense in this matchup, but it is fundamentally just another piece that you can play with. Once that goes down, you can no longer, of course, switch it into taking an attack you don't want one of your other Pokemon to be able to take. So, you know, whether it was the fact that it was a Grimmsnarl not able to dish out much offense, it can be a bit of a moot point, because sometimes you just need to be able to pivot around your pieces, whatever they are, to get them in the right position.
I like the fact that even though the Grimmsnarl went down, Simone was still able to sort of use that to his advantage. I mean, at some point, you want the Grimmsnarl to be going down because it's not offering the offense that you really want. You've got yourself set up. And yeah, Spirit Break's a pretty good move. It does sort of decent damage. It drops opponents' special attack stats, and sometimes that's relevant, like against an Ursaluna Blood Moon. But a lot of the time, you do actually want it to set up its screens and sort of vamos off the field and get in the Pokemon that you want to take advantage of the screens to get in that Golden Go, for example, to be able to sit there with a little bit of protection and be able to Nasty Plot and make it rain and Shadow Ball your opponent's Pokemon. So there's a little bit of a double-edged sword there. Yeah, I think it was early enough in the game where Nikolai kind of had the advantage of that, but Simone didn't just let it go down for nothing.
Yeah, certainly not. But the Ursaluna, by contrast, on Simone's side, did go down very early on in that game too. And that is, of course, a crucial damage dealer in that matchup. We can talk about the support and just having a piece to play with on your Pokemon team. But fundamentally, you need to claim knockouts in this game. And with the Ursaluna going down so early for Simone, looking a little bit bleak there. But this is that Blood Moon claiming the knockout onto the Ursaluna. And it's also a mark of the really, really top-tier players that every little bit of chip damage helps, even if it's a not very effective hit into your opponent. By the end of the game, if you can just claim that knockout on a Pokemon that's a real threat to you, that's all you need.
I mean, look at how much damage this Ursaluna Blood Moon on Nikolai's side of the field was doing all match long, taking KO after KO after KO, launching out Blood Moon after Blood Moon after Blood Moon, and just being able to put Nikolai on the front foot. And the sort of supporting cast, that Indeedee there, getting knocked out by the Scale Shot after Dragonite had got 2 speed boosts, was pretty influential in the end game, but Talonflame managing to make its way through the paralysis and finally pick up the KO onto that Dragonite.
Yeah, where there's a Thunder Wave on a Grimmsnarl, there could be a way, but unfortunately too little too late for Simone in that game. So, the Lille regional champion from the previous season has been felled in this game, but of course we've still got many, many, many more rounds to go on this day one. And just the first loss, that was Swiss round 4, record of 3-1, still really good.
I mean, 3-1 is definitely, yeah, we got 8 rounds of Swiss today before we break for the day 2 Swiss tomorrow. And everybody that is, I believe it's pretty much X1 and some X2s will be able to make it into playing in day 2, continue on that Swiss performance, try to get into our asymmetrical top cut on day 2 of this regional championships. And that's what you're really going for. Try and have as nice a day 1 as you can so that you've got a little bit more breathing room in day 2.
Yeah, well, both of these trainers, where did they get their practice? How did they get their foot into this game? Well, I would not be surprised if locals was the answer to that. And there are so many going around all over the world. Many, many weekends as well. So if you haven't got involved in your local scene yet, then you're certainly going to want to. And you can have a little look at a taster of what's in store.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Definitely something to get involved with. Locals are a great opportunity, not just to make some friends, not just to play a little bit of Pokemon, but also just test out different things that you maybe want to bring to different tournaments, just trial things, just give things a go that maybe you wouldn't want to bring to some of the larger events like our regional and international championships. And if you want to find out where your nearest locals are, then scan the QR code on the screen right now. It'll take you to a page where you can see what events are going on nearby.
Yeah, such a useful facility, so make sure you're having a scan of that. And it's all about the community. It's the people that you meet that help you build the teams. Even you might just come away having lost in some game at a local, having ideas for your next team based on what beat you. So please do go and get involved. But it's enough from us. It's time to hear from our winner of that previous game. So commiserations to Simone. Congratulations to Nikolai. Let's hear from them.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Ben. I am, of course, joined by the winner of round 4, Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen. Congratulations, taking down such a strong opponent in Simone. How are you feeling after that last game?
I'm feeling really good right now because Senvi is a really strong opponent, and yeah, he had a really scary team against mine. So yeah, I'm feeling really good now.
Yeah, as you should. It was a brilliant game to be able to witness. I think you're coming to be known, and your brother, of course, Frederick, coming to be known as Ursaluna's strongest soldiers. So, of course, you're representing Ursaluna again. Is that a Pokemon that you start with always, or does it just find its way onto your team every time?
Yeah, we really like Ursaluna, both the Blood Moon and the original one. I've been playing Ursaluna in all tournaments since 2023 Worlds, except for one tournament. Yeah, and normally we build a team around Ursaluna Blood Moon. Yeah, because there's not many Pokemon who can just go Tailwind, Terra Normal, Blood Moon, and KO almost every single Pokemon.
Yeah, we saw how much damage come out. You were going for the Terra Normal straight away as well. Of course, that gives so much more damage, and Blood Moon KOs basically everything. And you've been using it at least Ursaluna with Talonflame with Tailwind very consistently, but you've opted for Dondozo and Tatsugiri, which I don't think we've seen you and your brother use before. So talk us through why Dondozo and Tatsugiri found its way onto your team.
Yeah, in Lille we played a team that was very similar to this, except we played Arcanine and Among Us instead of Dondozo, and we never felt that Arcanine wasn't that strong, so we just wanted to put Dondozo on the team and try that. And after we have played it in some few games in testing, yeah, we just found out that Dondozo is really strong. It just feels like you played on easy mode instead. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're saying it's on easy mode, but then Dondozo wasn't brought to that game.
Yeah.
So talk us through why you left Dondozo on the bench. If you're saying it's easy mode, why didn't it come to the match?
The problem with Dondozo in that game is that he had Dragonite with Haze. So, yeah. And it's pretty easy for him to use Haze because he has screens and he also multi-scale, so you can knock out Dragonite. And in the game, you also saw that Sanvi tried to defend his Dragonite in both of his game, I think because he was scared that I had Dondozo in the back. So if I get a knockout on Dragonite and had Dondozo in the back, yeah, he didn't have any counters for that. So I was thinking it was pretty good that Sanvi tried to protect it. And yeah, the problem was that I didn't brought Dondozo in either of the games.
Yeah, and it makes sense that Pokemon you brought obviously was able to take the game. I was going to say comfortably. I don't think it can be very comfortable when Thunder Wave is a factor. When you get paralyzed on your Pokemon, maybe you don't move. So
yeah, exactly.
After you're getting all those paralysis, what were your thoughts after? It was just going for the Thunder Waves, even in the face of the Indeedee as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of RNG in the second game because I started trying to use dual Wing Beat against his Grimmsnarl because I have priority, so he can go Thunder Wave, and I missed that. And then he missed his Thunder Wave. And yeah, lucky for me, then I could use Blood Moon to get the knockout against his Blood Moon. So, but yeah, it was kind of scary in the end because I think if I got paralyzed with the Flare Blitz in my last turn, I think I would lose the game because his Dragonite was +3 speed and he could get in the knockouts.
Yeah, and we saw the end of the game one. You went for that double protect and was a really cool option. So why did you opt for the double protect on that turn rather than just immediately going for the Helping Hand Blood Moon?
Yes, I think in the first game, I thought that he would go Scale Shot against my Indeedee, so I couldn't set up Trick Room, and then go Spirit Break on my Ursaluna and just get both knockouts. So I needed to go for double protect and wait to his Dragonite die to poison. And after that, I had the chance to get the double protect and set up Trick Room. And I think that was my only out. The thing that happened again was that he double connected into my Blood Moon Ursaluna. So I also had a chance if I just went protect on Blood Moon and click Trick Room on Indeedee, I would also won the game from there. So yeah. But yeah, it was my only out to get back in the game because Expanding Force couldn't deal damage to Grimmsnarl. So I needed Trick Room.
Well, that's sometimes the sign of a top player recognizing those weak conditions.
Yeah, you have to go for your outs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're not guaranteed, but they are the path.
And also, Blood Moon is trained really well, so he knows when he needs to get double protect. So
yeah. Of course, your Ursaluna will be the best.
He knows.
Yeah, so you're doing very well at the moment. You're currently undefeated, 4-0. A very, very good showing. What do you think your chances are going forward in the rest of this tournament?
I think this tournament is one of the tournaments I felt really, really comfortable, a lot of confidence going into the tournament because I really think we have a strong team. I really like the core of Blood Moon and Tailwind together with Indeedee Sneasler, and Dondozo helps with a lot of matchup that was hard before, like Trick Room and stuff like that. So I really feel we have a good chance to get a good run in it, and I know my twin brother is also 4-0 now, so he just gave him the sign he won his game, so that's awesome.
Very nice. And just thinking about the rest of the season, how's that looking for you? Are you going to attend any of the internationals? We've got LAIC just around the corner. Is that something that's on the horizon for you?
It was quite expensive to travel from Denmark to the LAIC, so we are not joining that, but we are expecting to join NAIC and EUIC for sure.
Yeah, sounds good. And just before we conclude the interview, are there any shout-outs you want to give beyond just Ursaluna and, of course, Stunfisk as well?
I want to give a shout-out to the Danish community. We have Stunfisk is our mascot, and we are a lot of Danes who's bringing this team together. So I just want to give a shout-out to my brother and my mom and my family, and to my good friends in the Pokemon community. Benno, Oliver, Lucas, all of them. It means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely great to hear. And once again, congratulations taking down such a tough opponent, still being undefeated, looking very good going forward into the rest of this tournament, which we'll be seeing very shortly. Round 5 coming up just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
James is just completely ecstatic on the stage right now, finally doing what he has been so close to accomplishing for so long.
He has worked so hard every event to get this spot.
My name is James Evans. I'm from Deptford, New Jersey. I would definitely be an electric type. I'm super energetic, but I also feel like I'm very tactical about it. I always feel like electric types sort of have that vibe to them, you know, Volt Switch or something like that. A lot of precision is a good way to phrase it. My dad originally found the 2014 World Championships as an advertisement, and he was like, we're really close to Washington, D.C. Do you want to go? And being the Pokemon-obsessed fan I was like, yes, let's go. And seeing Sajin Park win Worlds really cemented in my mind, like, anyone can win in this game. Anyone can be that person up there. So I was just like, that could be me. And from there, the rest is kind of history. I just started playing after that. One of my favorite moments ever is probably winning EYC in the seniors division. It was the first super big win I had. It kind of felt very similar to this one, where I had no expectations going in. I kind of felt not too very hot about my prep, but I had a ton of friends there and I had a ton of fun, and being able to win with so many people you love watching you, it's just incredible, and I couldn't be any more grateful for the friends I've made playing this game. I have to give a complete shout out to Toller Webb, who was my opponent in Knoxville. He won there, but he's always been a player that I've very much looked up to. He was also a prior senior division world champion, and every time we talk, it's always super fun, but every time we battle, it's also super fun. He's always someone who's very calm and collected, and it's definitely just one of my favorite players to ever play the game, and someone I'm always going to be grateful I can talk to and get advice from. One thing that I've especially learned is that in Pokemon, it's not so much about the player as it is the person behind the Switch. And I think a lot of the trappings that a lot of people get into with their mentals or not believing they're good enough is because they're not performing up to the standards that they believe as a player they should be achieving instead of a person. So one thing I've definitely learned is that over the years, I can't be mad at myself if I fail once, if I fail twice, if I fail 3 times. It's about growing and learning from that failure, so that way you can succeed. Pretty much all of my major wins have been off of the coattails of me bombing something really badly or just not, acting like myself. So just be true to yourself, even though how corny that sounds. It's just, I've stopped looking at myself just for results and started looking at my happiness playing the game. When I enjoy playing the game, I'm doing my best. My original goal was to win a regional, but here we are. So I guess it's always been, and especially this year, is just be the best me I can be. Whether that means performing well, having a great time with my friends, or even both. Whatever it takes to become the best me and improve myself every day, I'll do it. And if I fail, I learn, and then I get right back up and do it again. Personally, what keeps me coming back to tournaments and keep playing them is I just love playing Pokemon. There's something about this game that no other game gives me the feeling of satisfaction of playing. Even when I'm losing, even when it's tough, when it's frustrating, I get back up because I love doing it. If I didn't love doing it, I would just sit down. But being able to show the world, I can do this. I can be the best at what this is. I've never felt that way about any other game or craft or skill in my life besides this one. And I'm not gonna let it go. I'm gonna keep proving that I'm the best.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. For Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and, you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role on your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training trainer in Monte Nevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the prize wall rather than at the desk, and I'm joined here by Paul, who is helping out our trainers that are earning prizes in side events and such like this weekend with getting all of these wonderful prizes that we have on offer. Now, Paul, for those that don't know you, give us a brief hello for everybody at home.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. We're enjoying the weekend. I hope you are too by watching it.
There you go. Couldn't say it any better myself, Paul. Let's, without further ado, have a little bit of a look at some of the prizes that are on offer this week. Paul, take us around the prize wall. This is your baby.
We've got a selection of binders, Houndour EX set,
Houndour EX, lovely.
Trainer box set, some pretty out-of-date memorabilia, but still good stuff. We got Alco Click, Alco Flip.
Nice.
All sorts of Pokemon booster packs, and Christmas is coming.
Christmas is coming early.
Christmas Pikachu and Christmas Gengar in 3 sizes.
Yeah, nice.
We've only got one of these today, but Stuttgart, I can imagine there will be a lot more.
Well, there you go, traders. You've got to get your side points quickly to get that Christmas jumper going. What do we got on this side?
Well, here, this is the magic. We have XXL.
Some big plushes there.
Starters,
yeah, lovely.
Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charizard, Eevee. There's just a wide selection. A cheeky Eevee winking cap. You know?
Yeah, there you go.
Now these are really nice. Snorlax backpack, only 225 points.
That's a steal. An absolute steal.
Absolute bargain.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a small selection. We've got plenty of additional plushes out back. And we're just looking forward to later today and tomorrow when we will really be throwing these off the shelf.
Yeah. Well, the prize wall gets very busy, doesn't it?
Yeah, the prize wall it can get busy in the morning because we're giving out the participation packs, and then once they're out, we'll be really going full steam ahead with the prizes. We've got sleeves, mats, deck boxes, a wide selection. Hopefully something that caters to every one of you.
So tell us, we've got something that caters to everyone. What's been the most popular thing so far?
I'll tell you what the most popular thing is, this box here of Evolving Skies.
Okay, nice.
Now, yeah, everybody's interested in this.
Latest packs?
They're not the latest packs.
Oh, they're not the latest packs?
No, they were quite an old release now, but a most sought set.
Some nice Pokemon
We got
in
one
there, yeah.
box, 50 play points per pack. It shows the value. It shows that everybody wants one of these.
And there you go. If you've not got too many points at your side events, you can come and get a pack for 20, but these ones worth 50 are definitely ones to grab for.
The latest release, Stellar Crown, I believe, only 15 points.
There you go. So if this week, trainers, you're going to be playing in any side events, or you're coming to the Stuttgart Regional Championships in just a few weeks, this is the place to be to get some extra packs. Thank you so much, Paul. That's all we've got time for now.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. A pleasure as always.
Oh, absolutely, Paul. You know it.
And good luck, everybody, for the weekend.
Thank you so much, Paul. And echoing that, good luck to all of our players this weekend. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for round 5 here in the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Hey Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the minds are outdrawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. A critical hit, and Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We're getting into our celebration of the water-type Pokemon here in Gdansk. Trainers, I'm Charlie Merriman, joined on the desk by Jamie Boyd. Gdansk, of course, has a long maritime history. And Jamie, what's your favourite water type?
I'm partial to a Basque Legion, I think, at this point. Because I was repping Basque Legion for a while before it was considered good.
Before it was cool.
Yeah, before it was cool. Back in, before Regulation H, wasn't really used so much. But then we had Rapid Strike Urshifu that was so common, so then where's the space for all the other water types? I think Basque Legion's got to be up there for me. How about you?
Wow, okay. I mean, it's fairly obvious for me. Kingdra is my favourite Pokemon, but if I were to choose another one, it's really difficult. I love a lot of the Generation 2 ones, actually. Politoed, Octillery, big fan of Octillery. I think that's a very cool Pokemon. And it gets to learn moves that, for example, Fire-type moves and moves of all kinds of different types that Water types can't normally learn, which I think is really cool. Squirtle is my first partner Pokemon of choice. So, yeah, it's a really, really difficult one. Maybe I'd say Octillery for now.
Over Kingdra?
Well, no, wow. Behind Kingdra. That's my second choice.
I was going to say.
Because Kingdra is such an...
we're beyond Halloween. You scared me. Whoa.
Because Kingdra is the obvious answer. That is my number one. But second choice, yeah, probably Octillery. And did you know, Gdansk is known as the amber capital of, I'm not sure if it's Europe or the world, but so much amber washes up on the shore every... did you read the world? Oh, okay.
I saw it as the world,
yeah. Clearly you're on the same website then, Jamie. But yeah, so much amber washes up on the shore here. Maybe one day someone will revive an Aerodactyl from it.
Who knows? Aerodactyls.
The old
Pokemon, a Pokemon that has been quite viable in BGC before. I think Mega Aerodactyl was the main reason to be using it, and we saw that actually top cut the World Championships at one point. So, yeah. Who knows? Maybe for the future.
Yeah, a Polish Aerodactyl swooping in, hopefully, but not in the Scarlet and Violet era, unfortunately. Now, so far, of course, our trainers, they've battled through about halfway of day one so far, and we've seen some really interesting takes on the metagame coming out. Nikolai Hodge-Nelson with the Tatsugiri Dondozo combination.
Yeah, he said in the interview that he recognized that it seemed to be very well placed in this meta. The previous two Pokemon was Hisuian Arcanine and Amoonguss, that him and his brother ended up bringing to Lille, said that wasn't working so much, but then faced the Dondozo Tatsugiri against someone else and adapted their team for that. So seems to be working out pretty well for them so far.
Yeah, and again, playing very nicely into our maritime theming this weekend. We've seen a lot of solo Dondozo, but of course Nikolai deciding that it's time to bring the Tatsugiri back as well. The order up move, depending on the form of Tatsugiri you have when the two combine, will boost a different stat. And for Nikolai, looks like it was going to be that attack stat with order up, thanks to it being the curly form of Tatsugiri. It's a strategy that's really difficult to master.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the curly is usually the most common. Getting a load of attack boost to be able to start snowballing is very, very useful. We have seen the droopy and the stretchy occasionally, but yeah, curly has got to be the most common.
Well, Tatsugiri, Dondozo, Kingdra, Octillery, Basque Legion. What about some other Pokemon? How can we brush up our knowledge of these? Well, good news, trainers. Time for a little bit of a Pokedex quiz. Let's test our knowledge of the Pokedex entries. Will we be able to guess? And you'll be able to vote along at home as well on the Twitch channel. So make sure you're hopping over there. And let's see. Jamie, I think I kind of fancy our chances here. I won't lie.
Yeah, I consider myself quite competitive. I hope I do well.
Yeah.
That's the main thing for me. Like I think, I agree. We got a reasonable chance.
I like my Pokedex lore as well. Marcus and I, just for context here, in Lille for our Halloween entry, we did some spooky Pokedex quizzes. Got 3.5 out of 6. The half was because it was Hisuian rather than a original.
I can see that'd be hard.
Sure, I think it was Hisuian Zorua actually. So let's see if we can beat that. Let's load it up. Let's get into our first Pokedex entry here. All right then. The moment this Pokemon finds someone who's emitting strong emotions, it will pummel them senseless with its braids to silence them. Wow, that took a turn, didn't it, that entry?
The emotions makes me think of the Gardevoir line.
Yeah, Psychic for sure. It will pummel them senseless.
Yeah. Then Curlier? Curlier has braids, right?
I'm not sure if they're braids. I mean, well, does Gothitelle have braids? I'm not sure. No, I don't know. No.
Yeah, because like the emotions make me think of the Gardevoir line. Gardevoir doesn't have braids. Ralts doesn't have braids. None of them are there, so...
Yeah, exactly. These are our options here. Snubbull, Hatchram, Jigglypuff, and Cottony.
I do like Cottony.
In the Twitch chat.
It's not Cottony. I do like a Cottony. Out of those four, Hatchram for me.
I guess it probably is, but what do you think? Vote in the Twitch chat for what that is. This is Pokemon that senses strong emotions and then pummels them senseless with its braids. I think it's got to be Hatcham, really.
It's got to be Hatcham, right?
That's what I would say. I mean, Snubbull, I like his little ears there. I'm not sure I call them braids. Jigglypuff, and it's got that lock of hair. But...
And they're not really going to... Like, Cottony won't pummel anything. There's no chance. And then Jigglypuff and Snubbull's got tiny little arms. Like, I assume that the Hatchram's hair is going to be doing the pummeling.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you can see Hatcham does have those tiny, tiny arms under its head there, and then the hair is a separate thing. So I would say it's Hatcham. What do you reckon? Vote in the Twitch chat for what you think it is. I love brushing up on my Pokemon knowledge, and yeah, even though it's no longer Halloween, that is a pretty scary Pokedex entry.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, really guarding their trainer. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pummeling them senseless. Wow, well, who knew Little Hatterum had it in it? Psychic and Fairy type. Well, let us know.
Holding that fighting Z-Crystal, I guess.
Oh.
For that all-out pummeling.
Okay, yeah, legacy experience.
Does he get any fighting moves? I don't think he gets any fighting moves.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. No.
Snubbull and Jigglypuff would at least get Drain Punch. Maybe.
Oh, right.
Maybe. No, Brick Break. They definitely get Brick Break.
Okay.
I don't know if Hatchram would.
There we go.
So,
yeah. Brick Break, I mean, very useful in this format, hitting through the screens. And here we go. Yeah, got to be Hatchram, 88%. So you've clearly got your thinking caps on trainers. Congratulations to you. And commiserations if you went for Snubbull, Jigglypuff, or Cottony there. But certainly, some of these Pokedex entries can take us by surprise, just like happened to me at Marcus in Lille.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess that's one for us. So, one out of one.
Yeah.
100% record so far.
I will say this one is a bit easier than what Marcus Odo. We didn't have multiple choice, so...
Okay, so we get 2 points if we get it without the 4.
Ooh.
Yep.
Wow, yeah. No, I like that. I like that a lot.
So 1 out of 2 then. Now we got a 50% record.
Well,
oh no.
Jamie, take us through this.
Anyway, yes, of course, the next one. So if it succeeds in catching even a faint breeze properly, it can circle the globe without flapping once.
Okay, some kind of flying type.
It's got it, yeah. I initially thought Cottony and Whimsicott because if it catches the breeze, but then it doesn't.
Yeah.
It won't flap. It won't flap. So.
Yeah, true. I mean, it kind of suggests a legendary, maybe.
No, I'm thinking Pelipper.
Pelipper, wow.
Yeah.
Circle the globe without flapping once.
It's got to be something that glides, right?
Yeah, it was a fairly light Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I could see Pelipper, though. I could see it. We can lock in our Pelipper as
our 2 pointer.
Yeah, as our 2-pointer. Okay, it's not. Right. Gliscor, Corvisquire, Noivern, and Toucannon.
All right, we were talking about gliding. So Gliscor is gliding.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
Right, so
I don't know. That entry suggests something more graceful than a Gliscor, but then Noivern. That's surely going to be about noise. That Pokedex entry.
Yeah. No, I don't think Toucannon would glide. That doesn't seem graceful at all.
No, true. Yeah. And then Corvisquire doesn't seem quite. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's Gliscor. Yeah. I'm happy to go with Gliscor. Let us know in the Twitch chat.
I would go Gliscor, like purely because of gliding, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it does mention flapping. It does have those wings either side, but yeah. Well, let us know in the Twitch chat what you think it is: Gliscor, Corvisquire, Noivern, or Toucannon. Yeah, these are tricky, interesting. Toucannon. Beak Blast. We'll have to see a bit more of that in Scarlet and Violet in Regulation Stage.
Yeah. It's always fun seeing the unique moves coming out on Pokemon. Beak Blast is a really cool one. I don't think any of those other Pokemon gets. I don't think they get unique ones. Yeah, Beak Blast would be pretty cool.
Yeah, although we have seen Boom Burst, for example, being run by Jack Clark with the Toxtricity team.
Toucannon gets Boom Burst.
Well.
Like, Toucannon get it. So
I was thinking of the Noivern there, and that's Pokemon that we could see, and then gets access to some really nice supportive moves as well. We don't see Noivern too often, but yeah. So we're saying Gliscor. What do you all reckon at home? Let us know in the Twitch chat. We'll be showing the results of that very shortly. I wouldn't be surprised if this one is a slightly more even split than the previous.
Yeah.
I dread to think how much more difficult these will get as they go on, but I liked your suggestion of the Pelipper, and there we go. 78% with Gliscor.
Yeah, but I mean, it's got to be about the gliding, right? That's got to be it. So, yeah. And a little bit more of a mix. Like you said, it's like people are less confident than they were in the Hatchram there, but 78% compared to 88%. So,
yeah. We'll see how that goes. Are we ever going to get a 25, 25, 25, 25 Did I say it 4 times then? I think I did,
I think you did.
I lost count as I was going through.
Impressive, we've got 125% across 4 Pokemon.
Yeah. Okay, so if we're going with this 2-pointer thing, then, we're still at 50%, I guess. Let's take a look at our final one for you all. How much more difficult is this one going to be? Make sure you're watching on the Twitch chat as well so you can vote along with what you reckon it's going to be. Okay.
Another flyer.
Yeah, okay. It lives a solitary life. its wings deliver wicked blows, not nerfy though,
not nerfy,
that can snap even the thickest of trees in half with a single hit. Solitary Life. This is... This is kind of suggesting something from the Decidui line to me, just because of the Solitary Life thing.
Yeah.
But then again, interesting.
I mean, but yeah, because Decidui would have wings and it's a fighting type.
Oh, you mean Hisuian?
Sorry, Hisuian, yes.
Yeah.
Because we need to get that not half a point. So, like, I think Hisuian Decidui seems reasonable as our 2-pointer.
Yeah, and it's a fairly fighting type Pokedex entry, isn't it? For well, no, we're very, very wrong. So
can't get 2 points. But
Punchcrow, Pelipper. Well, here's the Pelipper for you: Primplup and Swanna. So, as a reminder, trainers, it lives a solitary life. It can snap a tree in half with a single hit with a flap of its wings. Solitary life. I mean, Honchcrow, that's pretty solitary. If it's the head Honchcrow, then...
Oh, and Wicked Blows implies dark, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there was that in the entry. Pelipper, less so. Primplup, I mean, it evolves into a steel type, but it not much about it suggests forest, though.
But that's got to be the most able to slash through a tree with its wings, right?
Yeah, but well, Empoleon would be. I don't know about Primplup specifically. And then Swanna, I think it's probably Honchcrow.
I would go Honchcrow as well.
Yeah, I mean, let us know in the Twitch chat what you think. And Honchcrow, I mean, often the Pokedex entries will be about how it uses its sort of Murkrow underlings to do its bidding. Yeah. But it's nice to have a little bit of a different flavour for that generation.
But then if it has underlings, that's not solitary. So then...
Well, it's solitary because it doesn't really have friends, I guess. No peers on its level. I mean, we're really going deep here, and I love it, because that's what these Pokedex entries are all about. It doesn't have peers on its level. It's the... I'm not sure it would consider the Murkrow underlings to be sort of company, so to speak. As sad as that is, just because Honchcrow is, pretty aloof Pokemon.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out very shortly.
Aloof and aloft.
Like, I don't believe in Swanna and Pelipper for this one.
No.
Do we get a bonus point for saying Pelipper and then it was an option for a...
No, because that suggests that we're...
Oh, it was Primplup.
Oh, it was Primplup.
It was Primplup.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Look at that. Vast majority incorrect this time, so...
Yeah, we're sorry. That's probably on us. That's somewhat on us. Yeah. But it just goes to show that endlessly fascinating. I love just reading through Pokedex entries and seeing what comes out. I remember in Lille, one of the answers was Misdreavus, which I wasn't able to guess. And it was about the pearls around its necks sucking the life out of Pokemon. Then Marcus said, quite rightly, well, is that what a life orb is then? Is that where life orbs come from? Who knows? I mean, unconfirmed, but the lore runs deep. Congratulations if you did go for Primplup there, because you're better than me and Jamie.
Yeah, it seems so. So, yeah, but I think one of the few times that I've seen that the minority were able to get it correct in this case. So, yeah, I think like maybe the Wicked Blow, the dark typing, that was too much of a red herring for us.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
I can see the slashing of the Primplup's wings. That's the most slashing wing.
I can see a solitary life as well, because Piplup is all about puffing out its chest and being proud, and so maybe Primplup is, is just content to do its own thing on its path to becoming an Empoleon, or indeed staying as a Primplup. I think we need to up our love for just the middle stage evolution, frankly, because there are so many cool ones.
I mean, I'm a big proponent of Eviolite as an item.
Yep.
We've been seeing it in this regulation at least, like the Magmas, Electabuzzes, and all, like quite a few other, Porygon 2, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, Eviolite, it really adds to the bulk of your Pokemon. So the middle stages, or even just the first stages, if it just evolves once, that's going to be perfectly viable as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's an item that boosts the defenses of a Pokemon that's yet to evolve. That's why you see Pokemon like Magmar and Electabuzz over Magmortar and Electivire. And plenty of Eviolites on the field right now. We can't see them, but we can see the records that our fantastic trainers are at so far here in Gdansk.
Yeah, 4-0, very, very nicely done already. Halfway through this day one of Swiss, currently undefeated. Some people are going to be getting closer and closer to that invite into the day two by getting those 6 wins. So yeah, really, really solid position to be in that 4-0.
Yeah, it's a really good mix of names here, ones that have had more recent successes as well as veteran players. Victor Medina, the finalist at the Lille Regional Championships, trying to go all the way this time with a 4-0 record. Taron Birdie from the UK there as well, a player who has has had such consistent seasons over the past few years. Michelle Kelsch as well, of course, top 4 at the World Championships in the previous season, 2024, and finalist at the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Still seems to be rocking the team that he's been using very consistently so far across this Regulation H format. And like we've seen on the community choices and the notable matches, we've been seeing that team pop up not just by Michelle instead. Seems to be a very consistent choice for multiple trainers here.
Yeah, well, there's so many more rounds of Pokemon to play, and we'll shortly be getting into Swiss Round 5 and seeing who's going to be having a fantastic showing there. But I think it's all about the...
oh, that's a good showing.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
We're getting into it right now. Oliver Eskelin versus Marco Silva. So, Marco, your LAIC champion from the previous season. And Oliver Eskelin, of course, the winner of the Gdansk Regional Championships from last season too.
Yeah, very fantastic showing. Oliver is a previous international champion as well. It was back in the senior division, but also an international finalist in the Masters division, while also, of course, as we just said, taking that Gdansk Regional Championship in the last season. So, yeah, what a fantastic match to be able to get featured in this round 5.
The games that we've featured so far, absolutely phenomenal. What with Simone Sanvito in the previous matchup against Nikolai Hodge-Nielsen as well. And it's only Swiss round 5 trainers. There's so much more to go. So many of these matches could have been grand finals in their own right on any other day. And they still could be, I suppose, depending on how the tournament shakes out. So if you want a masterclass in Pokemon VG, you're in the right place.
Yeah, for sure. These are very experienced trainers. Loads of accolades behind them. So much experience, so many years of competing and still being able to show that they are 2 of the best trainers that we do have across every single format that we consistently get. Like 2-time international champion, international finalist and regional champion as well. Like, yeah, and Marco, of course, won a regional championship in Jönköping. I think it was 2019 as well. So, yeah, multiple championships behind both of them.
Yeah, something that cannot be understated. I love that you call that out there, Jamie. Just the different formats that these trainers will have had to cycle through and have such fantastic showings in each of them, or the ones that they have chosen to focus on. And, you know, with the format changing every few months, different Pokemon being viable and able to be played, you've really got to keep on top of things.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very curious of what both of these trainers will be running. I know that Marco was repping that Charizard and Jumpluff team, at least in the Global Challenge, and seemed to be doing very, very well in that tournament as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the team he's going to be running as well, because it's very close to Gdansk last weekend, so not too much time to change up, and if you found something that was successful, why not stick with it?
Well, very recent achievement for Marco as well there, with the Lille Regional Top 16 just a couple of weeks ago for the 2025 season alongside Jönköping, as you said there, Jamie. And as for Oliver, yeah, World Top 16 as well in our previous season, and EUIC finalist from 2022 for Oliver there. 2-time international champion for Marco. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, this, like we said, this could have easily been the grand finals, and no one would have been surprised in the slightest. The fact that we get to feature it in just this round 5 with so many other great matches to come up, this is going to be a great showing.
Yeah, it absolutely will, and we just had a little sneak peek, Jamie. Seems like we will indeed be seeing a Charizard on stream coming out from Marco Silva. Really interesting, because Marco is certainly a trainer who likes to go for the tried and tested teams, but this time to shake things up, and Vivian here coming out for Oliver too. That's going to be offering very fast and accurate sleep powders thanks to its compound eyes ability. Hurricane as well for a big old boost of damage there. Interesting Annihilate set here with safety goggles, close combat and final gambit, rage fist and coaching. It's often the Annihilate that would get coached rather than doing the coaching itself. Choice Scarf, Golden Go, Dragonite, Porygon 2 with Terra Flying, and Ursaluna here. Love this team.
Yeah, this is very, very cool. Loads of different techs coming out that we don't see often. There's no Rage Powder on the Vivian, that's incredibly common. The Golden Go with the Choice Scarf. Oliver was able to win with a max speed Choice Specs Golden Go in the previous Gdansk Regional Championship, and that caught everyone off guard. And now he's going even faster with the Choice Scarf.
Well, from Scarf to Specs, that is what Charizard's running here. Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Overheat, and Weather Ball. That's going to change its type depending on what weather's on the field. And with Terra Ghost as well, so it couldn't be flinched by something like Fake Out. Torkoal with a Jetpack here. That is an item that is going to switch out the Torkoal whenever it receives a drop to its stats. It's running Overheat. That provides a recoil to its special attack. Jumpluff able to set up the sun again with its Sunny Day. Love to see that tech here as well. Citrus Berry, Incineroar, and again Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. This is incredibly exciting.
Yeah, there's loads of incredibly heavy hitters coming out from Marco's side of the field. If you haven't seen how much damage a Solar Power Choice Specs boosted Overheat in the sun can do, Go and do those calculations right now. You will be amazed at how many Pokemon just cannot survive, even with a resistance. Charizard can be one of the strongest Pokemon that we do have. That Solar Power boost is equivalent to a Choice Specs boost. So you get a 50% boost from the Solar Power, you get a 50% boost from the Choice Specs, you get a 50% boost from the Sun as well, and that just stacks so much into everything is being KO'd. It's like the Heat Wave from Charizard is as strong as an Eruption from a Hisuian Typhlosion.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, it can be incredibly strong.
Wow, and this is exactly the kind of playstyle Marco likes to go for. Really hyper offense, fast and heavy. Of course, a trainer who has had such incredible records to their name, and so able to pilot it, able to pivot around, get that balancing option where possible. But so exciting to see this Charizard coming out. Incredible calculations, as well as this Porygon 2 and Ursaluna face off here. So, Jamie, tell me your thoughts.
I'm not seeing many ways around the fire that could come out from Marco's side of the field. The only real resistance there is that Dragonite. That would be able to shrug off the attacks at least, and Scale Shot would be able to do some significant damage, might even be able to knock out the Charizard in one hit. But then if you don't go for that Sun mode, if you're preparing for, well, here's the Jump Off going for Tailwind, then yes, you can just switch the mode up with the Trick Room, with the Porygon 2.
Well, Porygon 2 going to be hitting the field right now, trainers. It's Swiss round 5. Let's go here in Gdansk, alongside the Incineroar and Annihilate and Dragonite. So Annihilate going to get an immediate Defiant boost.
Yeah, this has worked out pretty well for Oliver, I would say. With that multi-scale on the Dragonite, of course, it is going to be intimidated, and Dragonite won't be able to do too much damage here. Annihilate can do loads of damage now it's been intimidated, especially with the fact that it's got close combat over the much more common Drain Punch. You usually go for Bulk Up so that Drain Punch can do loads of damage. You don't need it. You're a +1 now, you've got close combat. That will KO probably the, well, definitely the Incineroar, maybe the Porygon 2. If you're not confident that would KO, you've got the option of Final Gambit into the Porygon 2 as well, which definitely picks up the KO. The base HP of Annihilate is so much higher than the Porygon 2, it will definitely be able to pick up that knockout. So yeah, this Annihilate, a fantastic lead into both a Porygon 2 and an Incineroar. You basically get to choose which Pokemon you want to knock out here with either the close combat or the Final Gambit.
Yeah, Final Gambit, of course, dealing damage equal to the number of hit points that the opposing Pokemon has. Now, Dragonite off the field. Ursaluna, the Sleepy, comes in. Well, wake up, Ursaluna, because you're in a fantastic position. Going to be Porygon 2 switching out for Marco here as well. Potentially feeling that that was going to be targeted down. Jumpluff, able to take Fighting type moves so much better. Resisted thanks to being part Flying type. And it's time to Terrastallize, JB.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking those Fighting type attacks with your Incineroar that was previously a Dark type, now a Ghost. It would be immune to those attacks. So even if the Annihilate went for that Rage Fist, it's not taken any hits yet. It won't do too much damage at all.
Close combat was targeting down into the Incineroar there, so a nice call from Marco, but the Terrastallize option is spent for this game. Now, Knockoff, going to be able to remove Annihilate Safety Goggles, going to make it vulnerable now to Sleep Powder when once it was protected from that. Gives Ursaluna a turn as well, thanks to that immediate switch in to get burned, get that Guts ability active, boosting up its physical attack.
Yeah, very nicely done there from Marco. Of course, the Ursaluna is now threatening a lot of damage, but the Annihilate was as well, and to be able to reposition like that, very nicely done. Oh, but there's the Sleep Powder miss. The Safety Goggles were gone. That could have been a Sleeping Annihilate.
Yeah, the Sleep Powder there, not 100% accurate. Rage Fist now super effective into the Incineroar, and with the knockoff boosting up that move, the more hits Annihilate takes, the more powerful Rage Fist becomes. One hit knockout onto the Incineroar here. Oliver firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, for sure. Fasad's going to knock out this jump off. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Ursaluna is one of the heaviest hitters we have when it does have that Guts boosted Facade, easily enough to pick up the one-hit KO. And that just shows the volatility of Sleep Powder. It can be incredibly impactful when it does connect, but it does have that shaky accuracy. And if you do miss, well, then suddenly the Annihilate's not asleep here. It was very smartly done to knock off the Safety Goggles. That even gave the option to be able to go for Sleep Powder. But yeah, that is a very, very unfortunate miss of that Sleep Powder. Now this Annihilate is still in a brilliant position. It's facing two normal types that can no longer Terrastallize, so it can very freely just launch off a close combat, and that should probably be able to KO either Pokemon here.
Yeah, and Porygon 2 here, at least it does have the Ice Beam, so it's threatening super effective damage onto the Ursaluna. It also got a special attack boost thanks to the download ability when it switched onto the field. So Marco down, not out yet, but it's such a convincing lead right now for Oliver. Already Marco's got to be thinking towards game 2, how to get rid of that. But Final Gambit now just onto Porygon 2. No longer enough to secure the knockout there, given Annihilate had taken so much HP. Oliver clearly just wanting a free switch into something in the back, but Facade easily enough now to take care of it.
Yeah, very nicely be done there. The final Gambit, all the close combat, that would have done enough in combination with that Facade to KO. We get to find out at least the speed order this turn. That's not doing much at all without that burn. You need to get that Guts boost to be able to do some significant damage. You can see how much stronger the Facade is when you are burned. And the fact that Oliver's Ursaluna was moving first, that means that Marco's is not the faster one here and has to deal with 2 more Pokemon. Here's the Dragonite as well. So this is just going to be a pretty safe attack, either the Extreme Speed or the Scale Shot. Extreme Speed safer. Obviously, you don't want to miss. You've got 100% accurate moves, and you're going to be faster. You can just take this KO on this Ursaluna.
Dragonite looking lively, and yes, Facade, a move that increases in power if the user has a status condition. Marco, even though this game is fairly wrapped up at this point, just taking time to reflect heading into Game 2. So swiftly dealt with by Oliver there. And yes, the miss from Jump Plus Sleep Powder, really, really crucial. Could have slowed the game down.
It definitely could have done. The Incineroar would have survived. It would have gone for whatever attack it was going to go for. We'll never know. But yeah, the Incineroar would have survived. Be at full HP, being able to come back, recycle, fake outs, intimidates in the future as well. I just think the Annihilate was just a fantastic addition there, deviating from its most common set. We see Drain Punch, Rage Twist, Bulk Up, Protect on almost every single Annihilate, apart from the Choice Scarf ones. This isn't a Choice Scarf one.
Yeah.
But close combat, threatening huge damage, forcing the defensive terrestrialization on the Incineroar turn 1. Drain Punch may not have needed to do that. Drain Punch at +1, probably not enough to KO an Incineroar. Close combat for sure. But now, with the dodge, Rage Twist is enough to be able to pick up the KO. So if the Jump Love does connect that, maybe Marco wants to go with a similar strategy, because if the Sleep Powder connects, which is in his favor, then he's in a good position. But if it misses, then the game is kind of over straight away.
Yeah, Ghost and Fighting provides such good coverage on that Annihilate, because yeah, you're threatening normal types and dart types with super effective damage. Then the Incineroar goes to the Terra Ghost. You're then threatening it with super effective damage from the Rage Fist there. So, as you say, Jamie, I mean, coming down to a Sleep Powder miss, it could well be the case that Marco goes for a similar game plan heading into that game. But if you are relying on a not 100% accurate move, maybe you want to go with something more consistent here. And, you know, Annihilate is a bulky Pokemon, but a Sun, Solar Power boosted Charizard, Choice Specs boosted Fire-type moves would also threaten massive damage into it. In fact, apart from the Dragonite, there's no Pokemon on Oliver's team that resists fire.
Yeah, I think the Charizard would be a very reasonable adjustment here for Marco. Leading with Incineroar did not pan out very well in the face of that Defiant Annihilate, so leaving Incineroar at least in the back, maybe on the bench, might be beneficial for Marco here, because the Charizard would have done actually pretty significant damage across that game. It was the Dragonites, the Ursaluna, and the Annihilate. And Charizard naturally outspeeds all of those, assumingly it's run as fast as possible when it's holding that Choice Specs, so should be able to outspeed and just launch off those massive heat waves. Yes, it is also inconsistent. It's more consistent than a Sleep Powder, though.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sleep Powder, not 100% accurate. A move like Spore is, but it tends to be slower Pokemon that get access to Spore, and the draw of using something like Jumpluff or indeed a Vivian is how speedily you can get the Sleep Powder off. You can shut down a Pokemon before it moves that turn, as opposed to giving it the luxury of moving before putting it to sleep here. But either way, both these trainers very, very skilled indeed, and it's nearly time to be getting into this game too. Can Marco claw this back? Now, it's not a knockout at this stage in the competition. We'd just go at a 4-1 record, but of course, the fewer losses you have, the greater the chances you have of making top cut tomorrow in day 2.
Yeah, for sure. And Marco's definitely a player that can figure out the adjustments that is necessary. So much experience behind both of these trainers. But then at the same time, because there's so much experience with Oliver, does he make any kind of adaptations expecting Marco's?
Yeah, exactly. These are the mind games that are present in this game, trainers. Let's get into it. Game 2, there it is. Charizard Jumpluff coming out for Marco in the face of Annihilate and the Dragonite.
And as cool as the Annihilate set is, it doesn't carry Protect. So if this Charizard is run as fast as possible, then it's a pretty straightforward sunny day into a Heat Wave, and that probably KOs the Annihilate here. It does actually have its defensive terrestrialization available to it in the Water type, which would be able to shrug it off. And the coaching is actually really cool as well, because Dragonite, like we said, that's the only resistance to fire, so it would be able to survive any of the Heat Waves that could be coming out. And then it would be able to respond back with a Scale Shot, which +1 would definitely KO a Charizard or a Jumpluff. At neutral, probably not the Jumpluff, because it would have been trained quite bulky, but the Charizard, maybe even a KO.
Yeah, especially with the multi-scale ability as well, mitigating damage. It's Orange Dragon versus Orange Dragon. It's also no sunny day, just an immediate Sleep Powder, so Dragonite the Lively is looking a whole lot less lively now. Heat Wave, how much is it going to do outside of the sun? Decent, and it gets the burn onto the Annihilate. This is exactly the turning of tables that Marco needed right now.
Yeah, that's a very, very significant burn there. The Annihilate's not going to do the damage, and now it's going to help out his partner do the damage instead. There is that coaching into the Dragonite, but of course it's guaranteed to sleep this turn. Very, very nicely done there for Marco. That did significant damage to the Annihilate. It might even be in range of another Heatwave, even without a sunny day.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And with Dragonite taking a snooze there, at least it's burnt that turn on this turn. So on the following one, maybe it will wake up. Only time will tell. But it's only the one mandatory turn of sleep this Dragonite has to take. Already into the next turn. Now it's time for Charizard to get its solar panels active.
Yeah, you'll be surprised how much damage this does. Look, that's a resistance on Dragonite. Obviously, the Annihilate was going down with that Sun boost, but that's a resistance. Charizard just doesn't care about that. And with the Dragonite still staying asleep this turn, not being able to get off its Scale Shot, which would probably KO the opposing Charizard. Now it's just going to be another Heatwave here. Ursaluna's not a resistance. That's probably being KO'd to Heatwave as well.
And it could be even sleepier if another Sleep Powder was to come out from Jumpluff. Yes, Charizard here with the solar power, of course. That ability means that it takes a little bit of its health away at the end of each turn. And the return on that, of course, is that it's boosted. It has even more power coming out thanks to the solar power ability. And as you said, Jamie, stacking with the choice specs there. I mean, yeah, what with Dragonite on such low HP, Charizard could well be having an absolute infernal parade on the field right now. It's no issue in Typhlosion, but that's the way it's looking.
This is exactly what a Charizard can do. It is one of the strongest attackers that we have in the game when it's in the sun. And now it is in the sun. That's forcing this Ursaluna to go for that Protect. Dragonite, if it dodges, maybe we'll have a chance to be able to get that Scale Shot, but it won't be able to even outspeed the Charizard now that Jumpluff set the Tailwind.
Yeah, Jumpluff has been going for a different move on every turn, and they have all been so useful here. Now Charizard hitting even faster, Dragonite on such low HP anyway. It was asleep, it's now KO'd. It's Oliver down to just final 2 Pokemon. This is an exact reverse of what we saw in Game 1, where it was such a convincing lead for Marco.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was really many answers at all coming out on Oliver's side of the field, and Golden Go's not an answer to a Charizard either. So yeah, and now the Tailwind's been set. The Charizard's definitely faster than even this Choice Scarf Golden Go. So you really have to be relying on some dodges of that Heat Wave. It's so strong, but is a little bit unreliable. If it does double connect here, the game's just over. There's no way that both these Pokemon are surviving. Even Ursaluna, as bulky as it is, does not resist the Heat Wave, and we saw how much it did to a resistance in that Dragonite, so it should be able to pick up that knockout there as well.
And it's Terra Steel on the Golden Go for Oliver, so not able to terrestrialize away from its fire weakness. Now, Rage Powder, that's the reveal of the 4th move that we haven't seen the Jumpluff go for. And there we go, 4 turns, Jumpluff went for all 4 of its moves. That is the sign of a well-used Pokemon there. Really amplifying the moveset that Jumpluff has access to. Just goes to show the power of support Pokemon. Only 2 Pokemon for the entire game for Marco there, just the Jumpluff and the Charizard. So now, the big question for Oliver, of course, is how do you mitigate the damage output from the Charizard?
Oh, there is the Terra Water available on that Annihilate, and that would be able to shrug off the attacks a little bit more comfortably. We did see that Oliver was contemplating going for that on that first turn, and then decided against it, and took almost half even out of the sun. Yes, it did get burned, but that didn't end up coming into play because it went for a coaching that turn and then was just in range of the sun-boosted Heat Wave now as well. And like we said, the Dragonite is really the only resistance. Maybe you need to be able to avoid any Sleep Powders, and I don't really see any ways to stop the Jumpluff going for the Sleep Powder here. There's no, well, even, I was going to say, even if there was Fake Out, it's got the Covert Cloak. Even if there was Rage Powder on the Vivian, it's a Grass type. So there's no real way of stopping the Sleep Powders. But we also saw in that Game 1, what happens if you miss the Sleep Powder? Yeah. Well, then suddenly the game was over straight away. So, yes, it is a inconsistent strategy, but we can see how effective it can be when it works in that Game 2, but we can also see the detriment of that shaky axis that we saw in the Game 1.
And Alip is holding the safety goggles, so it would be able to remain awake even in the face of those Sleep Powders. Golden Go with its good as gold ability as well, making it safe from status moves. If you look at Oliver's own sleep user, let's say Vivian, it's not going to be as fast as Jumpluff in the sun. And yeah, so Oliver kind of on the back foot here in the face of this Jumpluff. Sure, you want to hope for a miss on the Sleep Powder, but you also would like to go for a more consistent strategy from that. And it's all about trying to neutralize this Charizard while you can. Ursaluna, of course, doesn't mind being burned as well. In fact, it wants that. A big facade, that would be good damage. Maybe the Terra Water. Let's see what Oliver's thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking if there's the same lead, maybe an Extreme Speed and a Rage Fist will be able to take care of the Charizard, because, like we said, the Annihilate has home in the safety goggles, so it can't be Sleep Powdered. There is the switch up. It is Ursaluna over the Dragonite here, and yeah, we can see the Terra Water is still available for that Annihilate. If Sunny Day isn't clicked, then it will take, what, 20% from the Heat Wave? And maybe a now boosted Rage Fist up to 100 base power would be enough to KO the Charizard. And if it's not, it will be close to putting it in range of the Solar Power recoil that it would take if the Sunny Day is active as well.
Brings me back to the days of Sword and Shield and Gigantamax Charizard, but it's no G-Max Wildfire here, though you'd be forgiven for thinking it was, given the damage output. Dragonite is going to be switching right in. Let's Terrastallize immediately, trainers. Why not? It's our beloved mechanic heading into the Annihilate, and it is indeed becoming that Terra Water. It's embracing this maritime theme here in Gdansk, taking a dip in the pool, making it resist those fire-type moves when once they were doing neutral damage. Sunny Day, here we go.
And we saw that resistance doesn't matter as much for a Charizard here, because that's a Sunboost Event. Look how strong this is going to be.
Oh my goodness.
A Terra Water, but it was able to survive. That was a resistance, and it did 90%, but a very clutch Terra Water there. Now this is a boosted Rage Fist into that Charizard. Very significant damage, but crucially, the Charizard able to survive. But that's got to be Extreme Speed range.
Yeah, true. Really well played by Oliver here, getting the Extreme Speed user in, able to potentially pick off that Charizard while it can. But you do have the Rage Powder from the Jump Off, so keeping the Charizard safe there, potentially able to break the multi-scale onto the Dragonite as well. But at least you made a big dent in the Pokemon that was causing you so many problems in the previous game.
Yeah, you do actually have two ways to mitigate this Extreme Speed. There's Terra Ghost available on the Charizard as well, and even if you didn't want to commit to it, which it seems like Marco is, Rage Powder would have out-prioritized the Extreme Speed because they have the same priority, but Jump Off is faster, so it would have been able to redirect that Extreme Speed, but no need. Here's the Terra Ghost. You can't Extreme Speed a Ghost type.
And it just goes to show how, yeah, you might be tempted to run Terra Fire just to boost that power output even more, but you've got to have those pivoting supportive pieces as well with the Terra Ghost. Now, Sleep Powder will be connecting onto the Dragonite here. This is exactly the position Marco wants to be in. Another overheat, even though this Charizard has taken a harsh recoil to its special attack and now takes another one. That's enough to secure the knockout on the Annihilate. You can now have more leeway to switch out the Charizard, reset the move it's locked into with that sleeping Dragonite on the field.
Yeah, and at least the Dragonite's taken its mandatory turn of sleep on this turn, so now you still have to contend with the Sleep Powders. Yes, the Ursaluna could be protecting itself and get burned, so it can no longer be, but then you just won't have the momentum. Oh, that's really cool there. The Porygon 2 coming in and tracing the Chlorophyll, so depending on the training of the Porygon 2, might be able to outspeed that Charizard, which could force the Jump Off into a Tailwind, freeing up the fact that it wouldn't go for a Sleep Powder this turn. So very, very interesting there as well. If the Porygon 2's run really slow, it still won't outspeed the Charizard. But yeah, the training here is going to be incredibly impactful, especially because the Jump Love is switching out and not clicking Tailwind this turn.
Yeah, Charizard staying in for the time being as Marco's own Porygon 2, the once well-trained, joining the field here, does get a boost to its special attack and has access to Ice Beam, and it will be the double switch actually from Marco here, so Charizard able to reset its move. Of course, the ability we see far more often on Porygon 2 is going to be download rather than the trace, so to see that coming out and so useful for Oliver here as well with Chlorophyll, really huge. And there you go, Ice Beam now going off first here into Marco's own Porygon 2. Dragonite fast asleep as Incineroar has joined the field.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there for Marco. Not taking too much damage there, not taking the risk of the Porygon not being a super slow one, because it could have outsped that Charizard. Ice Beam would have obviously been able to snipe off that Jump Off very nicely, but that was not much damage at all into the Porygon 2. And now he can just completely switch up his strategy. You don't really even need to Trick Room in the face of this, preserving the Charizard in the back so that it's now reset its a -4 special attack and can just lock into Heat Wave in the future. You've still got the Sleep Powder pressure available with the Jump Off in the future as well. In the sun, Incineroar also does some pretty significant damage with Flare Blitz. And you can knock off the Eviolite if you want to be able to do extra damage in the future. You could knock off the loaded dice so that Scale Shot might only even do 2 or 3 hits.
Yeah, Scale Shot, of course. That's a move that can hit 2 or 5 times. You probably don't want to set up the Trick Room if you're Marco too. But with Jump Off being so speedy and Charizard also on the speedier side of things, Incineroar is going to have its berry snack on the field now. At least Oliver's Dragonite has woken up, so it's able to provide more on the field than once it could. Knock off, though, really nice into Oliver's Porygon 2. Eviolite removed. Therefore, its defenses are what they normally would be. Porygon 2 much less bulky. I mean, look at how it took that Terra Blast.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there. The Porygon 2 incredibly low. Of course, it's still going to be the fastest thing on the field, thanks to that very interesting interaction of tracing the Chlorophyll. But the Dragonite, it was able to get the double power stomping tantrum because it was asleep on the previous turn and failed to move. That's why it did so much more damage to the Incineroar. But because that was the amount of damage it did, probably not in range of a regular old stomping tantrum after the Intimidate. That means that the Porygon 2 with the Dragonite might need to double into the Incineroar to be able to pick up that KO, but then that allows the Porygon 2 on Marco's side of the field to do whatever it wants. Porygon 2's in Terra Blast range now, but yes, the Dragonite is still got its multi-scale intact, so Ice Beam, it should be able to survive that. But yeah, there's still it seems like it's anyone's game here.
Well, Thunderbolt connecting into the Incineroar, chipping away at it, and now the follow-up scale shot certainly going to be enough to secure the knockout onto the Incineroar, but I don't think you mind this too much if you're Marco. You've got the Sun still active on the field. You can get a more heavy hitter switching in from the back, and by heavy hitter, we all know that I mean that Charizard here, while the Sun is active, because it will be expiring after a few turns. You've got the Jumpluff able to click that Sunny Day once more. It's so nice to have that option. Ice Beam, multi-scale on the Dragonite. What multi-scale, taking huge damage there. And now really nice timing for Marco. You can switch in that Jumpluff. Again, get that Sunny Day set up for the Charizard in the back.
Oh, but can it though? Because the Sun's gone. Is the Dragonite now faster than the Jumpluff? Most of the Scale Shot loaded dice Dragonites are run fast enough to probably outspeed a Sneasler, and Jumpluff is slower than Sneasler, so I would assume that this Dragonite is now the fastest thing on the field without that Sun. There's no Torkoal available. It was manual Sunny Day to be able to get that Chlorophyll boost, and of course that also means the Porygon 2 on Oliver's side of the field is slower as well. So now we'll be able to see the actual speed interaction between the two Porygon 2s. But yeah, the Jumpluff, it depends on its training here, because Dragonite does a lot of damage with Scale Shot. I reckon that if the Scale Shot goes into that Jumpluff, it's going to be incredibly close. If 4 shots hits into it, it won't get it. 5 would be incredibly close.
Yeah, fine margins here. Both of these trainers, 1 game apiece. So whoever wins this game is going to be declared our winner of Swiss Round 5. Ursaluna once more heads onto the field. It's still Sleepy. And if Sleep Powder were to come out into that even more, here's the Scale Shot, but no. That's really not very much damage at all into the Jumpluff. Going to be easily enough to hang on, and that is huge for Marco here. Jumpluff just paving the way for the Charizard lurking in the back. It's all about thinking a few turns ahead and knowing that if you get that Jumpluff in the right position now, then Charizard on a future turn is going to be even better set up. Dragonite gets yet another speed boost. Time for the Tailwind, in fact, to come out from the Jumpluff. Marco aware that the health bars on Oliver's side of the field are dwindling. Don't need that extra damage with the Sunny Day.
Oh, wow. Look at that damage as well from the Ice Beam into the switching in Ursaluna. Wow. Lots of damage coming out there. We need to remember about the previous Intimidate from the Incineroar onto this Dragonite. Yes, the multi-scale was nice, so it survived the Ice Beam, but then that meant that it was intimidated, and we saw that that was not even close to KOing that Jumpluff with the Scale Shot. And it looks like even without the Intimidate, it would have just about hung on. But yeah, now the Tailwind's been set. The Porygon 2 is definitely the fastest thing on the field. You get to pick your knockout. Whether you go for the Ice Beam to the Dragonite or the Ice Beam to the Ursaluna doesn't particularly matter. But Jumpluff doesn't have any offensive moves, so you only get 1 knockout this turn. That frees up the Pokemon that isn't KO'd on Oliver's side of the field to be able to take its choice of knockout. Facade probably KOs the Porygon 2, whereas Scale Shot probably won't. So if you do target the Ursaluna, then you're probably not getting a KO on this side of the field, and you definitely can't if you're asleep either.
Dragonite falls asleep just to secure that for Marco. The Porygon 2 is definitely the fastest thing on the field. That's not something that I'd hear you ever say, Jamie. It's very rare, but here we are in this position as Porygon 2. Now, of course, the Ice Beam easily enough to secure the knockout onto the Ursaluna here. Oliver forced to bring in that Porygon 2 from the back. So Marco still with that Charizard lurking with the health bar so low. Just look at that. Porygon 2 very low on the orange, Dragonite in the red and asleep. Marco seems to have pivoted this game around when it used to be such a commanding victory in game 1 for Oliver.
Yeah, absolutely was. And I see a pretty safe path to victory for Marco here because that Eviolite's gone on the Porygon 2. It's definitely in range of a Terra Blast coming out from the Porygon 2 on Marco's side of the field. So you can just go for a Rage Powder and attack into the Porygon 2, and then you have 2 100% accurate moves from your Dragon Pulse on Charizard and the Ice Beam from the Porygon 2, and that would be enough to be able to pick up this KO.
Yeah, Oliver's Dragonite is staying asleep as well. It's decided, no, this is a lost cause, I may as well just extend my nap. Porygon 2 going to have a KO rather than a nap, and so it's now just the Dragonite in the face of all the offense that Marco can be dishing out.
And he only needs to click 1 offensive attack to be able to claim this victory. Oliver knows it. He's going to throw in the towel here, and Marco is going to win round 5 in the Gdansk Regional Championship.
Wow. I absolutely love that game. Not only the fact that we had two titans of the scene on the stage, but the creativity that came out in the team building there. Yes, you can look at the Charizard that Marco was running and think, oh, wow, yeah, he's really mixing things up. But again, some of the techs that Oliver had access to on his side as well. That Annihilate set once more with safety goggles, close combat, final gambit, rage fist, and coaching. Really love the call out that you made about the heavier immediate damage output that can come out from close combat, as opposed to something like Drain Punch, which you need to use bulk up a few times to try and replicate that. So just goes to show all the creativity that can be done within Pokemon in your team building. It's an opportunity to express yourself, and especially in this regulation set H format where the power level is a little bit lower.
Yeah, I did really like that Annihilate set. I know it ends up losing the match, but that was really cool. Like, we saw the safety goggles end up winning the Dortmund Regional Championships, but like we said, that was the Drain Punch Rage Fist Bulk Up set, which is the most common on the Annihilate. But yeah, coaching we've seen be incredibly impactful on the Sneasler. Basically, every fighting Pokemon in the game gets access to coaching, so no reason why Annihilate can't do it. And then, yeah, the immediate burst damage. If you're supporting your partners, there's no time for bulk ups. You need to do as much damage as possible. Well, close combat is significantly stronger than Drain Punch. We saw it force that defensive terrestrialization on the Incineroar. You wouldn't have necessarily had to do that if it was just Rain Punch. Incineroar should survive a +1 Drain Punch, not a +1 close combat.
Yeah, it's such a cool set. And then, of course, with Vivian coming out here as well, got Hurricane. You don't have access to Rain on Oliver's team either. And that's, use it in the Rain, Hurricane becomes 100% accurate. In the Sun, it's even less accurate. So nice when your back's against the wall just to be able to click that button. Tell you, the fighting type move that I've been enjoying into Incineroar is fighting Terra Blast from Adelphox into the Incineroar. That's dealing a lot of damage, hitting on the special side, because, of course, as you saw with the Porygon 2 there, Terra Blast hits on whichever stat is higher in the time that it's used.
Yeah, it is very, very nice. And we just saw the impact of just Terra Blast itself.
Yeah.
Just from Porygon 2, because obviously it's a normal type attack. Porygon 2 is a normal type, so it's able to benefit from that download special attack boost that it would end up getting and do huge damage. We saw when the knockoff went into the Porygon 2 on Oliver's side of the field, suddenly that Terra Blast did, what, 50% to the opposing Porygon 2, putting it in range of whatever attack in the future.
Yeah, well, hugely well played to both trainers, of course. For both of the first games were really, really fast, and then that third game, a little bit slower in inverted commas. It was hardly that much slower, but they were adapting to each other masterfully there. And so convincing for Oliver in game 1, so convincing for Marco in game 2. I mean, Choice Specs Charizard. And it's interesting that Marco is running this team in the Grand Challenge, because Best of 1 closed team sheet, very different environment from here in Gdansk.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, closed team sheet compared to open, and Best of 1 compared to Best of 3. Yeah, I think that the volatility of this team is softened a bit by it being Best of 3. We saw Sleep Powder miss game 1, game over. But then Sleep Powder connected every single other time, and then here's absolutely massive damage. You can see the overheat. I said it did a lot of damage. That was into a resistance and did 90% to Annihilate. Was incredibly bulky Pokemon. So yeah, just Charizard being able to do absolutely massive damage, and there wasn't enough of a response in the damage output coming out from Oliver's side of the field. The Dragonite, it was able to be intimidated because it was Mighty Scale. The Ursaluna would have been the heavy hitter, but that was just KO'd basically on the switch in.
Yeah, it's ironic, really, that it's Oliver running the more accurate Sleep Powder with the Vivian here, because, yeah, case in point, as you were saying, more likely to be able to connect those Sleep Powders, and you just gotta bear in mind that some moves, they would just be too powerful if they were 100% accurate. Or something like the Overheat, for example. You take that recoil to your special attack as well. There've got to be these things that keep these moves in check, because Charizard was having an absolutely fiery salsa on the field in that game.
Yeah, it can do huge amounts of damage, even without the sun. We saw it did 40% to that Annihilate with just a regular old Heat Wave, and then it was obviously doing so much more when the sun is set up. So yeah, Charizard, it seems like a really, really good call here. We saw it a couple of times over in the North American region. Yeah. It went on stream a couple of times in that tournament. And also there was, what, the Executor that was coming out in the sun?
Yeah, exactly.
But it seemed, yeah, Charizard seems to be very, very well placed in the sun because it just does so much damage.
Yeah, and of course that one that we saw in Louisville, for example, was Choice Scarf and on a Trick Room team, so offering a faster mode. But with, combined with the specs too, it's kind of reminiscent of Galarian Darmanitan, almost, with Guerrilla Tactics. That's an ability that locks it into the first move it chooses, but gets that really big boost to power, and it combines with the Choice Band. Galarian Darmanitan, not a Pokemon we have access to in Scarlet and Violet, but who needs it when you've got this Choice Specs Solar Power Charizard? So many tongue twisters coming out today, Jamie.
Yeah, for sure. I want people to go and do the Terra Fire calcs on the Charizards as well. Like, Terra Ghost is great to be able to avoid fake outs.
You have your homework.
You know what Terra Ghost does at this point. It's mainly to avoid fake outs. But Terra Fire, That would have KO'd the Annihilate. It would have done, like, it's seriously, like, I think it might be one of the strongest attacks we literally have in the game. I think the strongest is a Lowland Golem's Choice-Banded Terror Electric Explosion. That's a fun fact for you.
That is a nice fact.
But on the special side, I'm pretty sure that Charizard in the Sun is getting pretty close to that.
It's also reminiscent of the King Gambits that we've seen so far in Regulation Set H. With Swords Dance, even dark-type moves into not very effective targets, they're still doing massive damage, especially if it's holding those black glasses as well. So, yeah, don't shrug off those not very effective moves, because in the right positions, they can still put in a lot of work.
And we saw that in the semi-final of Lille as well. It was like, well, what does Nils have for this Golden Go now? Apparently, a Terra Psychic single target expanding force from Indeedee was the answers to Golden Go as well. So yeah, like we'd quite a few times. I think many trainers when I've been out in the crowd and discussing with people is like, well, what does this trainer have for this Pokemon that's left now? Well, as long as you get multiple not very effective hits, you will eventually whittle them down.
Yeah, it's chipping away, and that's such a mark of the really professional players in this scene. Every little bit of damage racks up, and if you're in a position in the end game where just an extreme speed from your Dragonite, for example, can pick off that Pokemon that you've been whittling away over the course of the battle, that's all you need, really. And so, yeah, it's all about dealing damage, it's all about getting your supportive pieces in the right place as well, but just don't underestimate the power of chipping away.
Yeah, for sure. Or just blasting through with immediate offense. That also works as well. And we saw a reasonable mix of that. The Annihilate in the game 1 was threatening so much damage with now it's +1 close combat. That's an immediate burst of damage. But then it has the option to go for coaching, slow things down a bit. Well, I guess slow things down with a defense boost, but also speed things up because of attack boost. And then able to do huge damage. We saw the Charizard just blast through everything on its own in game 2. We saw the Jumpluff not able to do any damage at all, but still be incredibly impactful. So there's definitely a mix of roles that come together to really make a very solid team.
You've got to be really careful running a certain moveset like that on Jumpluff when you don't have too much damage output available. What it was Rage Powder, Sleep Powder, Tailwind, Sunny Day. Because obviously, if that Jumpluff is left alone on the field, it cannot win a game. It cannot do any damage unless it's out of PP, go for Struggle, but then you're dealing recoil damage as well. But Marco going to show that that's not necessarily an issue if you can pivot around all your pieces in the right way.
Yeah, and I think that was very nicely done in both of those games. The Jumpluff was left in the back. It joined the field immediately in the game 1. It switched in turn 1, but then obviously missed the Sleep Powder. But then in the game 2, we've mentioned it. It used all 4 of its supporter moves very impactfully. The Sunny Day to get the Charizard going, the Tailwind to make sure it stayed faster, the Sleep Powder obviously putting a stop to all of the attacks that could have been coming out, and then Rage Powder didn't really matter in the end. But I guess the Rage Powder meant that he had a 100% guaranteed win in that end of game 3.
Yeah, and you know, in a game that all comes down to chance, you are going for those 100% as often as you possibly can. So, what do you think, Jamie? Do you have your eye on Charizard heading into the rest of the format? Is it a team you'd be interested in trying out?
I am one of the trainers that is now leaning away from volatility as much as I can, because, like, with the option of Charizard, there is also a Hisuian Typhlosion. And then, so like, if you're comparing those two, Eruption is 100% accurate. Heat Wave is as strong in the Sun because of the solar power boost. Well, then Typhlosion's got Ghost typing, so it can't be faked out. Well, Charizard's got Terra Ghost, so I guess that kind of doesn't matter. So then it's just like, do you go for the higher risk, higher reward? Because a Heat Wave doesn't matter about your HP. You're doing as much damage as possible every time. Eruption is 100% accurate, but matters on your HP. So there's loads of different ways of thinking about the game and whether you take those risks or rewards and when you end up going for them. And I'm really curious to see what Marco was thinking about the risk reward, because he was going for those Jumpluff, Sleep Powders and all those inaccurate moves. So we're going to hear from the man himself. Marco, take it away.
Hello, I'm here with Marco Silva, the winner of our Swiss Round 5. And Marco, after that blistering battle, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really great because I wasn't sure about playing this team, but it's actually been putting a lot of work. I'm really happy.
Yeah, and your opponent was running a very strange Annihilate, so not conventional at all. What were your thoughts approaching that matchup?
But like, when I saw the team, I was a little bit more scared, especially game 1. I decided to not lead Charizard because I was expecting him to go for maybe with Goldengo, since Goldengo doesn't get affected by Sleep Powder from Jumpluff. And also it had like Thunderbolt, so it could have hit my Charizard. So yeah, like, it was scary, of course, because Annihilate safety goggles, but probably, I guess I would have been a little bit more scared if it was like the regular set with Bulk Up. Final Gambit's annoying because if you lead Porygon, like, they can just go for a Final Gambit KO and then you don't have the Trick Room option. But I've been used to like playing around it, so I was pretty fine with that.
Yeah, and we could see that you adapted so well in that game too. It was just over in 4 turns. Game 3 went a bit longer, but you had control the whole time. And so you've got a triple fire team. It's a very offensive team. What were your inspirations?
So I decided to actually lock this team only for the global challenge that was last week, and I ended up getting 4th place in the global challenge. This team was built by a Japanese player who built the team the week before, and yeah, I wanted to try because a friend of mine is really like a fan of Torko. So I was like, I don't know, maybe like it's a fun team. I don't have a team for the global challenge. I might try it. And then it went like really well. I wasn't planning on playing this team here because I was planning on running the same team that I ran in Lille because I wasn't really able to like practice a lot. I only played like the global challenge and then yeah, like maybe like 3 or 4 matches. And I was like, yeah, well, I probably should just play that one because I have more experience. But then I don't know, like this team is a little bit strange. A lot of people ask me like even after the result of global challenge, they were like, is this team good in like best of 3? I was like, I'm not sure because the only strange thing is like, I guess, well, the Pokemon are strange, but like sets-wise, it's probably only the jump stuff. Like everything else is really regular. Like Incineroar, Usaluna, like all the sets are pretty regular. So yeah, I was like, yeah, well, I'm probably gonna play Rain again. But then yesterday, a friend of mine was able to like help me get a team in game, and yeah, so I shout out for that, of course, Nico. Because I didn't have the Pokemon in game. I was about to run Rain again, and for the match that I played, it probably would not end up well for me. So I'm happy that I was able to like play this team.
It's such a fun team to watch on stream as well. That Charizard in the sun, just taking so many knockouts. Has that Charizard been your most used Pokemon in the tournament so far?
So Charizard, I feel like it's not like it's part, of course, of the team, and it's a really strong core. But there are some matchups in which you're not really able to like get used to it, like get a really good use to it. So like for example, yeah, I played like a Rain team, a really strange Rain team in round 1, and he had both Politoed and Pelipper.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was like, okay, I have a Torkoal with a Jetpack, but I'm really not gonna be able to do that. So I had to take like a lot of risk, and even with like the Sleep Powder misses, by getting some prediction right, I was able to win. But yeah, Charizard, it depends, because there are some matches in which it really does well. Like for example here, I didn't want it to lead in game 1 because I was like, if I lead Charizard jump off and I eat like one single Sleep Powder, I'll probably like get through his whole team. But yeah, I didn't want to lead it because I was like, he's probably gonna like try to call that I'm gonna go for this lead, but then yeah, he didn't. So I kind of was like, yeah, maybe he doesn't have like a good knowledge on how my team works, which makes sense since it's like really strange. And yeah, I just went for it like game 2 and game 3. I was like, probably like the worst thing that can happen is probably like still in my favor, so I can kind of manage that.
Yeah, that's amazing. And of course, you're now undefeated. And does this give you the confidence when knowing that you're going to LAIC to defend your title as the reigning champion? Does that make you feel better in your thoughts going to LAIC?
Yeah, like for the last 2 regionals, like in general, like this year after Worlds, since I practiced really a lot for Worlds, I decided to not play as much for this tournament. And it's still like I've still been doing like pretty okay. At Lille I got top 16, and then the 2 global challenges I did okay. Then I played only like 1 local, but yeah, I hope to get a better finish in this regional.
Yeah, well, best of luck in the upcoming tournament and at LAIC. And lastly, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to your friends or family at home?
Oh yeah, I definitely want to shout out my team, Il Server. They always been supporting me. I also want to shout out Momo Nation, server with like my friends mostly overseas. They helped me practice. And also, of course, I want to shout out Nico that was able to like give me the Pokemon in game yesterday. Like he spent like so much time to get me them on, so I cannot like thank him enough, because of course I wouldn't be just be able to play like the team in general.
Yes. Amazing. Thank you very much for that. And that's all the time that we've got. Congratulations, Marco, once again for that win and for going undefeated so far. Best of luck in the upcoming tournament.
Hello, my name is Fefsi and I'm a professional Pokemon VG player. I started playing after seeing a video of Sejun Park on YouTube, where he famously got first at the World Championships in 2014 with his Pachirisu. And when I saw this in around 2016, I was hooked. One of my favorite Pokemon is definitely Lapras. When we had Dynamax back in 2020, it was just incredible to set up screens, prepare the late game, and I think G-Max Lapras is definitely first on my list. My motivation to compete is just to get better time at time, see friends, have fun. Yeah, just have a good time. a player I look up to has to be Wolf Glick, but also Marcus. Both of them have been so consistent over the years. Just being or nearly as good as them, or trying to be as good as them, is a goal of mine, and I always strive to become better. Favorite part about the Pokemon community has to be that we all have our different lives. Everyone has work, different issues in their lives, but coming together here because we share the same love is just inspiring.
I'm going to go a bit outside the box and not talk about gameplay whatsoever. 3 things that you would not believe the number of people get wrong. Sleep enough, eat enough, drink enough. Have a nutritious breakfast, get 8 hours if you can for sleep-wise, and just keep topping up your food throughout the day, you know? You get to around 7 or 8 and you haven't been eating, it's a long old day. You get very hungry very quickly. So, yep, eat enough, sleep enough, drink enough, and win, but...
Well, because these tournaments are so long, my tips are, firstly, try to disconnect between rounds, talking with your friends, trying to walk around, something like that. If you lose a match because you play bad or you have bad luck, try to forget about that, keep playing, keep being focused, and another tip will be to enjoy the tournament. We are here because we love to play Pokemon, so we have to enjoy the game.
Okay, so my 3 tips, mainly mentally. My first tip is trust in your play. You practice a lot. You are here with a team that you played for some time. Trust in that and play. My second tip is you are here at a big tournament. A lot of players are here. Just try having fun. And my third tip is always think, why should you not the one who wins?
Pokemon trainers, welcome back. Now, if you've been playing in the video game championships, you will probably be aware of the fire, water, grass core, those complementary types that really are a very good thing to have in any team composition. But there's another one that flies a little bit under the radar, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with that today. That is the combination of Dragon, Steel, and Fairy types. And we're going to be going through pitting Charlie and David here against each other for some underrated picks of those types and deciding which ones we think are the best out of the two. So, Charlie, kick us off. What's your favorite Dragon type?
Do you even have to ask, Ben? Kingdra, here ready to play. Kingdra is such a cool Pokemon. Yes, it's a Pokemon that maybe has been outclassed, let's say, by other Pokemon coming into VG, but with access to abilities like Sniper, boosting up the critical hit power, as well as Swift Swim, so it gets a speed boost in the rain. There's a lot of flexibility that Kingdra offers.
Okay, Charlie. Yeah, I can see Kingdra has some advantages in that respect, but have you heard of Garchomp, perhaps?
Yeah, Garchomp.
Exactly. I like a lot of people has. Dragon ground type, really fast, really powerful, and has that cheeky sand veil ability where it actually boosts its evasiveness once the sand is up. And that's not something, or at least a mechanic, that a lot of people kind of end up facing when they have their kind of best of 3 set at a tournament. And so it can really throw people off their game completely once the Garchomp stops dodging attacks that he really should not be dodging. So on top of the Dragon and the ground type coverage, it's really, really strong. And Lenduel even did really well with it at a previous tournament over in the States. So, like, it's even got the results to back it up.
Well, it's got results, but to be honest, David, I've got to give this point to Charlie because Charlie has been vying for Kingdra's viability for so long. We're going to have to give Charlie some sympathy points.
It's because you know I'm going to cry if you don't give it.
Exactly, we wouldn't want that. Kingdra's water type enough for us now. But let's move on. Let's move on to the Steel type, one of the core defensive types in Pokemon. So, David, what's your Steel type?
Empoleon.
Ooh.
Yes. So it now has competitive as one of its abilities, which makes it really, really good, or really scary for a lot of trainers to go up against it, because a lot of trainers are using Incineroar right now, which obviously has Intimidate, and with a Pokemon with competitive, Intimidate will activate that and suddenly double its special attack. And along with all of the coverage that Empoleon gets, and its massive special attack stat as well, it's really offensively, like, potent. Like, you've got I don't know, Scald, you've got Ice Beam, you've got Hydro Cannon if you so want to, you've got Flash Cannon, Protect, and a load of other moves that you can so go for. So Polion is definitely my pick for Steel.
It's a really good pick. There's no arguing that. I'm going to go for our Chalodon. Pokemon that offers so many tools. I mean, with the stamina ability, any attack that it receives, it boosts its defense, so you are inadvertently boosting the power of Body Press that it has access to. But then Electro Shot, signature move, boosts its special attack, and in the rain it goes off in just the one turn as opposed to two. Steel and Dragon, really good combination, and of course then you can terrestrialize away from some of the weaknesses it has there as well. Bulky Pokemon, but also very offensive.
Well, you both make great points, of course, but I'm going to have to give this point, Charlie, to David.
I thought you might.
Because we seem to be looking away from competitive viability at the ones that really tug on the heartstrings here and be able to, find their way through into a team. But of course, moving around to Fairy, now we've got Pokemon like Fluttermane that have dominated the Fairy space for so long since it's been introduced. But Charlie, what do you think is underrated right now?
Ben, I'd like to cast your mind back just a few years to Generation 8 Sword and Shield. Remember Grimmsnarl?
I do.
Pokemon that was everywhere in the Sword and Shield era. And it's Pokemon that is sometimes seen now, but not too much. Fairy type with Prankster that can set up Reflect and Light Screen immediately, give it a Light Clay, and then it extends the duration of those screens even more. But then in Closed Team Sheet in particular, you don't know if it has access to Fake Out, for example. You don't know if you're playing against one that can make you flinch or not, potentially Thunder Wave as well. But then you can't ignore its damage output too with Spirit Break, its signature move. Really, really powerful. And then you drop the special attack of the recipient of that move as well. So I think Grimmsnarl's a little bit overlooked right now.
I see your points, Charlie, and definitely as a supporter to the team, Grimmsnarl makes a lot of sense. However, let me cast your eyes back to Tinkerton. So, the Fairy and Steel type that often has quite a niche when it's put onto a team. Has access to Fake Out, which is obviously very useful, just like Incineroar does. It's also got access to Gigaton Hammer, a massively powerful Steel type attack. So even though its attack stats on the lower side, it more than makes up for it for that. And on top of that, it's got a couple of really good useful abilities. Own Tempo, which makes it immune to Intimidate, so its attack stat isn't really kind of affected, but also Mold Breaker, which I really like.
Yeah.
So especially in a world where there's a lot of abilities at the moment that kind of shut down Pokemon's abilities to do what they want to do. So an example being kind of Golden Go, for instance, with its good as gold ability, Tinkerton can Thunder Wave straight into it, taunt it, encore it, or do whatever it likes versus that Pokemon, which is really useful if you're struggling a little bit with a matchup versus Golden Go. So Tinkerton, definitely the pick for me.
I like it. I mean, Tinkerton, with its massive hammer, has always been a bit of a crowd favourite for me, certainly. But I'm going to have to give that final point there, David, to you. For really arguing the point so well and making sure that we've got a little bit of those stronger Pokemon being involved in the conversation. Well, there you have it, trainers. So many underrated Pokemon of every type in... There we go. There's this lovely bit of sportsmanship there. So many underrated Pokemon traders. And when you're building your team coming into a local event or a regional championship or anything else that you're doing, make sure you have a little bit of a look at what other Pokemon that you can run, because I think you'll be surprised at just how powerful they are. We're going to get right back to the action, so stay tuned and we'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Swiss Round 6 of the Gdansk Regional Championships. After that blistering Round 5, my goodness, Ben, how are you feeling after watching that?
Pretty good. Well, you know what? I didn't catch all of it. I was out in the crowd having a chat to some of our players out there. They're all having a great day. Some of them are winning. Some of them, maybe not so much, but they're still having a good time here in Gdansk. And we're well into day one. We're starting to get to the difficult stage of the tournament where those wins really do matter, racking them up so you make it all the way into day 2.
Yes, this is now round 6, which means that if you're undefeated so far, and you get this win at this round, you are guaranteed the day 2. So there's a lot on the line here, and a lot of players, you know, at this stage, if you're XM2, you still got that chance. So as long as you don't take any more losses after the XM2, you're into day 2.
You heard it here first, trainers. Just don't lose coming into the regional championship. Zoe, what great advice. Fantastic. I mean, to be fair, it ain't wrong. I mean, if you just keep winning your games, then you're going to be able to make it into day 2 and maybe win the event. But that is easier said than done.
Just press the right buttons, you know?
Yeah, well, Pokemon is a game of pressing buttons.
So, easy. Very easy. What could go wrong?
I mean, it is challenging, though. I mean, we've got to pay credence to all of our trainers that are here this weekend. We've seen some fabulous games on the stream already, and our trainers are showing us what they can really achieve. I mean, that match between Marco Silva and his opponent was just phenomenal to be able to see.
Seeing that Annihilate Terra Water, which resists the fire type moves, to still get knocked down to what looked like, from memory, 20 HP. That is a really, really strong attack coming off the Charizard.
Definitely. I mean, Charizard is one of those Pokemon. It hasn't been common in the format, but especially with our grand challenges, trainers are trying to find those sort of best-of-1 strategies that they really, you really have to take advantage of, capitalize on. And Charizard is definitely one of those Pokemon that you can do that with, because if you get it into a good position in any game, it doesn't matter whether you're playing best-of-1 or best-of-3 in any game, if you can position it so maybe it's in Tailwind, you've got the Sun Up, you've got that solar power boost. Marco was using the Choice Specs set as well, with its same type attack bonus and the Terra Ghost to stop things like Fake Out.
Oh yeah,
it's doing a lot.
It's
doing
hard.
a lot, assuming that the Heat Wave or the Overhit lands on its mark.
Well, that was a very accurate Charizard in that last game. It hit every attack that it needed to. Looked like in game 2, when Oliver was backwards against the wall, he just needed that one Heat Wave miss or one Overheat miss. Oh, actually, no, the Charizard was locked into Heat Wave, so couldn't actually go for the Overheat, but just needed one miss, and the Charizard was like, nope, I've got my glasses on today. Choice Specs, you know,
Choice Specs,
it's improving my eyesight. I'm going to hit every single Heat Wave.
And that is it. But of course, there are so many different types of teams that we've got in this format in Regulation Set H, and our trainers today have been piloting them, showing us how to pilot. I'll cast my mind back to round 3 or round 4, where Simone Sanvito was taking a little bit of a hard match against Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen and was nearly able to bring it back, just showing us, like, if you just dig in, you go for your win conditions, you try and find a way through the match, then you have the ability to potentially win any game that you're going in, as long as you just keep going and keep trying to find those win conditions.
Yes, so many different teams and different Pokemon that we've got. So let's take a look at the day 1 statistics and all the Pokemon that our trainers have opted to bring. So here we see the top 12 Pokemon. No surprises there. That's Sneasler in the ranked number 1 spot.
Sneasler the Fiend, I think, in this particular format. I mean, it's gone from using Fake Out and trying to be that sort of pivot in Pokemon and support its partners to actually saying, well, actually, do you know what? Sneasler's probably one of the most valuable Pokemon in the format. Let's not waste any time faking out. Let's just go straight for the Diaclaw. And of course, with the Poison Touch ability as well, you're compounding your chances to be able to get some sort of status inflicted on your opponent. But then, looking down the list, I mean, Rillaboom, a staple choice of fake-out support, beating out Incineroar in this format, probably because of the pressure that Close Combat provides from Sneasler, and Golden Go and King Gambit being the 2 Steel-type Pokemon of choice.
Steel types are just a must-have in this current format. Sneasler is such a threat. Nobody wants to get hit with that Diaclaw, take that 50% chance of getting a status move. And Steel types are completely immune to Sneasler's Diaclaws. Of course, they do have to be very careful of the close combats that's coming from the Sneasler. Golden Go, not so much. It's part Ghost typing, means that it's actually completely immune to Sneasler unless the Sneasler chooses to carry Throat Chop, which is not that common, but we have seen it on stream today.
We certainly have, yeah. I mean, it's one of those moves that's picked up in popularity. I think Dark-type Pokemon like King Gambit are especially powerful, with a lot of Pokemon opting for Terra Ghost. Looking down the list, of course, we have got those 2 dragons, 6th and 12th position, but do like to be next to each other as they are in that graphic there, used by many trainers like Victor Medina last in the Lille Regional Championships to get the runner-up position. A really solid core, and punished a little bit by the ice types that we have not shown on this graphic, like Alolan Ninetales, but still very good against the rest of the format.
This Dragonite in particular is a Pokemon. Its ability is so useful that multi-scale, at the start of the format we saw a lot of inner focus, but players are now valuing bulk over immediate offense, and Dragonite is just so bulky. We saw in that last game, you know, that Porygon 2 had +1 special attack, and its Ice Beam still could not knock out that Dragonite thanks to the multi-scale.
And looking further down the list of dragons, of course, we have our Chaladon, probably sort of public enemy #1, really, when we came into Regulation Set H. I think it's fallen out of favour a little bit with trainers, certainly not getting those top spots. I think Sneasler coming into the format, of course, and trainers really working out how to play against it, using the weathers that I think you've been keeping an eye on, Zoe, to be able to stop things like Electroshock being quite as much of a prevalent threat. But it's still up there. It's still a powerful Pokemon. It's still something that our trainers really have to watch out for.
It is indeed. Electroshock is so strong in the rain, but of course you do have to have rain active on the field, which is why a lot of trainers have opted for a Power Herb set, which means you're not that reliant on the rain, and it also means you're not forced to run Pelipper on the team because, or Politoed. I haven't seen many Politoads running around.
I'm still hoping. I'm still hoping.
We might get one.
Yeah, we might. I think, you know, it's got some cool stuff. Perish Song. It can sort of have those sort of dual modes and play a little bit of a slower, more defensive game, but. Yeah, Pelipper definitely the rain setter of choice there, and making sure that it can, set up the rain for our Chaladon, it can switch in a few times, it can get a Tailwind up, but I think quite importantly, it's got also the flying coverage in Hurricane, and that's been a commonality in the video game across season after season after season. We always look for that good flying type coverage.
Flying is such a valuable coverage. It's the reason why we see a lot of Terra flying Terra Blast Dragonites as well. And in that last match, the Porygon 2, I think, was it Marco's Porygon that was Terra flying? One of them was Terra flying and the other one was Terra flying. I believe it was Marco because he used Terra Blast.
Yes. Yeah, I think it was because the Oliver's Porygon 2 was Terra Fighting. I remember seeing that and thinking, it's next to the Ursaluna. Wouldn't it be nice if that was a Terra Flying so that it could take advantage of Ursaluna's Earthquake, but instead fighting the more important coverage, I think, for Oliver in that particular team composition.
Fighting is a really useful typing in this metagame. Not very many fairies running around, so you're not as worried about having to take those super effective hits. And there's so many dark types out there that you really want that fighting type coverage.
Well, let's have a little look at some of the standings of our trainers so far. Of course, we are going into round 6. We are getting to the business end of day 1 here at the Gdansk Regional Championships. Of course, Marco Silva there on top at a 5-0 record.
Yeah, there's quite a number of trainers who are currently undefeated. We see a lot of familiar names down there, Mattie, Fernand, and Michelle Kelsch. So, you know, well, finalists, both multiple times, top 4 last year. So a lot of really well-known names there. And Oliver Galston, a UK player, one who comes to a lot of my locals. So I'm really familiar with it, and I've really enjoyed just speaking to him, getting to know him well, and just, it's always very scary when you're paired up against him at the locals.
Yeah, Oliver Gordon there, definitely a little bit of a UK shout-out, if you'll permit us the indulgence. And a bit further down the list, another UK shout-out, Taran Birdie, the Perth Regional Champion from a couple of years ago. Adam Walker from the UK, a player that's also a little bit older in the community. But I think let's have a look at Nikolai as well, a player from Denmark. We've seen them on stream using this Dondozo Tatsugiri combination in amongst the sort of team that we saw in the Lille Regional Championships, that Indeedee male with the expanding force, as well as Sneasler, Talonflame, and Ursaluna Bloodmoon.
Dondozo Tatsugiri has fallen a little bit out of favour, but it's one of those team matchups where if you don't have an answer to Dondozo and Tatsugiri, it can just be an auto loss because your only chances of beating it is maybe a critical hit or getting lucky with a burn or a poison. But it's one of those, have you built your team properly? Yeah. Have you got that check to the Dondozo Tatsugiri? But if you try too hard to check that, all of a sudden there's this hyper-offensive Indeedee and the Ursaluna and the Sneasel. So how do you answer all of that at once?
With great difficulty, I think, and that is probably why Nikolai is going 5-0 in this weekend's events. And I really want to call out as well the fact that, you have got this opportunity to make a choice as to whether you bring Tatsugiri with the Dondozo at all, or whether or not you just have solo Dozo that we've seen on the stream as well. And, of course, it's not just Nikolai, it's also his brother Frederick Hoy Nielsen there, also at 5-0, running exactly the same team. These brothers definitely have worked on this team together, I'm absolutely sure of it. And they'll have been able to play test it and really hone it and refine it. And that's really showing. I'm just waiting for the point where they're both 5-0 and they both have to play each other. That's not a mirror match I definitely want to play. But until that point, their preparation together, I'm sure, is paying dividends.
It's fantastic when the whole family, when you've got brothers and sisters being able to play the game together and you help each other build each other up as players. And that the experience, I think, VGC is a game where the more you play, the better you get at it. And just having another resource so close to you, just another family member, being able to play at, whenever you ask them to, is just so valuable.
Yeah, I mean, in Lille Regional Championships, we had Mattia Cognetta play. Of course, David Cognetta, one of the well-known Italian players, and his brother now coming up from the senior division, aging up into the Masters division, and was able to win on stream in Lille as well. Just shows you exactly what you're saying, Zoe, how much that connection and that ability to just play together and test together really does make a difference.
I sometimes wonder if there's a little bit of friendly sibling rivalry there.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, 100%. Definitely.
It might look like they're running the exact same team, but maybe one brother thinks, I'm going to slightly train this one Pokemon faster, just in case there's a mirror match.
There's this saying out there, friends don't speed creep friends, but maybe brothers speed creep brothers. I don't know. We'll have to see if that match comes on and we're fortunate enough to be able to feature it. We'll have to see whether or not that was the case, or whether it does come down to those all-important coin flips.
It'll be a phenomenal match to watch, and maybe a lot of coin flips. Neither of these Dondozos have fissure, so maybe not quite. It'll be quite interesting to see them staring off at each other, just doing a little bit of chip damage.
Well, that's how we kicked off the stream today with Mattie Morgan versus. My name. The name is coming out of my brain now, and I was the one casting the match, so I've got no excuses whatsoever.
I was watching. And
Joan Garcia.
Oh, yes,
Joan Garcia. And they were playing. They were playing against each other, and game 2, the fissure just comes out. It was one fissure in the entirety of the set, and it landed. Dondozo into Dondozo, and Joan was able to knock out Mattie's Dondozo in one hit, and it just. If the game wasn't already locked up before, it was locked up after that fissure connected.
First fissure on stream, and of course it lands, and it's always really cool to see the audience just go absolutely wild when that fissure hits. And I think that's just a mark to show how many different Pokemon in this format. Dondozo, I personally think it's just by itself a really, really strong option.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We saw Mattie was running the Curse set with Joan. He was also, and then Joan was running the more common set that we've seen with the Joan and Fissure set, just putting Pokemon to sleep. But let's get back to that a little bit later. We have Michael versus Sebastian here as our feature match in round 6. A Basculegion coming out in place of what looks like it would have normally been a Dragapult in the more standard composition. Going to be interesting to see how that shakes up at a Glimmora, Dondozo, Tatsugiri combination for Sebastian.
Yeah, that Sebastian's team looks quite a bit of a throwback to one of those Regulation A and B sets where you've got the Glimmora on the team just to go for that Mortal Spin, spread that poison out around the to your opponent's side, and then once all the opponents have been poisoned, you bring in the Dondozo, and then because it's so bulky, you cannot knock it out in the time that your own Pokemon slowly start ticking down from the poison damage. So it's really nice to see a bit of a throwback, and we were just talking about Dondozo earlier, so it's really cool to see it on stream.
Well, let's look at some of the other notable matches we have. We have Soren running a Dondozo Tatsugiri as well. Taran Birdie running a little bit of a different rain composition, but something that's certainly doing well this weekend. Hisuan running a little bit more of a Volcarona kind of base team, which I'm really in favor of. Volcarona's such a good sort of semi-anti-meta pick at the moment in the format where it's kind of breaking down the standard team core compositions and being able to play while not having to run this like heavy, offensive, really difficult kind of team to be able to pilot effectively where you don't have any switch-ins, you've just got to be on the front foot all the time.
Yeah, Volcarona is one of the few bug types that's really, really good in this format. But of course, we're going to see our players up on the stage now, getting ready for their matches. And Michal is actually, in fact, the Gdansk Regional Champion last year in the Seniors Division. So another one of those seniors who have aged up to the Masters. But don't let his young age fool you, because we've seen time and again Aurelian Sula, a lot of seniors having built up that experience, then be able to take that into the Masters Division and just do so well.
These kids are so scary, aren't they? Honestly.
Back in our days.
Back in our day. Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I think the up-and-coming players that we have, especially coming from the senior division. Oliver Eskelin, one of the most renowned players that we have in the master division right now. A few years ago, aged up from the senior division and absolutely dominated the competition. Michal could be the next one of those players that really does age up and show us why they were able to win regional championships in the senior division in their own right. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to how this matchup shakes up.
Yeah. Slightly unrelated, but Michal has a Weavile plushie, so maybe he got the wrong evolution. Not a Sneasler, just a Weavile.
Just out there training at the plushie stand, and yeah, just unfortunately not rolling the right one. But hey, Weavile's a cool Pokemon in its own right. It's definitely got some competitive viability, so good to see it up there representing. Unfortunately, Sebastian, no plushies to face down Michal with his Weavile.
So I think Michal definitely wins the plushie game right there. One plushie to none, and a very cool plushie at that one.
Yeah, well, let's have a little bit of a closer look when we get to it at our players, because we've had a little bit of a preview at their teams. We know Dondozo Tatsugiri is coming to this matchup in some way, shape or form. And yeah, on the left there, lots of accomplishments in the senior division, but don't let the fact that they were in the senior division count them out. It is a hard competition. These kids that are up and coming are really, really talented in their own right. So to see that consistency, top 16 in Worlds, regional champion in Stockholm, regional champion in Gdansk, top 4 in Dortmund, definitely a player to be watching out for.
That amount of consistency just goes to show he knows exactly what it takes to go above and beyond. His opponent on the other side, Sebastian, not many accomplishments, not having none of the major tournaments so far, but don't let that fool you, because we've seen time and again a lot of players having their breakout competitions at a regional and just sweeping through the whole field.
Not once, not twice, at least 3 times we've seen regional champions crowned in their first regional tournament, and that name is going to be on the leaderboards for the rest of time. But let's have a deeper dive into Michal's team here. Rillaboom, Magmar, Baskia Legion, Sneasler, Ninetales, and King Gambit.
Ooh, a really nice balanced team of course, replacing that Baskia Legion, which is also a part Ghost type instead of the Dragapult. Magma, they're actually carrying the Heat Wave instead of the Overheat, which is a slightly more standard move on Magma. But Heat Wave is really nice because it means you do not get the special attack drop. Also get a slight chance of a burn, and you cannot be redirected.
One other thing I want to call out on this team is the Ninetales, and it's carrying the Never Melt Ice rather than choice specs that's been popularized by players like Paul Chua, Victor Medina. and instead saying, well, I wanted that extra little bit of damage, but I also want the ability to protect and also want the ability to control the game a little bit with an encore as well. So let's see if that comes into play as we see what Sebastian has been running. And no surprise that Sebastian is 5-0 with a team this strong. Tatsugiri, Dondozo there, Sneasel Gamora, King Gambit, and Rillaboom.
Lots of heavy offense options on Sebastian's team. He doesn't have to rely on that Dondozo. The Glamora, it's not the typical assault vest set from earlier formats with that mortal spin. It is just going to be that power herb, and at a +1 once he gets the meteor beam, it is so strong. That poison and rock and ground coverage is so strong that not very many things in the metagame really resist it. And then of course you've got that Sneasler with the pesky chance of a Diaclaw getting those status moves, and then paired up with a Swords Dance, King Gambit, not Black Glasses, safety goggles, and a Rillaboom, which does a lot of damage with the Woodhammer in the grassy terrain.
I want to shout out that coaching a little bit more, because it's really nice to be able to get that defense boost and attack boost on the Dondozo, but then Glamora is one of those Pokemon that, you know, you take away special threats from it, you have the option to go for Terra Grass, but coaching really does give it a lot more flexibility to be able to, once it's had its Meteor Beam boost and kind of got that special attack rise, that it can stay on the field a little bit longer. Rock and Poison is an odd defensive type. Like, sometimes it's great and sometimes it's really horrible.
Oh, yes.
And just being able to have more options to maneuver that Glamora into a spot where it can just freely attack really does look very nice.
Yeah, Michal only has 2 special attackers on his team, so coaching is going to come in really helpful if Sebastian chooses to go for it. Sebastian now is going to lead with the Glamora and the Rillaboom up against this King Gambit and the Sneasler.
Look at that, the Glamora is coming straight out of the gates, and of course that King Gambit is looking very strong in this position, able to try to get a little bit of a sword stance going. Not going to worry too much about the Rillaboom nor the Glamora until the Glamora kind of gets going, so it does have an opportunity to get itself a little bit more set up, because if you don't go for the fake out from the Rillaboom onto the Sneasler gets an opportunity to go for a coaching, get the King Gambit a little bit more set up, or even just go for straight close combat or Diaclaw and get the damage rolling on Sebastian's team.
Yeah, Sneasler both Sneasler and King Gambit are in such a good position here. And Michal, you know, I think he's got a little bit of a match leader, but Sneasler now going for that fake out immediately, denying the Rillaboom, but getting a poison.
Wrong fake out.
Poison touch coming in for Sneasler.
And Glamora going for the Earth Power, going into that Sneasler, but not bringing it down to its focus sash there. Sword Dance from the King Gambit, getting itself boosted right the way up and bringing it as a bit more of a prominent threat. That's going to make the Glamora a little bit more scared in this position, because with the black glasses and the ability to go for a Sucker Punch into that slot, the likelihood is that unless this Glamora is trained to be pretty defensive, it would go down to a Sucker Punch. And so you've got to be a bit careful if you're Sebastian. Like, how do you play around this King Gambit? What pieces do you have to put in front of it to have to make him make like these choices as to where to target that you can take advantage of? Try not to get hit by a Sucker Punch. But also, while you're doing that, there's a Sneasler on the board as well.
But Sneasler actually just going to withdraw this turn, so maybe not wanting to preserve its health. And Ninetales now coming in, bringing in winter across the field. Snow is going to rain. I was going to say rain down, but no, this is going to snow down. But
rain down really slowly.
Yes, drift down. But Glamora now so heavily threatened. He's going to withdraw for the Dondozo. A fantastic switch. It has Unaware, so it doesn't really care about those +2 attack boosts from the King Gambit.
A little bit of extra chip damage there going into what was the Sneasler there, doing pretty good damage actually into the Ninetales and maybe blocking the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. And now that Dondozo does indicate to us that Sebastian has decided to bring the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination. Most notably, the Dondozo does come with the added benefit of Unaware. So even though Michal has been able to get the Swords Dance up with the King Gambit, maybe it's not doing as much as first we thought.
No, mate. The Ninetales right now can threaten that Dondozo with the freeze, right? And Dondozo is actually, this one is a Terra Steel, so it can just terrestrialize itself out of it. And we're going to see exactly this Dondozo going for that Terra Steel, making sure it doesn't take super effective hits from this Ninetales freeze dry, and it's now in a really good position. Of course, without the Tatsugiri on its side, it's not going to be doing that much damage, but you know, Tatsugiri in the back could just switch in at any time.
Well, a double protect coming out from Mihao, just scouting out whether that Tatsugiri would be coming in this turn, seeing how Sebastian wants to play it. Of course, with that Terra Steel, there is also a heavy slam on that Dondozo. That's what we're seeing into the Ninetales slot, and probably would do quite a bit of damage to the Sneasler if Mihao had opted to switch that in. But I like how Mihao's playing this. You have got Encore on your Ninetales. Dondozo is a really good Encore target. It both stops the Dondozo going for a move that you don't want it to, or you position your Pokemon in front of the move that you Encore it into, but also means that it doesn't protect every other turn and get that leftovers and now grassy terrain recovery as well. So it makes it a little bit more palatable to be able to get through.
Some Dondozos are trained to be faster than the Ninetales. We won't find out until the players make the moves and they are on the field trying to attack at the same time. So this is going to be really interesting to see, is this Encore mechanic going to come through and block it? But it looks like, this Ninetales is faster. So locking the Dondozo into a heavy slam, which is quite nice against the Kingambit, because now the Kingambit won't care. And high horsepower, not doing too much to the Ninetales in the snow, which has the defense boost, and that does a lot in
pretty good damage. Pretty good damage, but this heavy slam is definitely going to pick up the KO on the Ninetales in combination with that Rillaboom high horsepower. And I like the way that Sebastian's playing this. I think the temptation a lot of the times when you've got Dondozo on the board is to, well, I've got to bring Tatsugiri in as soon as physically possible. But you know, at the end of the day, the Unaware stops the boosts that Kingambit has got from really making too much of an impact. And well, Heavy Slam's still going to knock out Sneasler. It's still going to be able to knock out Ninetales, so you don't have to worry too much about bringing in the Tatsugiri straight away. And you can kind of time it for a little bit later once you've done a little bit more damage. Maybe bring the Dondozo out and bring it back in later to do what it wants to do with Tatsugiri.
I actually have to correct myself there. There is no Tatsugiri on the field at the same time, which is why the Dondozo was very, very slow. But
yes,
and it's now
it could have come in though. It could have come in.
It could have. And the Sneasler now, without the Dondozo being boosted in speed, is going to be faster. But Dondozo getting very, very scared of both the +2 Kingambit, which of course with the Unaware it's not going to care about, but Tatsugiri in the back.
Oh, this is a nice
wanting to absorb and hit Sneasler, going for a protect just to scout out whether keep itself safe from any attacks coming off both the Rillaboom and the Dondozo. So, you know, attack going off into that Sneasler, a very nice protector, and allowing the Kingambit to get the Kowtow Cleave onto the Rillaboom.
Knowing that the Rillaboom was probably going to be going down there, Sebastian just deciding to switch in the Tatsugiri. Now, this Tatsugiri has got a choice, got a Focus Sash, in fact. I was looking at a different Tatsugiri earlier that was carrying a choice scarf. So it is going to be able to launch one attack off if it chooses to, but Sebastian bringing in that Dondozo, getting it on the board this turn and getting all of those boosts to its attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed.
Dondozo getting that Tatsugiri meal deal over there, getting a lot of energy from that Tatsugiri hiding inside its mouth, and now this Dondozo is fully set up. It will be taking super effective hits from the close combat, which Sneasler does still outspeed, but with the +2 defense, doesn't do that much to Dondozo, although it is heavily chipped.
Only enough for the Kowtow Cleave.
Yes, the order up now going into Sneasler, so knocking that out, but there is still that Kingambit and one final Pokemon from Mihao left.
Well, let's see if this is going to be enough to be able to pick up the knockout. Kowtow Cleave going into the Dondozo. Close. It does hang on with just a sliver of hit points. There it is, the leftovers recovery coming out from the Dondozo, healing it up just that little bit. Now, the Sucker Punch from Kingambit, a little bit weaker than Kowtow Cleave. After another turn of recovery from the leftovers, probably will be able to deal with that. But then Basculegion comes onto the field. It's got a Choice Scarf, will be faster than this Dondozo, even though the Dondozo has two more boosts to its speed. And this is really important because the Basket Legion can knock out the Dondozo, the King Gambit can take the Tatsugiri down to Focus Sash, and then can be knocked out afterwards by this choice Scarf Basket Legion.
Yeah, the King Gambit and Basket Legion both so healthy, and King Gambit isn't particularly threatened by the Glamora in the back. It does have Earth Power, but of course, Earth Power is not going to be a one-hit knockout, but Last Respect's now coming off. That +2 defense boost is not going to be enough, and Dondozo is going to faint, and leaving the King Gambit free to get an attack off on that Tatsugiri and bring it down to its Focus Sash.
Worth noting that the Last Respect has gone up in power since 2 Pokemon on Mihal's team have been knocked out. And here it is, the 2+ Kowtow Cleave going into that Tatsugiri. Well, with the King Gambit on a lot of health, it's going to be very difficult for the Glamora or the Tatsugiri to be able to knock it out. Certainly not in one without any boosts. And of course, Basket Legion is going to be able to go first. So yeah, Mihal looks like they're kind of locking in this end game with the ability to just go for Sucker Punch and Last Respects until they've done the last vestiges of damage on Sebastian's team.
Really well played by Mihal there, just conserving that Basket Legion. In the end, when the Pokemon have been knocked out, that Last Respects is doing a lot more damage compared to when no Pokemon have been knocked out. And now Tatsugiri going for a Protect, just trying to maybe bait a target into it. But of course, that does leave the Glamora open with the Sucker Punch coming out. And +2 is not going to be in. It's going to be plenty to knock out the Glamora. Its defenses are quite weak, and, you know, the toxic debris at this stage of the game, when Mihal down to his final 2, he won't be doing any switches, so it's not going to be very useful. And Tatsugiri, the lone commander on the field, all of his teammates are gone, and this game is going to go to Mihal.
One lonely Tatsugiri against the rest of Mihal's team, not going to be enough to be able to pick up any KOs, but Sebastian taking their time to just think about how they want to play into Game 2. And so speaking of Game 2, Mihal was really commanding all the way through. That King Gambit, turn 1, it was on the field, it got a Swords Dance, and then it kind of sat there on its hair, just waiting to be able to attack after attack after attack. What do you think that Sebastian can do as an adaptation to this? How can they get around the sort of staying power of King Gambit and the other Pokemon on Mihal's team?
We saw in that previous game that Dondozo it chose to attack on the field without its partner Tatsugiri and ended up taking quite a lot of damage from the King Gambit, even though it had Unaware and ignored all those attack boosts. But in the second game, maybe an adaptation is maybe trying to bring that Tatsugiri in with Dondozo on the field a little bit earlier, or bring them in on the field at the same time, so that the Dondozo does get all those boosts to its defense and special defense before his opponent has the chance to attack. So he's got a fully healthy Dondozo, which means that Mihal has to actually, because Mihal doesn't have any Intimidates or Burns, he actually just has to keep hitting at the Dondozo until it's eventually whittled away.
Yeah, there's a nice call out actually, because yeah, it's quite tempting for the Sebastian to kind of go similar in that respect, to just try to chip down Mihal's team and then bring the Dondozo Tatsugiri, but maybe you're right, maybe it is the early game cleaning that it needs to do to pave the way for Pokemon like Glamora in the end game. But let's see how these trainers have adapted to get this Game 1 going into turn 1 of Game 2.
Oh, this is so exciting. We're going to see once again the Glamora and the Rillaboom. So Sebastian deciding on the exact same lead against the Sneasel and the King Gambit. So an exact same lead matchup, except the Sneasel and King Gambit just have switched their slots.
Yeah, King Gambit was like, I'm done with sitting on the left-hand side. I'm going to sit on the right-hand side for this game here. And I think it's a switch up here. I think it's a switch up in how you play the game, as opposed to obviously having the same leads or different leads coming into Game 2. We saw in Game 1 that the Glamora was actually free to go straight on the offensive in Game 1, and it was the Rillaboom that got faked out from the Sneasler. No fake outs though coming out this turn. It is an opportunity for Sebastian to make some headway.
A double protect coming off from Mihal, just wanting to burn that turn of fake out from the Rillaboom, and the Rillaboom's fake out goes into that King Gambit, just wanting to prevent it from getting set up. That does leave the Glamora free to get an Earth Power off onto the Sneasler, so a really, really nice protect from Michal there. Sneasler does have the focus sash, so it could have survived that one turn of Earth Power, but you don't want your Pokemon taking unnecessary damage if they don't need to.
Well, and it also puts the Sneasler in range of a Grassy Glide for later, so I like the sort of forward thinking, like the King Gambit's probably going to protect itself, so let's target down the Sneasler that's more likely to go for a fake out into my Rillaboom and get it set up ready for a Grassy Glide, but no, let's just Grassy Glide it straight away.
Sucker Punch coming off does so much to this Glamora, does trigger the toxic debris, so the one layer of toxic spikes has been set on the field, and now the Sneasler going for the close combat, a double up into the Glamora, knocking it out before it has the chance to even make a move, and now both layers of spikes has been set up, but Sneasler is a poison type, so it could switch out and switch back in later on to absorb those toxic spikes.
Usually when a player goes for a double protect, that's because they need to be on the defensive for next turn, but Michal was just be like, no, I've got the faster Pokemon, I've got the ability to go for priority that's doing a little bit more damage. I'm just going to try to knock out that Glamora this turn and remove it from the field, and that's a big piece of Sebastian's damage gone. Now he's going to have to really lean on this Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination that he has to be able to do the damage. The one nice thing here is that with the King Gambit not having its boost up just yet, the Rillaboom's a little bit more safe to be able to go for damage into King Gambit, try to high horsepower the Sneasler maybe so that Terra Steel is a bit more effective in the end game. But it's tough, right? You're almost in a situation where Sebastian's probably thinking like, should I just bring the Tatsugiri in and leave the Rillaboom for later?
Sneasler now going once again for the protect. Michal playing very protectively of his Sneasler. Actually, a double protect. So maybe wanting to see, does the Bastion switch in his Tatsugiri and give that Dondozo all these boosts? And now it looks like, what was that, a Grassy Glide? I didn't.
A high horsepower.
Oh, high horsepower. And the Heavy Slam follow up into the Sneasler. So a bit of both Pokemon getting a bit of grassy terrain recovery there.
I've got to call out how well Sebastian's actually playing the Rillaboom in this set, like high horsepowering turn after turn after turn, games 1 and games 2, and Mihaw's just not punishing that whatsoever, not diacloring into it, and Sebastian's getting that call right every single time. But here we go, you called it out, Zoe. Here comes the Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Dondozo once again getting a nice snack from the Tatsugiri, getting all the boosts to its attack, defense, special defense, and speed. And I think Sneasler, being one of the fastest Pokemon in the game, probably still outspeeds this Dondozo. But of course, Dondozo is now so hard to knock out. And at +2, it's not going to care about any of the boosts from the King Hammer. Close Combat still does a nice bit of chip damage to this Dondozo. There's no Poison Touch activation, and Heavy Slam coming off easily enough to knock out this Sneasler. So Michal losing his first Pokemon of this game.
One nice thing and one difficult thing about this...
oh my god!
critical hit coming out from the King Gambit onto that Dondozo. That Cowtail Cleave is hitting very, very hard. The thing I was about to say was it's so nice that Dondozo, it doesn't have Earthquake. Instead, it's got Heavy Slam, so you can play a Rillaboom next to it because you're not weakening the damage of an Earthquake later. And instead, you're getting the HP recovery that Dondozo's really needing right now.
It is indeed, but this poor Dondozo now, after that critical hit, is brought so low. It really will not appreciate any hits coming its way, even though it's got the +2 to both its attack, its defense, and special defense. It will eventually get worn down, and with no spread damage, it's not going to be able to knock out both Pokemon on the field at the same time. Ninetales is faster than this Dondozo, even with the +2 speed, so it is now locked into the Heavy Slam, which means it can't really touch its King Gambit.
No, but it's going to do a lot of damage to that Ninetales. Quad super effective Heavy Slam is easily enough to pick up the one-hit knockout. Ring that bell there. Kowtow Cleave in reply. That's the damage it should have done last turn into this Dondozo, but Leftovers recovery and Grassy Terrain recovery does take it out of range of another Sucker Punch, and so that gives Sebastian a real good opportunity there. Basculegion coming in. What do you reckon, Zoe? It's encored. I mean, it's Dondozo's encored into Heavy Slam. There is no options for Sebastian to be able to go this turn. But do you reckon the Last Respects is going to knock this out? I think
yeah,
it probably will.
At 100 250 base power. It is a really, really
well, with a
strong
sucker
attack.
punch as well.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
But of course, there is that Tatsugiri fully healthy, so that is something that Michal will have to get rid of. But now the Tatsugiri is forced out. It hasn't been able to make an attack this turn because of the mechanics of Commander, which leaves the King Gambit
that's a choice.
free to go for the Sword Stance. This is a really nice move from Michal because the Tatsugiri, it's not going to appreciate, it can't really knock out the King Gambit in one hit, but that leaves Sebastian's Rillaboom to come in, and Grassy Glide now is suddenly really, really strong against this Basque Legion.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this Basque Legion does have its Terra available, as does King Gambit. There is the high horsepower in the end game. I was thinking, like, do you actually need, whether or not you actually need to knock the Tatsugiri down to its Focus Sash, maybe that was actually a really clever play there, just to make sure that the Rillaboom was the Pokemon that you're trying to knock out in the end game, not the Tatsugiri. This Terra Fighting coming out from the Basque Legion is going to be doing a little bit of work, though. It's locked into Last Respects, so it is going to do a lot of damage there.
Ooh.
But this Tatsugiri means business. It is going for its Terra Stella.
Tatsugiri not minding, saying, look, I don't mind if my partner Dondozo is going to get knocked out the Grassy Glide. So a really nice defensive Terra from this Basque Legion. Last Respects doesn't quite get enough to knock out the Rillaboom, which allows Tatsugiri free to get a Terra Stella boosted Muddy Water. Does that get the accuracy drop on this Basque Legion?
Yeah.
Is knocked out, but King Gambit can only hit one target at a time, and it does get the Counter Cleave off, does knock out the Rillaboom, and now Tatsugiri has its Focus Sash intact.
Yeah.
If we can hit single target Muddy Water,
That's it.
It can survive another turn, and then it comes down to Sucker Punch Mind Games.
Well, it might do. I mean, both of these Pokemon are going to be going for a Protect. They're both, well, King Gambit's going to want to get a little bit more recovery. Not sure about that Protect from Sebastian, maybe trying to scout out something else going on, but you definitely want to be hitting the Muddy Water. That Protect on the Tatsugiri has allowed this King Gambit to go for another Protect in this turn and get a little bit more recovery. There is no Terra Stella boost on the Muddy Water anymore from this Tatsugiri, so single target is a bit stronger than just a Terra Stella spread target. But is it strong enough now after two grassy terrain recoveries to be able to knock out this Tatsugiri? We'll have to see.
Oh, let's see. Is it enough? It is not enough. King Gambit easily hangs
accuracy drop.
Gets the accuracy drop on this King Gambit. Defiant not mattering at this stage, but King Gambit ignoring the accuracy drop, gets the Counter Cleave, brings it down, and now we have Sucker Punch Mind Games.
Hey, do you know what? It's not too much of a mind game. I think, like, in Meow's situation, you hit the Sucker Punch button and you press it a bunch of times until you hope it works. But the accuracy drops, there's two opportunities for this Sucker Punch. One opportunity that the Sucker Punch needs to miss. We've had one Kowtow Cleave that's managed to hit through the accuracy drop. Now we have a Sucker Punch, and it really does all come down to this. Will Michal win this set 2-0, or will Sebastian be able to take us to a game 3?
He's got to actually dodge the Sucker Punch and hit the Muddy Water. Sucker Punch now fails as... Oh, sorry, Tatsugiri's Protect fails, which means the Sucker Punch also fails. But, you know, the situation is still very much the same as Sucker Punch lands and knocks out that Tatsugiri. Very well played to Michal there.
Sucker Punch is landing on its mark. Congratulations to Michal, winning that set versus Sebastian 2-0.
Yeah, what an amazing game. Just Michal, on the surface, didn't quite look like he had much of a Dondozo matchup, but just keeping his level-headed, keeping his cool, realizing that, yes, Dondozo may have the +2 to the defense and special defense, but it's not immune to damage. It'll still take damage, and the critical hit did very much help him, but he played the game so well, positioning his pieces in so that the Dondozo just got hit after hit.
I think the extra couple of hits onto the Dondozo really did make a difference in terms of that endgame. Maybe a couple of heavy slams into the Basque Legion before the Rillaboom actually came out onto the board would have given the Grassy Glide an opportunity to maybe get a one-hit knockout onto a Terra fighting Basque Legion. We won't know now. I mean, it could have gone either way in that situation. All we know is what happened is the critical hit did land. Of course, we have to look back as well to game one, where it didn't even need a critical hit. Michał was able to just land damage. Sebastian went for that Terra Steel, and Michał took full advantage of it in that set.
Yes, that Terra Steel was not quite enough to save it from taking really strong hits from the Sneasler. Of course, it didn't knock it out, but did enough damage that the other remaining Pokemon on Michal's team were able to then knock it out. And I think Dondozo Tatsugiri just shows that sometimes that Tatsugiri, once the Dondozo is knocked out, it does lose that one turn where it's unable to attack. And Michał just took full advantage of that and set up the Swords Dance. Of course, it could have gone either way in the end because the Sucker Punch could have missed.
Yeah, it could have done. But I mean, it was in that situation because of that Muddy Water accuracy drop in the first place. If the accuracy drop didn't happen, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that Michał was going to be able to win. And you got to give props to Michał. It's like, just play the end game, just click Sucker Punch until you win, because if your opponent tries to play this sort of mind game, eventually they're going to have to switch it up and go for a damaging move. And okay, Sucker Punch doesn't have like a lot of power points to it. It does run out eventually, but it's definitely one of those things. And I mean, yeah, look at this. Game two, the Sneasler and the King Gambit just going for that Sucker Punch and the close combat into the Glamora to pick up the knockout. Dondozo able to dispatch a Sneasler after Rillaboom broke its focus sash.
Yeah, Dondozo, still a really strong Pokemon in this format. I do think it is slightly stronger on its own because it has an easier time against opposing Dondozo Tatsugiri. But Sebastian getting undefeated up until now with that Dondozo Tatsugiri just goes to show that it is still a really, really strong team archetype. I still think it's funny seeing the Terra fighting Basque Legion. This fish grows hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those Pokemon where you've got a difficult choice of moves. It's like water coverage, last respects, is usually what players opt for, but having that Terra fighting with the Terra Blast does give it a lot of opportunity to go for something different and really just sort of change up what you can actually endgame with a Choice Scarf adaptability, because of course the Terra Blast does end up getting an adaptability boost from becoming a fighting type as well. So it's not just powerful, like it's kind of super powered at that point, and it does change up how many endgames that you can play with that Basque Legion.
It's also worth noting that adaptability only works on what typing you are at the moment, which meant that when Michał went into the Terra fighting, he lost the adaptability boost onto the last respect, so it did a bit less damage to the Rillaboom, and makes me curious, would it have taken the KO if it was still Water and Ghost? But of course, it would have been knocked out by the Grassy Glide if it stayed that way.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, Zoe, because I remember seeing that last respect into the Rillaboom and thinking,
yeah, it was a bit weaker than...
Has that not been trained? Like, is this not what Basque Legion is like? It's here to do. It comes out, it last respect in a name game. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. And yeah, adaptability is one of those really powerful abilities that really doesn't see use in a lot of different Pokemon. But where it does, I think we always find a little bit of a powerhouse. Now it's Basque Legion. Back in the day, it was Porygon Z. Back in our day, that was able to launch out Hyper Beams and things like that.
And also Eevee, but unless you're Giovanni Costa, you will not be using Eevee.
Well, we'll give an honourable mention to Eevee, I think. Okay. We'll give an honourable mention. But it is one of those really powerful abilities. But let's hear a little bit more about that with the winner from round 6 here at the Gdańsk Regional Championships, Michał.
Welcome to Michał Kwiatkowski's Kitchen Trainers. How was my pronunciation there, Michał?
Pretty good.
Yes, let's go. Congratulations on winning that round there. Your King Gambit really proving to be the head chef in the kitchen despite the Dondozo on the other side of the field, especially with its sushi knife, critical hit, kowtow cleave, going all the way through those defense boosts on the Dondozo. This is your first season as a Masters Division player. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels really good to start a regional with like a really good performance. Like I am 6-0 right now, so guaranteed day 2. I was really scared of like going 1-5 and thinking that my seniors achievements do not mean nothing, but like, yeah, I really like the fact that it went so well.
Yeah, and you had the crowd cheering you on as well with that home turf advantage. Amazing stuff. So, fairly decisive 2-game set there. You saw Dondozo Tatsugiri on your opponent's team. How did you feel about that?
I mean, I was really scared because my opponent had a Terra Poison King Gambit, which seemed really scary. Like, if you look at my team, I have no way of actually dealing super effective damage to poison times. But he just did not bring it for some reason. I don't really know why. But yeah, King Gambit proved to be clutch. The decisive moment for me was when it was revealed that my Sneasler is faster than their Dondozo. And with that information, I could just deduce that my Anchor would be faster, would be stronger. And I could also outspeed with Sneasler as well and threaten those super effective close combats.
Yeah, and you can take a look at the stats that we're talking about with King Gambit on the screen there. Yeah, really fascinating insight into your game plan there, Michał. And, of course, you won this event in the seniors division in the last season as well. So, well, what are you thinking? Do you think you do it again today or this weekend?
I mean, I'm really hoping to. Like, my expectations are usually way too high, because I want to win every event I attend. But like sometimes it works out because like I have a really good win rate at regionals because I won 2 out of 3 I attended. So like I always keep my hopes up very high. And yeah, maybe it is the time where I get my big win and I make a name for myself.
Yeah, well, you're already making a name for yourself. Make no mistake, Michał. Remember that name. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of it. Now, in that game too, critical hit from the King Gambit. Had that not happened and the Dondozo had more HP, how do you think that game could have gone?
I think it would still be fine because the last respects deal just so much.
Yeah.
And I think it would be the exact same scenario because I really choked by going for Swords Dance instead of just getting the Tatsugiri to his focus touch because I forgot that I anchored the Dondozo and he couldn't protect. So yeah, I think the position would be really similar at the end.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, it's good that you had that game plan solid in your mind. And yes, Encore, such an impressive move in VG. So, looking across to your whole season, Michał, do you have any particular aims and goals for this season?
So, I really wanna win at least one regional this season. And so my plan is win a regional this season. Next season, I wanna win an IC, which is very hard, so it might not happen. And then in the next season after the IC win, I wanna win Worlds, which is very unrealistic, but, well, it might just happen.
It might just happen, and it's really good that you've got such a solid plan in mind, you know, win a regional this season, IC next season, then we'll see what happens after that. I think it's really important just to set your expectations where you think you can actually achieve. It's good to hear that, you know, you're not going too far ahead of yourself at this point. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this Weavile plushie that you've got with you here that we saw on the stream?
Yeah, so this Weavile plushie is kind of special to me. Because I bought it at EUIC in the Pokémon Center. Shout out to the Pokémon Center at EUIC. and it was really important to me. Okay, so first use of the Weavile, it's a great team sheet holder. You can just fold your team sheet like this, and it's really good at this job. I mean, it kind of brings back a little bit of the pain after not cutting EUIC at 5-2 when I missed out on resistance. Yeah, but I have a lot of great memories with it and it's really useful in battle. So.
The team sheet metagame. You heard it here first, traders. Get that Weavile plushie sorted and your team sheets will never feel more supported. So you brought Weavile to EUIC.
but you weren't...
No, I
you didn't?
not.
Oh, okay.
I just brought it because it was
Oh, I see.
one of the coolest plushies there.
I see. I thought you meant it was on your team. But yes, no, you bought it in the Pokemon Center. And indeed, shout-outs to the Pokemon Center. Such amazing stuff on offer there. So, Mihao, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Any shout-outs that you want to give?
Okay, so the list is gonna be slightly long. So shout out to everyone in the Blizzards team, especially Yoship and Gabu and Sikaretan. Shout out to Ken, because he inspired my team quite a lot. That Terra fighting Terra Blast tech on Basculegion is very useful. And also shout out to my family, shout out to my friends from Sweden, especially Gustav and Hannes and Ted. And also, one last shout out to my biggest fan, Idchak. Thank you for always supporting me.
The list of names really does just go on for each of the trainers here. So many people go into making a fantastic player, such as Mihao. So, wish you all the very best for the rest of the weekend, Mihao. Huge congratulations again. Thank you for talking to me. And trainers, hey, don't go anywhere. Where are you going? Stay right here. Keep your ships docked at the Gdansk Regional Championship stream, just like the switches in the venue, because we'll be navigating our ship right through to the end of day one.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, you know, if I have more wins and losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh, yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto, too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is it. Oh, wow. Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional.
And Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit. Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Harjeff, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Harjeff.
Here it is, Mirage Gate. Gonna power up Giratina V-Star. And John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion. And he takes it. The Charlotte Miracle.
Torn Reklev is your 5-time international champion.
Shifu, close combat, it's not a Lucas, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion.
3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been.
You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I've wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Reklev.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's got to be Gabriel Agati.
Doombug.
Justin Tang.
Brad Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won, so that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me. There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same.
Trainers, welcome back to the Gdansk Regional Championships, where I have been joined by a wild Jamie Boyd here on the desk. And Jamie, we haven't been paired up together on the desk so far today. We're already in round 7 here in Gdansk. How's your day gone?
I think it's become pretty good so far. Some great matches coming out, some really experienced trainers showing why they're so experienced, and then some newer players leveling up from seniors into masters and already making it into day 2 of their first tournament in the masters division. Absolutely fantastic showing.
Of course, Michal there getting a 6-0 record in round 6 just a moment ago. If you haven't seen that, well, carry on watching for now, but go back and watch it because it was a fantastic match against Sebastian, and seeing how to play against that Dondozo Tatsugiri combination.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a combination that a lot of trainers are leaving on the wayside. Like, I'm not going to face this, I'll ignore this in my matchup, and then it can catch you off guard, because I think a lot of trainers are opting more for solo Dozo, where it's just the Joan leftovers set rather than going with the Tatsugiri instead. But yeah, if the Dondozo is being left like on the bench for most trainers, you can suddenly bring it to a tournament and catch people off guard, but not quite. Michal was ready for that. Yeah, I think there was a couple of tools that Michal had that were really nice, and the one I want to call out specifically is Encore on Ninetales. Now, Alone on Ninetales is one of my favorite Pokemon to use in the competitive circuit at the moment. Very, very good with its ability to do 4 times super effective damage, of course, to Pokemon like Garchomp and Dragonite. But also, it gets the ability to use Aurora Veil. And if not Aurora Veil, it can support a team with Encore. And that Encore pressure that it put on Michal showed exactly why it was so good. Locking a Dondozo into Heavy Slam, which, yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's going to take a little, you're going to take a little bit of damage, but King Gambit doesn't mind that. Definitely prefer it to taking a Wave Crash to the face, and just allows the room for your team to be able to have a little more breathing space. Yeah, I think before Regulation H, you would have been very surprised to see no Aurora Veil on a Ninetales. Yeah. Because that would have been, well, why wouldn't you be running this incredible move to reduce the damage output? But lots of teams, like, they don't need the Aurora Veil as such. We saw it coming up in the very first tournament, Paul Chua, with that very classic team of 6 that we saw, the Ninetales was put on the team without Aurora Veil. Yeah. That surprised people, but now that's becoming incredibly common. We're seeing, well, Encore is good enough support, I can just do the Ice-type damage as well. We're seeing even just choice specs on the Inola Ninetales. Yeah. I don't need to stop damage if I'm going to do damage instead. What is support anyway? I mean, just, yeah, slap a choice specs onto a Ninetales and see how well you're doing. Hey, if you don't get the knockout, you got a chance at freezing. I mean, Michal had kind of the best of both worlds, didn't he? He had the Encore with the Never Melt Ice to still increase the damage output, not to the point of choice specs, but yeah, still a very, very good showing. And congratulations to him once again for reaching day 2 of his first ever Masters Division Regional Championship. It's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Well, let's have a look at how Michal and other players are getting on coming into round 7 of the Gdansk Regional Championships. If you've just joined us, if you haven't seen the action already so far, here's what has happened so far. We've got Ferdinando in the lead there at the moment in first seed with a 6-0 record, of course, followed up by Marco Silva, Mikhail Kelsch. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce Niam. Naim? I'm going to go with Naim. Naim. Apologies for our mispronunciations. Yes. We are trying our best here, but yeah, very, very good to be a 6-0, guaranteeing their spot into that day 2 already. Taron Birdie, a very, very consistent UK player as well. It's Adam Walker, another UK player that is currently 6-0 and made it into the day 2. So very, very good showing there. And of course, rounding off with Michal, who we just saw also at that 6-0 record. A little bit further down the line, another UK player that we talked about before, Oliver Gorsden. I remember shouting out Oliver for using Iron Boulder in a previous regulation set. They're here using a little bit more of a standard team this time around and showing why they're very good. Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen, who we saw on the stream earlier today, piloting the Dondozo Tatsugiri with that Indeedee male and Blood Moon Ursaluna, of course. Ursaluna being a little bit of a staple of the Hoy-Nielsen brothers. Yeah, it does seem so. And I wouldn't be surprised if Frederick was also at that 5-1 record as well. Of course, there's plenty of trainers still like close to undefeated to just one loss, still absolutely vying for that place in the day 2. If you're at the 5-1 record, you just need that one last win on this first day to be able to advance. Of course, the Swiss does continue into the second day, so you would obviously want as many wins as possible. 7-1 is much more significant going into that second day than a 6-2 would be.
Only 3 more rounds to play tomorrow before we break to our asymmetrical top cut. And that does mean that an X&2 record going into day 2 is a little bit of a harder schedule going into that second day of the Swiss. It is the same tournament. The Swiss just kind of continues on, but some players don't continue on with it. And so, yeah, going in, as you say, Jamie, at 7-1 or even 8-0 today really does stand you in good stead to be able to make sure that you're in that asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, if you get that 8-0 record, you need one more win, and you have basically guaranteed your place in that asymmetrical top cut. We've got plenty of trainers that are super close to being able to get that 6-0 at the moment. There's 7 of those trainers. We can whittle that down to probably 2 at this point. That's going to be able to make it into that second day with that flawless record. That is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and that is the thing. Once you get to that knockout round, you have the opportunity to play it, of course. You only need the same amount of points as number 8 in the tournament, match points, that is, to be able to play in the symmetrical top cut. So whatever standing position 8 gets, whatever win-loss record, you only have to match that to be able to get into the knockout rounds. And we see... Well, we see some upsets. We see some, real Cinderella stories there coming out from trainers that just manage to just make it in and have that opportunity to go all the way up the knockout bracket to be able to try to win the regional championships here. It's all to play for.
It is absolutely all to play for. We've seen it multiple times where trainers maybe lose a couple of games very early on and then just have a flawless records to be able to get to that winning position. We've seen it this season. Andrew Zeng, I think, started 2-2 in the tournament that they were able to end up winning over in the North American region. A very, very solid showing there. Our previous, our most recent world champion, I should say, Luca Cherubelli, also, I think, went 3-2 and then had a flawless run to become world champion. So, yeah, X&2, it's not the place you want to be going into the second day, but it by no means stops you from winning the whole thing.
Definitely not. And we do have to make a little bit of a correction there. And, it does depend on the player numbers, how many rounds of Swiss we play. We have a few less players this weekend, so it's actually 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow instead of 3. So, again, it just gives you the importance of these players to be able to get those wins today, because you have less opportunities to get the wins tomorrow.
Well, that would mean that our undefeated players, trainers in this first day, should be guaranteed, yeah. Guaranteed. So it's absolutely where you want to be. We'll see. We're going to be seeing very shortly who's going to be playing for that as we go into our round 7 very, very shortly. And it seems like we're going to be featuring Raheem versus Andrea here coming out. We've got another Charizard featured on the stream, it seems.
Yeah, nice little Sun team coming out there. We'll get into the match that's being played a little bit later on. Let's have a look down. I mean, I'll be honest, I'd be really excited to be looking over the shoulders of Taron Birdie versus Marco Silva. That's a match I would definitely like to see. And of course, Ferdinand versus Adam down there. And no, do you know what, Jamie? I'm really sorry out there for those at home. I'm just not getting this name around my head. I do apologise.
Yeah, like we'll go with Naeem for now, with the caveat that we are apologising for our terrible pronunciation with our just basic English.
I'm holding my hands up.
Yes,
holding my hands up.
Absolutely.
Of course, against Mihal that we saw on stream just last round. Of course, Naeem using that sort of combination of Trick Room, but also with a little bit of a fast mode with that Tyranitar and Excadrill as well. So a really nice sort of combination of things. Adam Walker there using the sort of slightly tried and tested Rain team, but also with this Archaladon Mousehold mode with a little bit of screen support from the Grimmsnarl. So taking a couple of different cues from a couple of different archetypes and smushing them together into something that works in a few different situations.
Yeah, and is facing down against the Dondozo Tatsugiri, like we said, seemed to be dropping off, but like we've seen a reasonable amount of Dondozo paired with Tatsugiri now. Yes, there have been the solo Dozos, but yeah, Tatsugiri Dondozo is, I don't want to say making a comeback, but it's been noticeable that it's been prevalent in this tournament, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. And this is how the metagame sort of tends to be a little bit cyclic, doesn't it? It's like goes round in circles as to, well, Dondozo's not very good here, so players aren't really preparing for Dondozo, and then, well, I guess I'll use Dondozo because players aren't preparing for Dondozo, and yeah, that's always been kind of how it's been, as like the rise and fall of that combination.
I think you can tell how prevalent a Dondozo Tatsugiri is whether Amoonguss has clear smog or not. I think that's got to be the biggest indication, right?
And then whether or not the Dondozo is safety goggles Terra Steel or not.
Yeah, of course. Like I think we still see the haze on the Prima Arena a lot, which is one of the most common encounters that we see. We've been seeing haze pick up on Dragonites as well, because of course the loaded dice scale shot is becoming the most common set, and then you have the tech move in the haze as well to be able to deal with Dondozos. But yeah, like it's been dropping off a lot, so then finding the right point in the metagame to say, well, people are disrespecting Dondozo Tatsugiri, this is the moment for it, is a very, very niche, very nice way to be able to predict how the meta is going to be able to go.
And it's a hard decision to be able to make, because you don't really know exactly what everybody else is going to opt for. Everybody's looking at the metagame in a slightly different way, and yeah, you don't always get that right. It's a really hard balance to be able to run as like, oh, this is the sort of thing that I'm running, but hey, maybe this kind of archetype is actually the call this weekend.
Yeah.
So you kind of have try to play either for the matchup advantage or just play for the player advantage, play the solid stuff, play the balanced stuff, just try to outplay your opponent turn after turn after turn.
Well, I think that's exactly what we're seeing in this matchup that we have, right? Because we've got the very consistent team of 6, like the Dragapult Magma kind of team that Michael has really popularized, along with the other Germans that ended up working on that team, up against this Dondozo that is trying to catch out everyone with well, you're not ready for Dondozo Tatsugiri this tournament because it's being disrespected. And that's right. It's almost successful here. Like one win away to be able to make it into that day 2.
And one thing that Dondozo Tatsugiri doesn't really like to be playing against is a lot of damage, and that's something as well that we can see, just being able to outpace the sort of defensive boost that Tatsugiri gives the Dondozo in many of our games. It's like, even if you don't have haze, maybe you can just go for damaging moves over and over again. Maybe you can use Encore like we saw in the last round to be able to stop it from doing the things that it wants to do every turn.
Yeah, of course. We'll be seeing how Fernando end up doing with their Dondozo Tatsugiri very shortly. But of course, we're going to be featuring Raheem here. Going to be Raheem versus Andrea. Going to be rocking that Jumpluff and Charizard team that we've already been seen featured on the stream already, thanks to Marco Silva.
Yeah, a really, really powerful team. But let's have a little look at the achievements of these two players. Of course, Raheem, a player that we've seen a little bit over the last couple of years, and the Lille top 64 in the Lille regionals this year, just a few weeks ago. So a little bit of current form going on there. Top 16 at Dortmund, top 128 at the World Championships last season, and of course getting top 32 in Stuttgart last season as well.
Yeah, and Andrea going to be one step away from getting their first achievement here as well. No achievements yet, but super close. One more win and we'll make it into that day 2.
Yet is your favorite word.
It is.
Absolutely.
Like when it comes to good reason. For sure,
for good reason. You know, it is the first one that Andrea could be chalking up on the kind of leaderboard here. Yeah. And next time we see Andrea on stream, hopefully there'll be another little mark from the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Is this your little hint that I need to get a thesaurus out and maybe choose some other words instead? But yet is, I think, very appropriate here for trainers that are so close to being able to get their first accomplishment, especially with a really cool team here that we've already been able to feature once, and it had a very dominant showing in that second and third game. It could be very easily having another dominant performance here. This is a team that has the potential to. Some people, or some trainers, do disrespect Charizard and not have many fire resistances at all. And if you don't, we've already seen how much damage a solar power boosted, choice specs boosted in the sun, overheat and heat wave can do from a Charizard. And this team is set up to enable that very, very nicely.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. That's it. That's all I've got to say about Charizard. It's a lot of
Yeah, we
damage.
don't need to say any more because it's already KO'd the rest of the sentence
yeah, exactly.
that we were going to say.
Yeah, well, there we go. Now Raheem using the same team that a lot of the German community are opting for. Rillaboom, Magmar, Primarina, Sneasler, Dragapult, King, Gambit. Putting a lot of damage on the board early with Dragapult, putting a lot of pressure on with that Terra Ghost, Terra Blast, especially when a lot of trainers are opting for Ghost types as their defensive Terra of choice. It really does punish that ability to go for the Terra. And then, of course, you've got those staples of support. You've got the Magmar with the Vital Spirit, with the Will-O-Wisp, with the Follow Me. You've got the Fake Out on the Rillaboom. And you've got the ability for Sneasler to go for a Fake Out in this composition as well.
Yeah, we know what this team of 6 does. We've seen it together a lot. And it's just the small iterations in the team. Are you Flame Body or Vital Spirit on your Magmar? Right. Are you Clear Smog or Will-O-Wisp on your Magmar as well? Are you Terra Blast Ghost or are you Terra Dragon for massive Dragon Darts on the Dragapult? There's just small tweaks. There's even the Terra Water on the Primarina as well.
The Dreepy are massive.
I know, right?
They're absolutely, like, like, how big are your Dreepy coming in?
Well, they get a little bit of a boost. Like, obviously the Dragon boost, but also the fact that there's a little bit of a weaker move gets a boost as well. So it can do massive damage, but obviously it's the Terra Ghost, Terra Blast coming out from this Dragapult. And even just like the Primarina was Terra Water. Like that is technically a defensive Terra in the face of Sneaslers.
Yes. Yeah, and it also gives you a little bit of an offensive benefit to boot. But one thing I like as an adaptation on this team has been the Terra Dark King Gambit going to be Terra Ghost.
Yeah.
With the amount of Sneasler that we see in this format so far, as well as the fact that there's so many fake-out threats that you really don't want King Gambit to fall foul of, having that Terra Ghost there just opens up the door to so many different plays and just makes it so much more dangerous, so much more likely that it's going to be able to just launch a Sucker Punch into your opponent's direction, and that's something that a lot of teams find really, really dangerous.
Yeah, it is for sure. You get that nice boost with the black glasses on the King Gambit. We've seen maybe a safety goggles here and there as well with the Terra Ghost available, but I think Terra Dark was so common on King Gambit, but just the fact that Sneasler is now the most common Pokemon with almost half usage across the entire tournament, it does force these more defensive terrestrializations. We've seen Primarina opt for like Terra Poisons, and in here Terra Water, which can drop its fairy typing as well. So yeah, it's centralized mainly around the Sneaslers, but not going to be here. Yeah, no, it's Jumpluff and Charizard up against the King Gambit and Magmar now.
Wow, King Gambit and Magmar going up on the field. They are definitely under threat from this Charizard and Jumpluff.
Yeah, for sure. You can just go for a sunny day and a heat wave, and I don't think King Gambit can really terrestrialize out of that. It's got reasonable bulk on the physical side. It's kind of average on the special side. So yeah, Magmar's not going to help with a heat wave here that can just bypass the Follow Me very nicely. Yes, the Magmar would take the heat wave, but I'm not going to say it's going to take it comfortably, because even if there's a resistance, it's not actually a resistance to a Charizard in the sun.
The resistance doesn't count in this scenario.
Does not, no.
And well, the question is, I mean, Charizard is not known for its capability to play too defensively. It is Terra Ghost as well. Maybe there's a chance that a Sucker Punch coming out from King Gambit would, maybe if it doesn't knock it out, maybe it would leave it in enough damage to KO itself to a solar power drop. But here it is, you called it out, Jamie. The heat wave in the sun coming out. There's no Sucker Punch from that King Gambit whatsoever. It's gone for the Terra. It's not super effective anymore, but as we've established, Heat Wave is always super effective from that Charizard. It is going to be going down. Of course, Jumpluff does have to take an overheat for its troubles. It's going down. The Magmar did quite well. It took less than 50% health from that heat wave there.
It probably won't be knocked out in 2 heat waves. It might be a roll. We will have to see. It's going to be incredibly close, but yeah.
Big congrats there to that Magmar. It's doing really, really well. And Porygon does make its way onto the field, but yeah, it may be too little too late for this Sneasler coming out here.
Well, you still get to outspeed the Charizard at least. There wasn't a Tailwind set off from the Jumpluff, so Sneasler will be able to outspeed here. It's threatening super effective damage into the Porygon 2. It's threatening its Diaclaws, as it likes to do in the face of the Charizard. Won't KO for sure, but if you get one of those status conditions that it so loves to get, maybe that will be a way back for Raheem, because that was quite a devastating turn 1 to just use your Terra for no benefit. Like, that was not a defensive Terra. There is no defensive Terra in the face of Charizard here. And, like, yeah, Magmar being so bulky with the AVO, like, yes, it was able to take less than half from a Heat Wave. Not many Pokemon can do that. Like, this Sneasler, it's going down to its Focus Sash if it gets hit by another Heat Wave, and that just means that the Porygon 2 would be able to follow up with any KO it will want to go for as well.
There is another option for this Charizard. It can go for a defensive terrestrialization of its own, because, hey, it doesn't need any more power. We've established that already so far. It's going to be the Terra Ghost that's going to give it immunity to a Fake Out out. It's going to give it immunity to a close combat, but it's also going to make it resist the Dire Claw.
Ooh.
That doesn't affect the close combat, doesn't affect the Charizard there, and it is another Heat Wave. Well done, Sneasler. You went down to your Focus Sash. I think without the Focus Sash, that Sneasler was definitely gone from this world. But there we go, the Will-O-Wisp coming into the Porygon 2. It's got a little bit of a burn, but Porygon 2 does get to attack this turn. It gets to go for a Terra Blast, and with such low HP on both the Magmar and the Sneasler, it is the Sneasler that's going to be going down. 2 turns in a row, Andrea has just got a 3 Heat Wave from this Charizard onto Raheem's side of the field. And, well, there's a Primarina in the back that technically resists Heat Wave, but
we've already established that there's no actual resistance, really. Like, I think at this point, Magmar has counted as a resistance. Like, it survived 2 Heat Waves. Not many Pokemon can do that. But yeah, this Charizard, it's going to outspeed both of these Pokemon. Yes, the Magmar is protecting. It'll survive this turn, at least. But here comes another Heat Wave. We've already seen how much damage it can do. This should do over half to the Primarina, for sure.
And here it is.
Oh, not quite. Impressive.
I mean, Primarina's pretty...
There we go. It did do half.
There we go.
I was factoring in the bird.
The bird takes it over the edge. There, the Moonblast goes into the Porygon 2 and does, a nice little bit of damage. The special attack drop is pretty nice as well. But there it is, the Terra Blast taking that Primarina straight into range of a Heat Wave. Citrus Berry taking it straight out of range of a Heat Wave, but maybe the burn taking it back into a range of Heat Wave?
That's going to be incredibly close because it was just under half. But then, of course, you just get to go for Heat Wave and another Terra Blast to follow up. There's not really much damage that's going to be coming out from Raheem's side of the field. The Magmar, of course, went for that overheat previously. Even though we're still in the sun for just a little bit longer, the overheat won't be doing too much damage. The Hyper Voice is reduced in damage from the Primarina, so it has to resort to Moonblast here. But yeah, here's just another Heat Wave. It's connecting with all of them, and even if the Primarina is able to somehow knock out both these Pokemon, it's going to go down to the burn, but we're probably going to see just that Terra Blast from the Porygon 2 wrap things up after this Moonblast.
I think it was the burn that did it. I think that was it. I think that's exactly how Andrea managed to get through this. It was just the burn. Charizard did nothing. It was the burn that took it over the edge.
Yeah, we'll forget the 350% damage that the Charizard did to the 4 Pokemon across on Raheem's side.
No, I'm sticking with it. It's the burn. It's the burn that did it.
Yeah, that's just a showing of if you disrespect a Pokemon that can do that much damage, it can just completely sweep through a game. And I don't think, disrespect's probably the wrong word.
Yeah,
Magmar and Primarina were able to survive the attacks. They were able to probably shrug off 2 of them.
I think there was actually a little bit of respect, actually, for Andrea coming out from Raheem. He's a very calculated player, Raheem. I've played him before in locals, and very, very difficult opponent to play against. He knows the calls that he needs to make. And arguably there was a little bit of respect there for the Charizard because there was the threat of Sucker Punch coming out turn 1 from the King Gambit. And think about how different that game would have been. A Sucker Punch into the Charizard, it would have probably knocked itself out to a solar power damage in the first 2 turns. So maybe you sort of protect itself away. So Raheem, I think, was trying to cover the Charizard, just going for the switch, not wanting to take the Sucker Punch damage, and then capitalize on that. But Andrea, I mean, these are the calls that we make, and we are at the stage in the tournament where you really do have to make those calls.
Yeah.
Where Andrea just said, well, no, Heat Wave. I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it paid off a huge amount in this first game. If there would have been a Sucker Punch in that Charizard, maybe the Solar Power ticks it down, but even if it doesn't, that's got to put it in range of Dire Claw from Sneasler, right? Even probably with a Terra Ghost to try and be defensive.
Yeah. And then you don't mind whether it Terra Ghosts or not.
Yeah.
You do get the opportunity to knock it out. So I think, yeah, it does come down to that first turn, and the result of that first turn, just the King Gambit getting knocked out straight away, is that there was so much space for that Charizard. King Gambit really was the Pokemon in that particular scenario that you wanted to be able to try and knock it out. Now the question is, how does Raheem go about this game knowing how much of a threat that Charizard was?
Well, Dragapult seems like it would be a good pick here because Again, I'm not going to use the word resistance. Like, yes, it's a dragon, but it's not got much bulk. That doesn't matter in the face of Charizard. No. But it outspeeds Jumpluff and Charizard.
Yes.
So that means that you'd be able to get off some damage, maybe even KO the Jumpluff before it's able to do any kind of spot. There it is. There is the Dragapult
nice
adaptation with that Magmar.
Right, so Dragapult Magmar coming out into the fray. Porygon 2 and Incineroar. So no Charizard in sight. Where Raheem has switched things up, so has Andrea. Maybe going for that Trick Room mode this time.
Yeah, probably calling that Dragapult to be out in this league, because Incineroar Porygon 2 is brilliant against the opposing Dragapult, because this isn't the Terra Dragon variety, this is the Ghost Terra Blast, which you can't do against the Porygon 2, and you don't want to do against the Incineroar. So if you're logging into something just like Dragon Darts, then that's not doing that much damage. You've got the option to go for knockoff to probably KO the Dragapult, or even if the Magmar does go for that redirection, that's still beneficial because you'd get rid of that Eviolite item, which would reduce the bulk of that Magmar significantly. And then there's not really too much threatening this Porygon 2. It can set Trick Room if it wants. It can just go on the offensive if it wants. Either would be fine here.
Well, it's going to be a U-turn coming out from that Dragapult and leaving the field as quickly as it came and switching in for Raheem. I think he's probably quite happy to see that there's no Charizard. Makes these switch-ins a little bit safer, especially against these more defensively orientated Pokemon in P2, or Porygon 2, should I say, and Incineroar. But just taking a little bit of time to consider, because we didn't see a fake out coming out from the Incineroar, what he wants to bring in this spot. And it is going to be a Will-O-Wisp coming out from the Magmar.
Yeah, that's the second time that Raheem has prioritized getting a burn on this Porygon 2. Of course, every little bit of chip does help, but this is going to be significant chip getting rid of the Eviolite from that knockoff from the Incineroar. And then the Porygon 2, yes, it did prioritize getting the speed orders reversed, getting into that Trick Room. You would assume that Incineroar and Porygon 2 are slower than the Magmar here, and now that the Eviolite has been knocked off, you'd be able to do some pretty significant damage and probably KO that Magmar with a double up.
Normally in this spot, I would have expected the Incineroar to maybe go for a parting shot and try to get Ursaluna in the back in with its flame body straight away. But the fact that Trick Room's up in Incineroar is going to be faster than Sneasler and the Magmar under this condition means that you can't easily parting shot or switch in an Ursaluna this turn. So maybe the Incineroar's got to go on the offensive.
Yeah, it definitely can. Like, Incineroar has very respectable offensive stats. Like, you
just call Incineroar respectable.
Respectable offensive stats, for sure, yes. It's got a very sizable attack stat. So, and we saw the knockoff, that's noticeable damage into the Magmar while it was holding the Eviolite. So, a combination of an attack from Incineroar and Porygon 2 into either the Sneasler or the Magmar should be enough to pick up the knockout here. But Caesar even just going for its offensive terrestrialization, that's nothing defensively. So, if it was double into, then it's not going to be able to get off this now Terra Stella boosted attack.
Well, that is unless the Magmar is going for its Follow Me and redirecting those attacks away from the Sneasler, giving it the opportunity to go for its big damaging attacks. Ice Beam, of course, into that Fire-type Magmar, not going to do any damage whatsoever. The Magmar not holding its Eviolite is going to take a little bit more damage, of course, from that Flare Blitz, but it's not enough to knock it out this turn. And as Terra Stella boosted close combat into the Porygon 2 is enough to pick up the knockout, maybe with the burn chip helping out a little bit as well.
Yeah, interesting choice to go for 2 resisted hits, and these are resisted hits, into the Magmar with the Flare Blitz and the Ice Beam, yeah.
Resistance is back to mattering.
Yeah, it absolutely did. The Magmar's still around. Even without its Eviolite, it was able to stick around and potentially get another Follow Me off here. But of course, the Ursaluna has just joined the field here. They're going to be able to, well, it's not burned at least, but I don't think that matters with the amount of HP that both these Pokemon are on. You're definitely in range of any attack. The Sneasler's obviously got its Focus Sash still, but you could very easily just go for an Earthquake, knock out the Magmar, and bring the Sneasler down to its Focus Sash. The only issue would be that you'd be hitting your own Pokemon here with that Earthquake.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to hit the Incineroar, and that's exactly why the Incineroar is switching out. You set up Trick Room, the Jumpluff is in the back. It's not the slowest Pokemon out there, but it does have that flying typing and will be able to be immune to any ground-type damage. And of course, it is the opportunity for this Ursaluna to go for a Terra Ghost and get that Earthquake into play. Sneasler, carrying the Focus Sash, will be able to take an attack this turn and go for potentially a Dire Claw. Wouldn't it be funny if this goes into the Ursaluna before it gets burned and gets a poison instead, or some other, or a paralysis maybe, and takes away the ability for that facade to be even more powerful?
That would have been quite amusing indeed, but it is just a double protect to stall out that Trick Room, so Ursaluna is going to be burned here at the end of its turn thanks to its Flame Orb, and still going to be able to threaten the knockouts here on the Mag. Well, I say knockouts. No, it won't, because the Jump Love doesn't have any offensive moves here, so you can't claim 2 knockouts this turn because of that Focus Sash, even as strong as Ursaluna is. So at least the Jump Love should underspeed the Sneasler. Usually Sneaslers run as fast as possible, and that is faster than Jump Love, and we're in Trick Room. So you should be able to launch off a Sleep Powder into that Sneasler, but of course that's not guaranteed. The Earthquake's guaranteed. That's going to pick up whatever knockouts on the Magmar slot it would like to. Yes, Dragapult could switch in, and maybe whatever the last Pokemon is could be able to take an Earthquake quite comfortably. If it's something like the King Gambit, no it won't, so that wouldn't be able to switch in. You got to hope it's something like the Rillaboom to be able to reduce the damage of the Earthquake, if that is the Pokemon waiting back for Raheem.
Well, if it was the Pokemon waiting in the back, you might have been expecting to see it that turn rather than the previous turn. So maybe a telegraph that there isn't a Rillaboom sitting in the back, but it will be a Follow Me coming out. Ursaluna goes for the Earthquake, of course. As we've said, Magmar will be going down to that. Sneasel will be going down to its Focus Sash. And I quite like the fact that this Jump Bluff isn't able to take a knockout on the Sneasler, because now you can put it to sleep if you're Andrea and you connect with that move, and it makes it a little bit harder. It just reduces those options that Raheem has. He has to either take a KO this turn and have a Pokemon that's just not doing anything on the field for an extra turn while the Ursaluna is just doing Ursaluna things.
Yeah, we saw how strong Charizard is. Ursaluna is incredibly strong itself when it does have that Guts activated. So it's still in a very, very solid position here. Yes, you can't KO the Sneasler with any kind of attack from the Jump Bluff, but the Dragapult's the Pokemon of choice coming in here. That would be able to be KO'd by a Headlong Rush. Probably not quite an Earthquake, though. It is incredibly strong, but it is going to be spread damage, so maybe the Dragapult is going to be bulky enough to hold on. If it is, then you still get to try and launch a Sleep Powder into that slot, but no, the Dragapult is not going to be staying on the field. It was just a bait. That's the Rillaboom joining the field.
That's such a bait.
Yeah.
Rillaboom coming in there, trying to take advantage of ground type coverage, launching into the Dragapult slot because it is a ghost type, because it's immune to that big facade that can come out from the Ursaluna. But Andrea holding firm yet again, just going for an Earthquake. Not going to do too much damage to the Rillaboom, not going to do, but it is going to do the 1 HP required damage to that Sneasler. And because of that, there's still 1 or 2 turns of Trick Room going on. Jamie, I hope you've been
I think this is the last turn. I think we're done with Trick Room, because we had the resisted hit into the Magmar, then the Porygon 2 was KO'd, and this is theoretically going to be the last turn of Trick Room if I can count. I am a maths teacher. I hope I can. Yeah, there we go. Trick Room is over.
You're counting better than me today, Jamie. Here we go. We are coming out of Trick Room. So that bait was absolutely perfect there.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Dragapult to be able to come in, and well, with the Terrastella already used up onto the Sneasler, this Dragapult isn't going to be able to lock itself into Ghost Terra Blast, but it is going to be able to lock itself into Phantom Force if that is the move that Raheem wants to go for.
Yeah, I think Phantom Force is probably the only way back into this game at this point, because if you go for any other attack, Rage Powder could very easily keep the Ursaluna safe from that. It should survive a Wood Hammer because it's Terra Ghost, and then you can just respond with a Headlong Rush KO into that, and then Incineroar should be able to 1v1 this opposing Rillaboom when it's waiting in the back. So it's surely got to be Phantom Force, right? Because if it's Phantom Force, then you disappear. Wood Hammer can do the damage to put the Ursaluna in range of another Wood Hammer in the future turns.
Yeah, well, let's have a little look here, see what's going on. It's going to be a Grassy Glide and a Rage Powder. Yeah, Dragon Dart's like trying to knock out the Jump Bluff as quickly as possible, but that Jump Bluff has got some defensive training. A Headlong Rush is easily enough to pick up the KO here on this Dragapult, and it's going to be going back to its trainer now. Andrea in a fantastic spot to be able to try to close out this game. Can set up the Tailwind with the Jump Bluff if Raheem allows him to do so. And then even if the Ursaluna gets knocked out that turn, the Tailwind comes up, the Incineroar can come in, and with its respectable attacking stats, the Flare Blitz is probably going to be enough to knock out the Rillaboom.
Yeah, and it's coming in straight away, getting that Intimidate. You surely can survive any attack from the Ursaluna here with the Rillaboom going for the Wood Hammers. This Intimidate is going to be very nice for it. And maybe a critical hit would be able to knock out the Ursaluna, but then you still have the Incineroar that can just click Flare Blitz whenever it wants here. But even playing it extra safe here, going for the Protect. Yes, that was the Wood Hammer trying to get that critical hit into the opposing Ursaluna, but now this is incredibly safe. The Incineroar's just joined the field. Yep. It can go for Fake Out, and then there's a Facade. That's probably enough to just pick up the knockout on the Rillaboom, and even if it's not, here's another Facade and Flare Blitz to finish off this game.
Well, Rillaboom can only target one Pokemon at a time, and yeah. And of course, the Rillaboom switch in, also covering the Grassy Glide into the Jump Bluff to be able to just knock it out and stop any supporting moves going on. Here it is. Here's the Fake Out going into the Rillaboom. The Facade, the follow-up from Ursaluna, going into that Rillaboom. It is enough to pick up the knockout and punch Andrea's ticket to 6-1. Almost certain that Andrea is going to be joining us in day 2 here at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
And it is yet no longer.
Yes.
There is that first accomplishment, making it into the day 2. Absolutely fantastically done from Andrea. Switching up the strategy completely. Charizard was so dominant in that first game, and it didn't even come to the second game, so showing the flexibility of both the team and of Andrea himself.
I think that's the real key in the way that this team is composed. You have 2 really solid, really powerful, kind of like types don't matter modes to your team, and you can be a little bit flexible. If you bring one of those modes, whether it's the Charizard, whether it's the Ursaluna in the first game, you can always switch it up in game 2. And if your opponent over-respects how they may have not been able to win in the first game and then goes into that same part of the team again and prepares for that part of the team, well, Trick Room, Tailwind, and just blasting things with the Charizard. And so that can be a really, really dangerous and potent combination. I'm so glad Andrea was able to show that way of playing off in this round.
Yeah, for sure. Like we saw, and I was saying, a great adaptation for Jump Off Charizard is Dragapult. It's terrible into Incineroar Porygon 2, so very, very nicely done, recognizing what the adaptation would be and completely switching the game plan. Because we see here, like this Ursaluna was just doing so much damage. KO in the Magma, bringing the Sneasel down to the Focus Sash. I think the bait was very nice at the Rillaboom, the Dragapult, and then immediately switch back in. But I think at that point, it did need to be Phantom Force to be able to have some shot back in the game, because Rillaboom would have been able to go for a Wood Hammer and put the Ursaluna in range of another Wood Hammer, and then potentially be able to get the game from there.
With the way that the turn played out as well, it would have been able to, the Dragapult would have been able to disappear on the Headlong Rush, the Wood Hammer would have gone in, a Grassy Glide or a Wood Hammer would have been able to sort of clean that up, because you do have to worry about the Jump Bluff going for a Tailwind to make the Ursaluna faster than the Rillaboom, but then it does come down to training. Is that Ursaluna trained to be as slow as it possibly can, or is it sort of somewhere in the middle to also be able to take advantage of a Tailwind as well?
Well, an Ursaluna in Tailwinds should be able to outspeed a Rillaboom pretty comfortably. Surely not Dragapult. Like you have you have to be pretty Turbo Bear to be able to outspeed a Dragapult in Tailwind. Which, to be fair, you've got Tailwinds. Maybe you do prioritize a bit more speed training, but who knows? Like you've got Tailwinds.
I'm really I'm stuck on Turbo Bear. I'm really stuck on Turbo Bear.
It probably isn't even. Like, yeah, well, it's probably like a middling speed bear.
Woo! I'm sorry, traders at home. I'm just having a bit of a moment here. But yeah, I mean, that is the thing, though, isn't it? It does come down so much to the training and how these Pokemon really do interact with each other. I mean, sometimes in these sort of teams with a little bit of an extra mode, you do actually want to go for this sort of floors and ceilings idea where you have your Ursaluna as absolutely slow as it possibly can be, and then of course you have on the other side the Jump Bluff and the Charizard to go a little bit faster, but sometimes you kind of want them a little bit closer in the middle so you can use them in both scenarios.
Yeah, like being able to underspeed or outspeed is like quite decisive in some games. Like there's a lot of actual speed stats where it's like, this is ideal because this underspeeds all these Pokemon, but will outspeed all these Pokemon if I get some kind of speed boosting thing. So and like Ursaluna and Incineroar, I think are the main main proponents of those Pokemon on that kind of team, because they are middling speed. Like, I think that's fair to say. They are very middling speed.
In this format, definitely.
Yes, but they can be trained in such a way that if you double their speed, then it can outspeed a load of Pokemon. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ursaluna was trained to outspeed a Sneasler, for example. Right. That's reasonable. Dragapult would not be reasonable, because it's so fast.
We see these sort of things with like Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is a little bit faster than the sort of regular Ursaluna form, and so it can be trained in that sort of middling speed tier a little bit more commonly, and we see it running in Tailwind. And we saw that earlier today with Nikolai running a Tailwind next to Ursaluna Blood Moon with a Life Orb and Terra Normal, and it was definitely in that situation where it could, but later in the game, he actually went for a Trick Room with the Ursaluna to be able to underspeed his opponent.
And he was paralyzed at that point, right?
He was also paralyzed at that point, but I think even without the paralysis, it was still a good sort of speed tier for him to be able to go into, and it shows the sort of modality of those kind of speed conversations that you have to be thinking about when you're preparing for your tournaments.
Yeah, and like there's some teams that have no speed control at all and are very successful. I think that's mainly the balance kind of teams where it's like I can reposition and it doesn't matter when I'm moving because I resist or I've made this defensive switch kind of thing.
My Pokemon just do good things.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when they do it, but they will do good things kind of thing. But then there's going to be some teams where it's like I'm going as fast as I possibly can and I'll double my speed with Tailwind and you cannot outspeed me. I'll KO you as soon as I can. There's obviously loads of teams that had prioritized Trick Room, be as slow as possible and reverse the speed. But then having the mix of, well, I can go slow with Trick Room or I can go fast with Tailwind, those are the most adaptable teams to be able to go for whichever mode you want to go for. And then if your opponent, like we've seen it in that game, if you prioritize, well, I'm going to outspeed your Pokemon because you're going for your faster mode and I'm faster, no, you're not, here's the Trick Room, and completely reverse it.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those things that you have so many choices, you have so much ability when you're preparing your team to be creative, especially in Regulation Set H. There's so many opportunities to just do things kind of your own way. And it's really nice as you're preparing and thinking like, hey, am I going to be going to a locals? Am I going to be playing regional championships? Am I just going to be playing against some friends back home or in one of the grand challenges? How do I want to approach that speed conversation? Like, how do I want to go about things? Do I want to be playing offensively? Do I not want to be? Yeah. Do I want to be switching and kind of trying to get the most out of my Pokemon and just really try to, just play the game your own way? Yeah,
I think another crucial thing about speed is like speed creeping. Like we've got Incineroars. How fast do you go? You will prioritize the faster fake out and the faster fake out. And I think that like a big thing coming in from that is like, if you're playing multiple people over and over again, that speed creep can come into play even more. Yeah. Like there's been plenty of locals where I've said, well, this is how I've trained my Pokemon, and then someone's just gone one speed point faster to try and catch me. And I think that's a good way. Like locals, we've said multiple times across the stream, it's a really good way to test out ideas that you have. Do I need to go this fast with this Pokemon, or do I need to go faster because people are trying to catch me out as well? Well, speaking about locals, let's have a little look at our video, speaking a little bit about the experience of our players that play at these local level tournaments as well.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I don't think there's ever been a better time to start getting into all of these tournaments, even if it is at the local level. Maybe you can't attend the regional championships, or you want to test yourself first at these locals. It's an absolutely fantastic time to get into it. There's so many opportunities to make friends and try out new things. Scan the QR code here up on the screen right now to find out the locals that are nearest to you, the ones that maybe you can get started playing. Or, you know, if you're already a seasoned player, here's a handy way to just find out what locals are going on right now. Yeah, for sure. And they do add up across as well. If you are successful at multiple locals, that does add to your championship point total for that all-important qualification to the World Championships in Anaheim.
Well, with the top 75 in the European region, the North American region, and of course, other regions as well, you do want to be making the most of the championship points that you're earning. If you are going for that top 75 position, the locals could be the little bit of the extra edge that you need. So definitely something to be able to be striving for.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like we are ready with our interview for Andrea, the winner of this round 7. We'll find out if he's Turbo Bear very shortly. So please take it away.
Hello, I am here with Andrea, the winner of our Swiss Round 7. Andrea, congratulations on making day 2. How are you feeling?
Hi, thanks. Great, I feel great. It's awesome. It's my first time I went on stream and first time I can day 2 on a major tournament.
Oh, that's really great. Exciting. And you've told me before that your first tournament was last year at Gdansk.
Yeah, I started last year in Gdansk, so I'm very happy. So because I'm half Polish, so it's kind of a great award to make my first day 2 here.
That's really amazing. And we saw in game 1 that Charizard just took so many knockouts, and then game 2 you adapted so well and actually kept the Charizard in the back and led with Incineroar and Porygon too. But
yeah. I was expecting him to bring King Gambit on lead, so I'm okay. Let's try with Jumpluff and Charizard, so I can spam damage on King Gambit. Even with the Terra, he went down, so it was a good pick. And while in second game, I was expecting him to adapt, so I thought, okay. Let's start with the lead I usually bring. So Incineroar and Porygon 2, and it went well because I expected Dragapult, so I think, okay, I can bring Jumpluff in the back, so I can adapt with the speed.
Yes, it ended up working out so well for you, and you took those 2 games really, really quickly. Now, we've seen a very similar team earlier on stream run by Marco Silva. Was that where you got your inspiration from?
Yeah, sure. I bring the same team as Marco. It's the same team he used in a while, so I looked for it. It looks very fun to play, so I chose it.
Yeah, and is this a team that you feel very comfortable playing with?
In reality, I played it in this week.
Okay.
This week, so
So at some point I found the inspiration that led me to use this lead yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that ended up working out.
Yeah, because it was windy when we arrived in Gdansk, so I thought, okay, it's tailwind time.
That's amazing. And now that you've qualified for day 2, what are you going to prep for tomorrow? How are you going ahead?
I don't know. I don't know if I can sleep today. So I hope for the best. Sure.
Yeah. Do you have any plans for the rest of the season?
I'm trying to play as much tournament as I can, but last time I qualified for the Worlds, but since I had to work, I cannot go there. And I'm trying this year, even if it's a bit harder. So my plan is to do my best and play as much as I can, and hope for going to the Worlds this year.
That's amazing. I'm sure we'll be seeing great things from you now. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
I want to thank my friend who went with me and the one who stayed at home, and surely my parents and my family, and to everyone who's watching me at home right now.
That's awesome. It's always the friends and the family that help us along our journey to become Pokemon Masters. And thank you all for listening to our interview from Andrea. I'm sure you want to prepare for day 2 tomorrow now that you've got guaranteed day 1. So we're going to cut to a very short break, but we'll be back with the final Swiss round of day 1.
The Ivy Cudgel Water Main goes down, and James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
I got into Pokemon through the anime when I was a kid. I saw it when I was very, very young. They say that the Pokemon anime was actually played in my hospital room when I was born, but the one I can really remember is just watching it at my cousin's house. And basically have been ever since just watching the anime, playing the game. Pokemon's been a huge part of my life. So I began competitive in 2009. I was just playing very casually. I didn't know anything about competitive. And then after the 2013 World Championship, watching the live stream, I ended up going, oh, I want to start becoming one of the better players. So I ended up studying a lot and been transitioning ever since. I was able to qualify for the 2014 World Championship, and I qualified for every World Championship since. I think what drives me to compete is that I'm just a very competitive person in nature. It's always just been a habit of mine. And one thing that I think a lot of people dream of, especially me, is becoming that world champion. And it's something I've come close to several times, actually. 2019 got top 4, and then 2022 top 4 as well. So always been trying to get that world championship title since day 1. One thing that I learned is everyone's journey is very different. You'll see a bunch of new players rise up. You'll see a lot of old heads that are still around, and everyone has a different experience with Pokemon.
James Beck back in top 4 of the Pokemon World Championship.
There are a lot of people that I look up to, not only as player, but as an individual. I'm a huge fan of my friends like Emilio Forbes. His play is absolutely immaculate, and Eduardo Cunha, absolutely incredible friend, but also really great at the game. It's 2022 London. Not only did I get top 4, but also one of my best friends in the community actually won that entire event. So it's always been inspiring and something that I just really treasure.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All-out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am here with Brandy, who works here at the Fan Zone. And Brandy, tell us a bit more about what this Fan Zone is. And
so the Fan Zone is really cool. It's geared a lot towards the younger children. We have coloring pages here. We have board games like Pokemon Labyrinth, or we have a puzzle that you can do. There is even Pokemon Scrabble here. So there's tons of stuff for people to do. We will have between 5 and 6 o'clock today. We have our coloring and our drawing contest. And what that is we'll have a juniors, seniors, and masters age division for that. And then we'll choose someone from random to pick out which one they feel is the best. So, and the winners will receive a plush in each age division, and then one for drawing and one for coloring as well.
Oh, wow. And how long have you been working at these events?
So I've done regionals. This is my 3rd year of doing regionals. I did mainly the U.S. regionals for the last 2 years. This year, I was able to staff all 4 of the current EU regionals, so I'm really excited over that. And it's definitely such a pleasure to be able to be part of the community like this and to be able to interact with players and have just such a positive impact, not only on the game, but the player experience that's here.
So it's really amazing to hear that you have so much international experience. Do you find there's much of a difference between, say, the US and the EU?
There is always going to be a slight difference. Over in the US, we don't have the fan zone like we do here. We do have something called First Steps, which does teach you kind of how to play the TCG game. I do like this especially for those parents who have the kids that are younger, that they're trying to keep entertained. So I love the fact that we have this. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of differences. I mean, we have side events, we have the prize wall. Obviously, they may be different in a little bit, but as far as everything else, it's pretty much the same.
What do you find is the most rewarding part of staffing these events?
Just being able to give the players something positive to take away. Being able to make sure that their experience is one that's positive, that to me is the most rewarding thing.
Oh, that's really awesome. And I hear you mentioned earlier that your son was playing at this regional.
He is. So my son's a senior. That's how I got into it. He started... I started my own league for him in January of 2020. Right. We got really lucky and had a couple masters come to league and teach him how to play. So our first regionals that he went to was Collinsville 2020. 2 months later, he top 8'd in Collinsville.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Unfortunately, after that, we had COVID, and everybody knew what happened during COVID. So when it started back up, he started playing again. And he's the biggest reason that I started to become a professor.
Oh, okay.
Because it gave me a chance to be here at the regionals and give back to what this community has given to my son. So
you must be very proud of your son for doing so well at all these regionals.
I am. He's been to Worlds twice. I got to staff Japan along with him playing. And then he was 13th for the U.S. last year.
Oh, wow.
So we got to go to Hawaii, and that was such an amazing experience. He's been to LAIC. He's going this year as well. EUIC, NAIC. I was able to staff NAIC for the last 2 years as well, so I was able to give back there. I'm hoping to be able to staff EUIC this year. We'll see what happens. Applications aren't back yet. So, yeah.
Yeah, wow, so exciting. And fingers crossed you get that EUIC application. I don't believe I asked, so does your son play in the video game or the trading?
TCG.
Oh, okay.
He does TCG.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that's the game. You must have a lot of trading kind of booster boxes at home.
So we started a league, and when I started a league, I actually started my own store. So all the booster boxes we get actually go back to the store.
Oh, okay.
And I give a lot of it out for prizing as well for some of our local people. But he does like the VGC. He just likes competing as a TCG player more. If I was to ever compete, it would be Go. all the way. I would totally do Go.
It's so much fun just watching it always on the stream.
Right?
As a VG commentator, I don't really know what's going on with the other games. I can see the graphics go, oh, that's really cool. But speaking of so many other games here in the fan zone, we don't just have Go and TCG and VG. There's, you know, the other games, Legends, Arceus. Is there one game in particular that you would encourage the fans to try?
So, of course, we have a lot of people that are not nearly as old as what I am here, and I grew up playing Red, and we actually have Red here for everybody to play. So, if anyone does want to play some of those retro games, I always suggest Red.
Yeah, that's a really cool game. Maybe I'm showing my age just a little bit over here, but I started playing Pokemon Yellow, so I definitely feel, and there is something about that nostalgia of the old games. And so, do you usually work in the fan zone, or do you work in a range of different
I do a range of everything. I have judged TCG before. A lot of people actually know me from Prizewall because I had such a big impact on Prizewall in the US. I did all the ordering for Overload.
Oh, wow.
So anything you saw on an Overload Prizewall, I was the one that purchased that. So, and then I got to work Day 2's Prizewall as well. So Prizewall is definitely my heart. Anything with side events, I love. That's really where I got my start, was the side events, Prizewall, even handing out player swag, as we call it in the US. Here it's the goodie bags. And I think that's where like professors can make the most impact to players of any game, because we are here to support them, and by giving them something that you know they're earning by being here, and just trying to give that positive impact, is always great.
That's really amazing. And so we got to give a shout out to all the professors and all the staff members who make our tournaments run. And don't forget, trainers, if you want to actually participate in the tournaments as a staff member, you can by heading to Pokemon.com. And thank you very much, Brandy, for such an insightful interview into your experience here. And we are going to cut to a short break, but we'll be back very shortly with Swiss Round 8.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGCs in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players, and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought of. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number one goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca is your 2024 World Champion. A path to victory
Welcome to Dazzling Duos, where we highlight a particularly potent Pokemon pairing. I'm David Partington, and this time we are looking at Archardon and Pelipper. Let's dive in and see why this duo is so strong. Archardon is a Dragon and Steel type Pokemon, and so it only has 2 weaknesses. This, combined with amazing stats and incredible abilities, makes it versatile and hard to beat. One ability is Stamina, which gives it a defense boost when it's hit by any attack. Archardon can then use Body Press to make use of these boosts, and so can get around opponents who can sponge up its special attacks. However, there are ways to counter it. Archardon's special defense stat could be a lot better, and it's weak to ground and fighting moves. But its threats can be washed away with its partner Pelipper. Pelipper's water and fly moves allow it to threaten the fighting and ground types that can hit Archardon for super effective damage. It also brings the rain as soon as it enters the field, protecting Archardon from fire moves. But the main benefit the rain gives is to Archardon's signature move, Electro Shot. This 2-turn move suddenly becomes a 1-turn move, and therefore allows Archardon to not only boost its special attack stat, but also launch a now even more powerful attack with no drawbacks. Pelipper can also use Tailwind to boost the speed on its side of the field, and Wide Guard to protect Archardon from moves like Earthquake. But of course, this partnership works both ways. Pelipper loves the rain, so it can summon accurate hurricanes. So Archardon uses attacks that can KO the common Pokemon that change the weather, like Flash Cannon for Alolan Ninetales, Body Press for Tyranitar, and Draco Meteor for Torkoal. So how can you rein in this stormy duo? Consider a Pokemon that can change the weather manually with a move like Sunny Day, as Pelipper has to switch in to summon the rain, thus giving you superior control. An electric-type Pokemon like Electabuzz can redirect and resist many of Archardon's moves and easily KO Pelipper. Or you can try Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can hit Archardon on its weaker special defense with super effective Earth powers. So trainers, you'll do well to plan for this dazzling duo. And of course, Archardon and Pelipper can be a staple on your own team. Either way, for your next event, maybe pack an umbrella.
Somewhere, oh very nice, beyond the sea, someplace waiting for me. Oh, Zoe, hey, standing ovation for Zoe right there, absolutely. This guy with, I said to Zoe, I planned to open with singing, so I was like, okay, I'll do a dance, but I mean, that completely upstaged me there. Hey, congratulations to you, Zoe. And hey, this is our first game that we're going to cast together for a very long time. I'm so excited.
Oh my goodness, I just cannot contain. It's also the final round of the Swiss Round 8. So this is the most important match or round of the day. A lot of players at XM1 needing that one final win to ensure that they make it to the next day.
Yeah, win and ins are plenty, but there's the metagame, but there's also the Plushy metagame.
Oh,
Zoe.
the
And I know
metagame.
exactly, you and I are connoisseurs of the Plushy metagame. Now, let me ask you, which is your favorite of the plushies here that we have on the desk?
Okay, I might be a little biased because obviously it's the Altaria and the Amora, but I will take challenges to that.
You take challenges to that?
Yes.
Well, it's a very personal thing, though. I don't know how I could challenge that for you, really. I mean, if you had to choose one of them, what would it be?
Okay, maybe the Amora.
It was like watching a tennis match there between the Amora. It's going to be... Well, how come you're such a fan of Amora?
Well, it's just being with me throughout all the trips.
Ah, yeah.
If you actually, if you look very closely, it's a little dirty. It needs a bit of a wash.
Sure.
It's a rock type, so it doesn't appreciate water, so I've just...
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's how you justify that for yourself. Yeah.
And what about you?
I think for me, this is a very recent purchase of mine, but it's this cheeky little Apom on the desk here.
Oh,
and I got it at Lille just
Kingdra.
2 weeks ago. Well, I mean, Kingdra is my favourite Pokemon, but right now I've nicknamed this Apom Monsieur Banane. That's Mr. Banana in French.
Nice.
Yeah.
Monsieur Banane.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly it. And just that cheeky grin, I find irresistible. What about your favourite plushie on the desk? Let us know in the comments because, hey, Zoe and I would be delighted to read it. We love a good plushie.
You know what I also love?
What do you
Seeing
love?
players with their plushies on the screen. and the ones patting plushies just before the match begins.
Mascots cannot be underrated. And now we're going to put the power entirely in your hands. You're going to decide what match we feature next on stream. Time for a community choice. Get on over to Twitch to vote here. Now, one of these trainers is at 7-0. We'll have the confirmation of that shortly. And if they win that, they will go all the way to Top Cut tomorrow automatically, because it's only going to be 2 Swiss rounds that we feature on the stream tomorrow. But otherwise, going to be win and ins for these trainers here. And you've got some fantastic choices.
Wow, look at all these different players and different teams. A lot of really strong players. Michael Kelsch, Ferdinand Kramer, Nils Dunlop once again doing so well with a completely different team matchup, and really cool to see Mausol and Annihilate once again. Only Bartosz is the one that has them both together on the same team. Nils has just the Mausol, Alessio has just the Annihilate.
Favorite Generation 9 Pokemon for me right there. It's that Maushold. Yeah, Nils deciding maybe I could get 2 invitations to the World Championships if I win here. Unfortunately, Nils, that's not how it works, but why not try and prove your mettle in the metagame still? And with an entirely different team, of course, Nils winning with that so-called Sai-Sand combination in Lille with Ndidi Mail and with Tyranitar. But here, it's going to be Komodo and Talonflame, so mastering the different options that all of the Pokemon available now, and more than 1,000 of them, can offer.
And it looks like our community choice is ready, so the winner of this has been decided. Let us see what you guys have picked for us.
Not quite yet, not quite yet.
Oh, okay,
the votes are still coming in.
Sorry.
No worries, no worries. I know it's very exciting indeed. But yes, let us know over on the Twitch chat what you would want to see out of these fantastic games. We've got win and ins aplenty here. And of course, different play styles too. What with Glimmer and Tatsugiri Dondozo coming out from Ferdinand. And of course, Klefki from Bartosz, as well as that Maushold Nightlife, and with Sinister, switch it in, get some hospitality recovery there. Tom Winter running a Tauros, I believe that's the Aqua Breed Paldean Tauros, the Intimidator of choice here. Or you've got Tyranitar with Ranieri there. Zoe, powerhouse Pokemon, powerhouse players aplenty.
What a fantastic mix. You've got sand, you've got snow, you've got rain. Sun didn't quite make it to this set of matches, but we've seen 2 of those on stream already on the Typhlosion, Charizard and Jumpot teams, and just all 4 weathers are doing so well in this format. And it looks like Michael and Ferdinand's match, both of them are undefeated, and all the other matches are the 5-2s. So a lot of high stakes for the 2nd to the 4th of the matches on that list, because they're the ones that are the win-and-ins. And of course, Michael and Ferdinand are both guaranteed day 2, but really strong players, and this is going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, this is a difference from our previous season. We'd often feature 9 Swiss rounds on day 1. It's the 8 here for this season because of the way we have changed how these tournaments work. And then with match points in day 2, as long as you have a certain number of trainers equaling the number of match points that the player in 8th position has, then all of them will proceed to an asymmetrical top cut. That means we've got even more matches that matter tomorrow when it comes down to a knockout situation, single elimination in the tournament.
Well, that's the part where it becomes really critical. How well you perform at Swiss really affects your standings at the end of the day. And the more wins you have, the higher your chances of getting into the top cut. And now, all my eagerness is finally here. We do have
it is time now.
The community choices are ready. So let us see which match has been picked.
Okay, it's going to be Nils Dunlop, our Lille regional champion and indeed EUIC champion from last season, versus Ranieri Calderari. And this is fascinating because, of course, Nils was running that Tyranitar in Lille, but now Ranieri is running it. So seeing how they can try and best Nils, who was such a champion running that Pokemon. But we've got powerhouse Pokemon here, left and right, with Komodo for Nils and Tyranitar and the Garchomp for Ranieri. Is it going to be the Sandveil on the Garchomp as well? Well, time will tell.
It might be. Well, of course, weather has only lasts 5 turns, as opposed to previous generations where it lasted forever. So if that Garchomp does have the Sandveil, it won't have that, I wouldn't say immunity, but have that increased chance of evasion forever. It'll only last 5 turns at most. But Nils, no doubt, is really, really familiar with how that Tyranitar operates. Of course, Ranieri does not have the extra drill. It is that Garchomp, and it's a lot, or it's not quite reliant on the Sandstream, so it can just function by itself. So a really nice choice for Ranieri there, just saying, oh, I don't need Tyranitar extra drill. I can have Pokemon that are individually strong on their own.
Yeah, good choice, trainers. Thank you for providing us with such a fantastic match here. Of course, all of them on stream were winners in our eyes, and we can't wait to see what Swiss Round 8, our final Swiss round for day 1 here in Gdansk, is going to have in store. If it is the more common combo set that we've been seeing recently with Clangorous Soul and Clanging Scales, I really like that the Mousehold's there, presumably with the Frank Guard ability, because if it, you know, takes that damage to its HP after using the Clangorous Soul, Mousehold there just to be able to make it sponge up a few more attacks with the Friend Guard ability, and surely, please, I would love it to have Population Bomb. Oh, what a hilarious move.
Population Bomb and Friend Guard, that'll be really cool, because we have seen a few Mouseholds run that combination. Beat Up Mousehold, it's very, very good at supporting the team, but its damage output is just slightly lacking, so that Population Bomb can really help offset it, and means that you can't just ignore the Mousehold and focus on its teammates on the field.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen a few Pokemon today that haven't been running any damaging moves. I mean, my eyes mainly are on Jumpluff here. We've seen that set with Sleep Powder, Rage Powder, Sunny Day, and Tailwind. If that Pokemon were left alone on the field, then it really could not win a match, because you've got to claim knockouts in this game. But yeah, as you say with Mousehold, if its only offensive move is Beat Up, then it's easier to target around it and then leave Mousehold pretty defenseless on the field. But Population Bomb, also whatever, especially in the in-game ladder, I see a Mousehold, I just forget that Population Bomb exists, and I assume it's going to go for Beat Up or something, and then, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, someone doesn't even take all 10 hits, and then the Pokemon's down, you think, ah, yes, Mousehold does get a wide variety of moves, and that's one of the reasons why it's my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon.
Yeah, and you don't actually need the Wide Lens to, you know, use Population Bomb. Just means your accuracy is slightly lower. And in fact, I remember one game when I was facing a Wide Lens Mousehold, and I knocked off the Wide Lens, and it still hit 10 times, and I was sad.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, 90% accuracy is obviously really good, but if you're aiming to use it 10 times in a row, then, you know, that's 90% times 90% times 9%. It gets less and less likely each turn that the next one is going to hit to a certain extent. But I'm so sorry to hear that. So I was
a little upset.
Yeah. Oh, well, is it going to be the Wide Lens on Nils's Mousehold? Is it going to be a berry? Is it going to be something else entirely? Safety goggles, perhaps. Time is going to tell. And I think our plushies are looking forward to the game as well. We've got Koga here, of course, providing the rain here in this Gdansk big city with a maritime history, of course, providing the rain and giving that Swiss swim boost to Kingdra as well.
Yes, I always say Gdansk and Kingdra. Kyogre and Kingdra staring up at each other, and very good, almost I'll say they're best friends. You know? One supports the other, and Kingdra, Water Dragon type, a really nice typing, and one that's quite really well defensive as well as offensive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, its only weakness used to be Dragon, and now, of course, Fairy exists, so it's got to be a little bit more careful, but that's another reason why it's my favorite Pokemon. Just such a cool combination. What's your favorite Pokemon, Zoe?
Oh, that's so difficult, because I like a lot of them. Do I have to pick one? Can I pick 10?
I mean, you could pick 10. You don't have to pick just one, but I'd love to hear your shortlist.
Okay, well, Amora and Altaria.
Yep.
And shiny Hisuian Zorua. Ooh. It has to be shiny.
Yeah.
It has to be blue.
It's a really cool shiny, for sure.
Yeah.
But I wonder what our trainers' favourite Pokemon are as well. We're not going to be able to tell you that. We are going to be able to tell you how they're getting on right now in Gdansk, heading into our final Swiss round of the day. So, how are our trainers doing? Which ones are looking for that win and in this next round? Which ones have already qualified? Well, Ferdinand Kramer up there, 7-0. Really fantastic record. And with Glamora, Tatsugiri, Dondozo, King Gambit, Rillaboom, and Sneasler too. Fantastic to see Ferdinand doing so well.
Yeah, Dondozo, Tatsugiri, a combination that a lot of players at this stage of the meta game, having faced it for over a year now, will know how to counter. But every now and then, I see players, you know, maybe having forgotten it a little bit in their team building, and Ferdinand just maybe wanting to catch players off guard, because the Dondozo at +2 is so difficult to knock out. If you don't have the haze, you are just going to have to concentrate on hitting it over and over until it eventually gets whittled down.
Yeah, and you know, every bit of chip damage does matter, but it is a Pokemon that can really snowball very quickly indeed. And speaking of snowball, I think there are so many ice types that are really great in the format right now. I mean, ice is just such a good offensive type. And Blizzard from Alolan Ninetales, and you know, one of my caster predictions this weekend, it's not so much a prediction, it's the Pokemon that I want to showcase that have done well so far in Regulations at H that people might not be aware of. We had a Glaceon, a Flapple, and a Gliscor make day 2 in Lille a couple of weeks ago. And Glaceon, really good special attack, and with those Ice-type moves, incredible.
Yeah, and other players on that list, Marco Silva, also undefeated. He was featured on stream earlier, just playing so well with the hyper offense triple fire type team. That you'd think that with 3 fire types, it might have a bit of a stacking weakness, but the way the team operates, you don't actually necessarily need to bring all 3 of them into the game at once. Incineroar is your bulky fire type, more of a supportive set. Whereas if you can identify that your opponent has nothing much to withstand the heat waves and the really strong fire type attacks from the Charizard, then that's what you bring.
Hear me out here, Zoe. Hear me out. Okay, we're seeing the rise of Charizard right now. Taylor was a good counter to that. Water. What about Blastoise? Are we going to see now a rise in Blastoise? Squirtle is my first partner Pokemon of choice.
It does get Fake Out. So...
Yeah, it gets Fake Out. And, you know, in the rain, Water Spout as well. Absolutely incredible utility that Pokemon has.
Yeah, and a lot of other players now on that list. Naeem, Michael Kelsch, Oliver Galston, Matteo, and these are... Oh, I was trying to read off the undefeated and I've gone a little bit further, but all the other players at 6-1 are also guaranteed to be in day 2. And let us look at another player on the day 2 list, David Ridosa.
Apologies for any mispronunciation, but we're going to go with David Ridosa. Maybe.
Oh, Politoed!
A Politoed, hey! Look, wow, that is double raid on the team. We've got Pelipper and Politoed there. That is really interesting to see. So maybe one of them doesn't have Driddle. Oh, no, it's really nice because if you have a Prankster, well, if your opponent changes the weather, you can have just a constant revolving door of rain setters coming in with Pelipper and Politoed there. Love to see Politoed. It's a Pokemon that I was using it in the very first Grand Challenge, actually, Zoe, alongside Kingdra.
Of course.
And the bulk cannot be ignored. It gets access to Haze as well, as you were saying, to remove the stat boost. And then with Vascular Legion there too, Archaldon, Amoonguss, and Incineroar. Haven't heard of too many Archaldons so far in Gdansk. I'm sure they're out there, but it's a Pokemon that's always going to be good in this format, and it's great to see David rocking it.
Yeah, once it gets that stamina boost, it's really scary. And in the rain, which with David having 2 rain setters, it is almost guaranteed to have the rain up in the duration of the battle. Also, Pelipper does get U-turn, so can U-turn out bring in the Politoed in the back if you predict your opponent going for something like a sunny day.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to get around a Prankster sunny day, but that is one way. Maybe that's the medical. But for now, the cool is our Swiss Round 8 featured match. It's between Nils Dunlop, your Lille 2025 regional champion just 2 weeks ago, and of course the player on the other side of the table as well.
Oh, I must admit my memory has slipped me a little bit, but I'm sure we'll find out very shortly. Nils' opponent, and Nils running a complete different team to what he used to win the Lille Regional Championships. Just a mark of how strong of a player he is. He's able to pilot all these different teams, and that Swampert there, Mega Swampert no less, looking very buff, very strong.
Time to revisit our Plushy metagame, Zoe. Yes, Mega Swampert ready to go on the table there. It's a plush that we've seen Nils. Well, whenever I've seen Nils, actually, he's been bringing that plush along with them. And such a cool form as well. Let's see how these two trainers match up against each other. It'll be fascinating to see Nils going up against this Sands team. Yes, Ranieri on the other side of the table going up against Nils here. And for Ranieri, it's got to be difficult being under the lights of the stream, as well as everyone watching at home, as well as the players, the spectators in the venue. Are they going to be able to keep that mental composure? At least this experience, even though it's the first one, is going to be crucial for heading forwards and for hopefully many more stream games.
Well, Ranieri is looking quite calm, feeling maybe quite confident in this team matchup, but here we've got their accomplishments on the screen right now. Nils, a player that needs no introduction, EUIC champion, World's Top 4 in 2018, World's Top 8 in 2017, and 3-time regional champion. And Ranieri on the other side, 2016 Italy Nationals Top 32, so this is a player who has been been in the circuit and is familiar with the game, but not having quite as many accomplishments as his opponent, but that is no indication of who is going to be the winner of this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 8 years ago at this point, the 2016 Italy National, and I wonder if Ranieri took a step back from the game, focused on some other things, then came back with a fresh mental perspective, or whether Ranieri's been playing all through that time. We don't know. Confirmation will have to await us. But either way, both these trainers have some achievements from way back, and that heritage experience, that legacy experience, is surely going to stand them in good stead.
We've seen a lot of players, veterans of the game, who may have taken a bit of a break from the game, but have come back during this generation. I do love the terrestrialization mechanic, and I think this is why a lot of players are coming back. Here is Nils' team. It's going to be that Rillaboom with the mouse hold, no population bomb, but Super Fang. So I really, really like that. It doesn't need to invest at all in attack and just taking away half the health. And Como-O, the special set with the Clanging Scales and Clangorous Soul, Sneasler, Talonflame, and Golden Go.
Yeah, and Terrafire with Flamethrower on the Como-O as well. A nice coverage move there. Sneasler, we say, different from his Lille winning team, and it is, but Sneasler does have the White Herb that Nils was running in Lille as well. So clearly deciding that is the best item option for Nils' playstyle here. Golden Go with Life Orb as well, so it gives a bit more flexibility, able to go for those nasty plots, but also the immediate damage output, so you don't need to set up a nasty plot necessarily.
A lot of the times players might think, oh, I think my opponent's going to go for, a nasty plot. I'm going to set up to it, and then they get hit by the Golden Go, and, then they lose a Pokemon. But Ranieri now, running that Amoonguss, Incineroar, Tyranitar, Garchomp, Rough Skin, no Sandveil there, and Talonflame and Golden Go.
Yeah, thanks for that call out, Zoe. Yeah, Rough Skin, so that's going to deal a little bit of chip damage to any Pokemon that makes a contact move into the Garchomp. And Terra Steel, nice to get around the Fairy weakness. So Talonflame versus Talonflame here. For Nils, it is Terra Stella, whereas for Ranieri, Terra Ghost. So getting around fake outs and the like. And with Taunt there too. Talonflame has a variety of great moves that it can run. So interesting to see how these two match up against each other. This is a fairly classic Tyranitar set that we see in Regulation Set 8, what with Terra Flying and the Assault Vest Terra Blast that becomes a flying type once it's terrestrialized. Rock Slide, Knockoff, and a low kick.
Rock off indeed. Tyranitar is going to... It's a really strong Pokemon, and going off against Nils' team, it might not really have the nicest time against the Sneasler, or maybe but it will enjoy going up against the Golden Go. It does get that special defense boost in the stand. Of course, it does take super effective hits from the Maker Rain, but if Golden Go isn't boosted, the Tyranitar can quite comfortably survive any Maker Rains.
Yeah, and of course, Maker Rain gets weaker the more you use it, that recall to your special attack, and it is Ranieri, the leftovers variant of Golden Go, so a little bit of recovery to his HP at the end of every turn. That could stack nicely with Nils' Rillaboom on the field here too. Como-O, you've got to be careful in the face of that, because of course, Clangorous Soul, if you're not familiar with that move, that gives a boost to all of its stats at the expense of some HP. Then Clanging Scales can dish out massive damage after that, and then with the Throat Spray as well, a further boost to its special attack because Clangorous Soul is a sound-based move. Oh, I love all the interactions of how these moves work and the synergy that can go on, the creativity that players can use to express themselves. And now it's time for these trainers to express themselves on the battlefield.
It's going to be a Garchomp and Talonflame made a classic lead combo against the Mousehold and the Como-O. So immediately two dragons staring off against each other. Como-O is... It's not the body press iron defense set, so it's not going to take any dragon type attacks from the Garchomp that well. The Mousehold does have the follow me, can redirect. Talonflame, of course, on Ranieri's side, does have the taunt, so it can go for that taunt onto the Mousehold, prevent it from being able to support its teammates. The Mousehold can also just go for a Super Fang and chunk away 50% of the health.
When Mousehold uses Super Fang, I wonder which of them bites, or do all of them do it at the same time? Well, all of the philosophical questions coming out from Mousehold. The Earthquake doesn't mind about any follow me's, it's just a spread type move, and decent damage onto both of Nils' Pokemon here. Super Fang, there it is. Keep a close eye as to which of them is actually doing the biting, but that's Garchomp's Rough Skin, dealing that little bit of chip damage back in return. Just an immediate Clang Scales coming out from Nils' Como there, deciding this Garchomp has to go now.
Yeah, a really nice turn from Nils, maybe recognizing that a possible taunt might be coming off from this Talonflame. Go for the really safe Super Fang. And Garchomp, just going to have a quick look. It is Terra Steel on Ranieri's side, so that's not going to help against the Super Fang. But of course, had that Garchomp had gone for the Terra Steel, it would have been able to survive that clanging clanging scales.
Yeah.
So many clangs coming out.
So many clangs, and yet no cling clang or cling clangs going out in Scarlet and Violet. And now Nils here already removed a key piece over on Ranieri's side of the field. Interesting to see the combo going for the immediate clanging scales. But again, once you've chipped away at your opponent's team, that's the flexibility it offers you. You don't need to boost up. You don't need to spend your resources doing that if you know there's a good knockout that you can take.
Komo in a really good position against the Golden Go. Its ability, I believe this one is it's a soundproof set. Oh, no, It's not a bulletproof set. So it can get hit by the Golden Go from the Shadow Ball. So Komo now, with its defenses dropped, it's not going to have a great time against the Talonflame, but or the Golden Go. So maybe Nils might want to think about a bit of a switch up here.
Nils really bringing that timing down to the wire. Let's see if it was the correct thing to lock into, as the Komo is going to light the way for us here at the Gdansk Regional Championships. Is gone for its Terra Fire, upping the ante and the heat, turning it up on the field right now. Golden Go doesn't like that one bit. Just goes for the protect. Keep yourself safe on this turn here in Swiss Round 8 of Gdansk, our final one of the day. Maushold doing one of the things it does best, going for Follow Me, becoming the center of attention there. And taunt now into the Maushold, so Maushold no longer able to go for any more Follow Me's until that taunt wears off.
It's not the worst for the Maushold. It still has access to Super Fang, which can chunk away at the Talonflame. Now, the Golden Go isn't really going to mind against the Maushold going for the Super Fang. In fact, the Komo, having gone for the Terra Fire, it can survive all the Steel-type moves and you would be taking neutral hits from this Talonflame's flying types and will be resisting any fire types. But Komo on the field, it can also go for a Flamethrower, and there's no redirection on Ranieri's side. And now the Flamethrower is boosted by the Terra Fire, so that is something that Ranieri might want to consider and protect his Golden Go a little bit more.
Yeah, you also now, of course, cannot go for Follow Me on your Maushold if you're Nils and redirect any Shadow Balls away. That would be doing no damage into the Maushold, being a normal type Pokemon. Deciding to switch out the Maushold to get its supportive potential back online on a future turn. For now, Nils' own Talonflame is going to swoop down onto the field. Both these Firebirds facing off against each other, as the Komo will just be keeping itself safe here. And Brave Bird was targeting down into that slot. Now neutral damage, as you said, Zoe. That is a move that deals recoil damage too. And Shadow Ball also targeting down into the Komo there. So really safe switch for Nils.
Wow, what a fantastic play from Nils, just baiting out both these attacks onto the Komo. Now that leaves the question, who is the braver Talonflame? Which bird is braver? Talonflame on Nils' side has full health, so it will get a priority Tailwind or a Brave Bird off if it chooses to go for any flying type moves. And we get a little sneak peek of Nils' Pokemon in the back, that Sneasel and the Maushold. Now that it's switched out, it can come back in and start redirecting again. Talonflame not particularly threatened by the Golden Go. It hasn't been set up at all. Now, this Talonflame from Nils' side does not... Oh, it does have Overheat, so it can heavily threaten the Golden Go, but Ranieri hasn't gone for a Terror, so that is an option you can consider.
Yeah, really interesting to see that on Nils' Talonflame here, or yes, Nils' Talonflame here, with a physical move in Dual Wing Beat, as well as special with Overheat. Not too often that you see that, but it's time for responding terrestrialization from Ranieri. Time for Golden Go now to switch up its typings and become a water type, embracing our maritime theme here in Gdansk, taking a splash, and Golden Go is ready to have its type matchups completely flipped on its head as Tailwind comes out from Nils' side, boosting up the speeds.
Now that the Terror has been baited out on Ranieri's side, actually I was going to say Super Fang could knock out, but the Maushold is just going to go down to this Brave Bird from Ranieri's Talonflame, and that is Maushold down, so no more Friend Guard, no more redirection, but Talonflame is going to have to take a Shadow Ball for its troubles.
Yeah, and takes a huge amount of damage from that as well, but crucially, Ranieri's own Tailwind peters out there, so Nils has the advantage, and he's broken the Gale Wings ability over on Ranieri's Talonflame too, so it doesn't have the option for going for a priority Tailwind. Maybe you'd be able to knock it out before it would be able to get that set up.
And now that Talonflame and the Komo are up in Tailwind against the Ranieri's Talonflame and Golden Go. Now, I don't believe Ranieri has gone for a Tailwind on his side, so there is no speed advantage here. And the Talonflame is going to actually withdraw from Ranieri's side, so maybe deciding he wants to save it for now and bring out another Pokemon.
Yeah, the tailwind expired on that very turn for Ranieri, so very much the speed advantage in Nils' court here. The attack is going to be dropped of the Talonflame. Combo doesn't matter too much because it is a special attacker for Nils. Dual Wing Beat was connecting down into Golden Go, now taking neutral damage from that, being a Terra Water type now, and Clanging Scales. The Golden Go once more going to be safe, but the Incineroar certainly will not be, and huge damage coming out, good for about a quarter of its HP.
Yeah, Como-O now once again at -1 defense. It can't really do too much to this Incineroar, and Incineroar quite free to just come in, go for maybe a parting shot, a fake out. Now at this stage, it can enable this Golden Go to start going for those nasty plus. The Golden Go hasn't actually managed to make any attacks. It launched the Shadow Ball at this Talonflame, but without that +2 special attack from the nasty plot, that's something I think Ranieri is really going to want to think about going for.
Well, Protect coming out from Como right now from Nils' side of the field. No boost to speak of yet, but maybe in a future turn. Dual Wing Beat now, good for a little bit of chip damage onto this Golden Go. I love how Ranieri is pivoting the pieces around in the face of Nils Dunlop, such an established player at this point in the scene. Not being phased as Golden Go has a light bulb moment, getting that nasty plot off, and Talonflame has to take the parting shot from Incineroar there, getting a reduction to its offensive prowess for Nils.
Talonflame is quite heavily neutralized now. It's at -2 physical attack, and its overheat will not be doing very effective damage to this Golden Go. So Golden Go in a really nice position, and now in comes this Talonflame. I believe the Tailwind just expired, or is going to expire on this turn. So now there will be no more speed advantage.
I think on the next turn,
okay,
maybe the next turn or two expiring for Nils there, yeah.
Yeah, so the Como-O, it can't really touch the Golden Go right now. The Throat Spray was, it had the boost, but then it switched out, so it lost that boost. So it will be doing just neutral damage to the Golden Go, and Golden Go in a really, really nice position. Might not want to start going for Maker Rains, but Shadow Ball is going to be hitting really, really hard, and Como-O is not bulletproof, it is soundproof, so it will be hit by that Shadow Ball.
Yeah, really interesting to see the soundproof come out on Como-O. I guess it improves your matchup into opposing Como-O if they were to go for the Clanging Scales, or indeed Clangorous Soul there to a certain extent, but interesting to get Nils' opinion on soundproof versus bulletproof. Whatever kind of proof it is, he's proving that he is an incredible Pokemon trainer as Incineroar rejoins the field right now. So Talonflame, as you were saying, Zoe, has an even worse day at the office right now. Another drop to its physical attack here. Golden Go is able to scout out once more, going for a Protect. Both these trainers knowing what's on the line here, win and in to progress to day 2 tomorrow. The other unlikely to be able to do that. And Clanging Scales once more. Again, every bit of chip damage matters.
Yes, onto this Incineroar. It does really nice amount of damage onto this Incineroar. It is now at -2, so even a Fake Out at this stage is going to be doing quite a bit to this Como-O. Como-O can just go for the Protect and burn out that turn of Fake Out, and there goes the Tailwind that pieces out. Talonflame might want to think about, could set up another Tailwind, because at this stage, its damage is so heavily neutralized that it might just want to set up the Tailwind and get off the field and allow its teammates to do their job.
Yeah, we still have an unrevealed Pokemon for Nils as well lurking in the back, so it'll be interesting to see if that is the key piece that Nils needs to secure this matchup right now. But again, I'm really impressed with how both these trainers are just pivoting around. They are proving themselves a match for each other, and that is, of course, what brings out the best in us. Pokemon rivals are there throughout the franchise, but rivals for Pokemon just means a trainer who inspires you to do your very best like no one ever did, and Como-O just going for the Protect.
Yeah, Protect just burning out that turn of Tailwind, but Talonflame getting that Tailwind off, indicating the Incineroar did not go for the Fake Out. Golden Go going for the Shadow Ball. It's going to come into the Protect on Como-O, so keep itself safe. It looks like Incineroar now going for the parting shot onto this Talonflame at -4 attack. This Talonflame, I think it'll just be tickling its opponents with a feather at this point.
Yeah, feather touch coming out from the Talonflame indeed. And Ranieri again able to pivot around here. This is something we often see in the EU scene. It tends to be said that EU players more pivoting around, reducing stats, getting your pieces in the right position rather than stepping on the gas too early. That's certainly what Ranieri's doing here. The same can't be said for Nils based on the way they were playing back in Lille when they won just 2 weeks ago. We've got the reveal for us of the final Pokemon in the back for Nils. It is going to be the Sneasler, and it's finally time for it to get cheeky on the field as it hits it right now.
Oh, Sneasler on the field. Now that the Golden Go is no longer a Steel type, it can be hit with Talonflame, getting getting knocked out by the Clay Soul. So this Como, it's being allowed to stay on the field for so long at -3 defense. And it's going to take a Shadow Ball for its troubles. I don't think it's going to survive that. And there we go. Como getting knocked out by the +2 from this Golden Go.
I do like how Nils has played this, though, because getting the Sneasler in there, I mean, the Incineroar about to join the field, but of course Sneasler has the White Hook, and so it's going to instantly restore its dropped attack and have that attack intact for the rest of the game, barring any parting shots here. Both these trainers, their health bar's dwindling, although the Golden Go, thanks to all of the protects and holding the leftovers, its HP bar is slowly but surely getting all the way back up. The Incineroar joins once more. Really tense endgame here, and it's only game 1 here in Swiss Round 8.
Now the question becomes, once this Golden Go gets hit with the Die Claw, which presumably will be happening at some point, is it going to get a status effect? Good as Gold is only an ability that prevents status moves. It doesn't prevent any status conditions.
No.
So Sneasler very free to get that Die Claw off. The Incineroar, having just freshly switched in, can go for a fake out just to make sure that he's shutting down either one of Nils' Pokemon, but that does leave, Sneasler or the Talonflame free. Talonflame, of course, at -1 attack with a dual wing beat, can't really do too much. So at this point, I think Sneasler will be the main damage dealer for Nils.
Yeah, how do you get through this Golden Go if you are Nils? At least you can target it down with a close combat now. Of course, the Throat Chop was once super effective, no longer. Ranieri going to buy themselves a turn by making the Sneasler flinch, maybe trying to knock it out on this turn. Wing Beat, yeah, as you said, Zoe, that Incineroar is laughing in the face of that dual Wing Beat, certainly feeling a little bit ticklish right now. And Ranieri able to go for a big make it rain. Enough for the knockout onto the Sneasler, and huge congratulations to Ranieri for taking that game 1.
Very, very well played from Ranieri. There were so many switches going on during the middle of the game, and we were, just gradually pivoting into a better position. And Nils also just made it very, very difficult for his opponent, but ultimately Ranieri just got that slight edge over Nils, making the better pivots and recognizing the Golden Go is a really key piece in that matchup. Once it got boosted with a nasty plot, it was able to just start sweeping through Nils' team.
Yeah, especially with the Terra Water as well, and I'd love to see Rillaboom coming out from Nils, because of course it's threatening super effective pre-terrestrialization with high horsepower into Golden Go, and then afterwards certainly with Grassy Glide and Wood Hammer to boot too. So that could be something that Nils is looking at heading into this second game. Also though, would have loved to have seen more damage coming out from that combo, more set up and getting the offense really stepping on the gas in that game, which is something I feel like Nils is more known for, so it'd be interesting to see if they decide to really commit to that more hyper offense style of play heading into this game too.
I could really see the Rillaboom coming in as an adjustment for Nils. And Mousehold, it didn't do quite that much. It was able to Super Fang, but it just stayed on the field, and yes, it provided that Friend Guard support, but in the face of a Golden Go, Nils wasn't able to initially go for the Super Fang. And then later on, I guess you could say he switched it in to take the Brave Bird, which then allowed a free switch in, but I would want to see maybe a little bit more damage output from that Mousehold or whatever Pokemon that Nils chooses to bring in place of that Mousehold.
Yeah, and Ranieri was so oppressive with the Incineroar coming in and out with its parting shots and intimidates, leaving the ring, coming right back in, and that's something Nils wants to deal with sooner rather than later. It is nice though on Nils' Talonflame, they have the overheat option as well, so you're not just relying on the physical attack there. And yeah, as I say, it's rare that we see a mixed attacker in Pokemon VG, but very exciting indeed. But then, in terms of Ranieri, of course, maybe you're countering the counter mentally right now. You think, well, how is Nils going to adjust? How do I then adjust to that?
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I always really enjoy seeing Game 2s, how players choose to adapt. Some players completely switch it up. Some people want to stick to the exact same leads, but maybe have a bit of a different lead or different Pokemon in the back to respond to that. And sometimes it can work out really well, and other times it can backfire when your opponent leads something that was completely unexpected.
Yeah, well, I mean, got the sand mode coming out for Ranieri as well. There's that option on the field, and it's not like Nils can change the weather in this matchup. So it would be interesting to see if that's something that Ranieri leans into. But it's time, trainers. Let's get Game 2 kicked off. Potentially our last game of the day, barring any Game 3s, but only time will tell. It is going to be the Garchomp alongside the Talonflame, as well as Como and Sneasler.
A bit of of a switch up there for Nils. Ranieri going for the same leads. Last turn, that Garchomp did get knocked out at the start of the game from that clanging scales. But this time, there's a Sneasler on the field. Sneasler might not want to go for a Dive-Claw onto the Garchomp because that resists it, but Dive-Claw onto the Talonflame will do heavy, heavy damage. And combined with the Como going for the clanging scales, could just knock it out. Of course, Como does have to be careful about that Garchomp, which does carry super effective Dragon Claw. And with a Life Orb, it is going to hit really, really hard. But Sneasler also does have access to the Fake Out, so it could just Fake Out the Garchomp by a turn. And potentially, if it goes for that option, it will potentially lose its Focus Sash because of the... Oh no, it's a White Herb. Never mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, Garchomp, of course, went down very early on the very first turn of that game one. Looks like it's not going to be doing that in this game because Garchomp going for the Protect here and Sneasler attempting to target it down with the Fake Out, leaving Talonflame free to go for a super effective Brave Bird into the combo. That is absolutely massive damage here and good recall for Nils onto the Talonflame too. Attempts to go for the Clangorous Soul, but of course it fails because it's already at such low HP. Going for a Clangorous Soul, which takes away a third of your health, would just knock it out.
Yeah, so a really fantastic turn for Ranieri there. For a really great Protect, just scouting out what this Como-O is going to do. And Como-O, that turn, had it gone for the Clanging Scales, it would have gotten some damage onto the Talonflame. But of course, now that it's so heavily chipped, Como-O is going to withdraw. So Nils wanting to save it and bring out another Pokemon in the back end. It is that Rillaboom that you called out there, Charlie.
Yeah, Rillaboom, nice adjustment, especially into the Golden Go. But for a start, it has to deal with the Talonflame. Not threatening much damage into that whatsoever. Of course, Nils could have gone for the Terra Fire on the previous turn, but then you're making yourself more vulnerable to ground-type moves coming out from the Garchomp. So a bit of a rock and a hard place, but this is a cheeky place for the Sneasler with that grin atop its head. Going for the Terra Dark right now for Nils. Time to spend the Terra on that slot instead. Tailwind, making sure that Garchomp can act really, really fast here, and Sneasler now taking neutral damage from ground-type moves like this Earthquake, and it's mitigated further by the grassy terrain that Rillaboom set up.
Wow, look at how well this Sneasler took that Life Orb Garchomp's Earthquake. That now Diaclaw coming back in, not quite enough to knock out that Talonflame, and no status effects. Now both the Garchomp and the Sneasler and the Rillaboom are going to get some health back. Talonflame, of course, cannot get the health back because it's flying in the air. And Rillaboom now in a really good position, can go for the Fake Out. The Talonflame is a Covert Cloak, so it won't be flinched. And in this range, it probably won't get knocked out from a Fake Out, but those Grass-type moves are going to hit the Garchomp really, really hard with the Wood Hammer. And if Garchomp chooses to go for that Terra Steel, then it has to contend with a close combat from the Sneasler. So Rillaboom, a really nice adjustment from Nils.
Yeah, Garchomp, of course, a Dragon Ground dual type, so taking neutral damage from Grass-type moves. Time for Ranieri to reveal one of the Pokemon in the back, and surprise, surprise, it's the Incineroar that put in so much work for them in the previous game. Intimidate being dropped down onto both of these physical attackers, and of course, the Sneasler with its White Herb, able to restore that attack right back to where it was. Rillaboom now going to retreat for Nils, and coming out instead will be the Como-O once more, essentially deciding it's time for the knockout on that Pokemon to provide a free switch of something in the back, because it's on such low HP. But actually, Brave Bird targeting into the Sneasler, going to be enough for the knockout there.
Sneasler getting knocked out by the Brave Bird. Ranieri not falling for the bait there, allowing that heavily weakened Como-O to switch in. Talonflame also just taking a lot of recoil damage, so one more Brave Bird is going to knock it out. But it does allow Nils to bring in a fresh Pokemon in the back. We can see a Golden Go on Nils' side, but of course, Ranieri does not know that. He's only seen the Rillaboom, and Rillaboom now, free to come in, is faster than the Incineroar, so it can get the faster Fake Out off and buy a turn for this. Although the Como-O, so heavily chipped, is probably going to go down to a Brave Bird. So, maybe Nils hoping for the Como-O to get knocked out for free switch, but this is not the worst position for him, and Rillaboom is still very healthy, can get that Fake Out off, which can actually knock out the Talonflame at this range with the Fake Out.
Yeah, it probably could, and interesting to see the Golden Go adjustment there in the back for Nils as well. Got to be careful though, because of course you've already spent your Terra on the Sneasler, and you've got a Talonflame and Garchomp on the Ranieri's side of the field, threatening big super effective damage into it, and an unrevealed Pokemon.
Yeah, the Fake Out, I think Nils looks like he's contemplating going for that Fake Out. Now, Ranieri can just switch out the Talonflame. He hasn't revealed his final two Pokemon, and there's a Garchomp in the back, which, if it switches in, takes that Fake Out, can give Rillaboom some recoil from the rough skin. So Nils, I have to be very, very careful about whether or not he does go for that Fake Out, but he's going down right to the timer. Nils, a player known for going down to time and just taking that time to think.
Yeah, a player after my own heart there. That's certainly, I take all the time I possibly can in order to decide. Golden Go the chipper coming out for Nils right now. Let's hope it's feeling chipper enough to turn this match up around with Ranieri at the 1-game advantage. Fake out connecting down into the combo slot that went for the protect. So no damage there, no flinching either. Braybird is targeting into Nils' Golden Go. It's a steel type, doesn't take too much damage at all. But once more, every little bit of chip adds up. And the recoil damage, even though Talonflame was solo anyway, because it did such little damage to the Golden Go, not enough to secure the knockout. That looks like 1 HP to me, Zoe.
That does indeed. Golden Go is still quite a bit threatened by the Incineroar. It can't really touch it, even if it tries to get a nasty plot up. Now, Nils has used up his Terra Dark on the Sneasler, so Golden Go can't actually Terra out of it. And at that range, Golden Go doesn't really enjoy facing off against Incineroar, especially when there's a super effective knockoff coming off in its way. And Como also not in the best position, but now that he's gained quite a bit of health back from that grassy terrain.
Yeah.
I was going to say grassy guide, but grassy terrain might be able to survive that Brave Bird from a Talonflame.
Yeah, it just goes to show all of this passive recovery really does stack up over time, just like it was on Ranieri's Golden Go with the leftovers in the previous game. But now it's time for Como to go to the bat once more. Nils really pivoting around with the pieces as carefully as they possibly can. Ranieri, of course, with the Pokemon advantage too, all 4 remaining. Golden Go just going to scout out here. Nils really taking the time they need to decide, but Brave Bird targets down into the Rillaboom. Super effective, and that's going to be the knockout on the Rillaboom with a critical hit. I really doubt that that mattered, but easily enough as well to take care of the Talonflame that was on such low HP thanks to the recoil.
Yeah, Nils not getting the best turn there, forced down to his final 2 Pokemon. This Como is, it can't really take any knockouts at the moment. That we know that Ranieri has that Garchomp in the back, but without that Terra option, I believe this, Terra Fire, well, Garchomp, really, it can just go for a very safe Dragon Claw outspeeds, and then Incineroar can just easily go for the knockoff. So Nils really has his back against the wall, and I don't really see a way for him to come back from this game.
Yeah, Ranieri has been pivoting around so masterfully, playing this matchup so very well. Garchomp in exactly the position it wants to be here. You could even just go for the Earthquake, even though your Incineroar's on the field. Of course, you want to be using it next to the Talonflame that takes no damage, being a flying type and therefore immune to ground type moves. But Ranieri really with a big advantage here, but also don't want to get too carried away. I mean, the Como on such low health that I assume an Earthquake would be enough to secure the knockout, but not with the grassy terrain up. So perhaps Ranieri just wanting to stall that out a little bit.
Golden Go going for a protect, but Dragon Claw coming off on this Como easily enough to get the knockout. And it's now all down to this Golden Go up against a Garchomp and an Incineroar and an unrevealed Pokemon in the back. And this Golden Go has a lot of work cut out for it. I don't really see a way it can clutch out a win for Nils.
No, I'd love to know what the final Pokemon is for Ranieri as well, but maybe that's a card that Ranieri is going to be able to keep close to their chest, because all of that information is huge heading into the next day of competition. You don't have that crucial bit of information for what Ranieri's game plan was in this one. Stomping Tantrum into the Golden Go, enough to secure the knockout. Nils Dunlop, your Lille regional champion, has been felled. This Swiss Round 8 here in Gdansk, going over to Ranieri Calderari.
Well done, Ranieri. And congratulations on making it to day 2. Must be an amazing feeling on the Swiss final round and defeating Nils Dunlop, a titan of this metagame, no less. He must be really, really proud of himself right now.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we saw that Ranieri had that achievement back from 2016, and just going to show that you keep your composure on stage and you can get up these incredible achievements against players who have been more seasoned in the metagame more recently, like Nils, who was coming off the back of a victory in Lille 2 weeks ago.
I'm really impressed with just how he played that game 1. There were several turns where there was really no damage being dealt out. Just a lot of switching and baiting a lot of attacks onto his Pokemon, but just switching it out instantly, but gradually getting it into a position where the Golden Go then got the nasty plot up, and then all of a sudden this +2 Golden Go was able to start hitting really, really hard.
Yeah, really hard. And I think in game 2, the crucial thing for me was very early on, the Brave Bird went straight into the Combo, so it wasn't able to do a thing that turn. It wasn't able to get the Clangor Assault off. Maybe Nils could have gone for the Terra Fire there, but maybe not wanting to spend it that early on in the game, because one Clanger of Soul could have been the difference maker there, dealing out so much more damage with the clanging scales. But again, yeah, Ranieri just showing that slow pivoting around style of gameplay, it certainly favors certain trainers, and for Ranieri, it seems to be one of the golden tickets right here.
Oh, it's just really, really cool to see. And that Talonflame having the cover cloak meant that the Sneasel couldn't actually fake it out. Well, it could have, but it wouldn't have flinched. So it was a very nice and safe play. And I think it was a really good adaptation from Ranieri in the game to protecting the Garchomp, because he lost the Garchomp on turn 1 and then had his back against the wall for a large part of the game, just constantly switching in and out to try and get that better position. And recognizing in game 2, I want to preserve that Garchomp just a little bit better. Let the Talonflame do the damage, and we saw that Brave Bird just go wild, and it took out the Rillaboom as well with the critical hit, which Rillaboom is a very bulky Pokemon, so it may have survived that Brave Bird if not for that critical hit.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that the player whose back is against the wall, they're going for these pivoting switches, and that gives the opponent the luxury of being able to make a call on that slot. Well, I have nothing to lose, just going for a Brave Bird here. And if the Rillaboom happens to switch in, then it takes massive damage. And you've got to be thinking a few turns ahead, but you've also got to be thinking, well, what's my opponent thinking right now? I might go for a move that, in this situation, isn't very effective, but if they go for a switch, it could be. You've got to try and get into your opponent's head. Use your future sight. Use your mind's eye. Channel your Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I do like how Nils adapted to that second game, bringing in that Rillaboom, which was a really key offensive option, but against the Talonflame, it really didn't enjoy that time, and it was, I do think Nils brought the correct Pokemon, but maybe just got slightly outplayed by Ranieri there, who just fully capitalized on making flawless plays, and that was just such a thrilling game to watch.
Really thrilling game, and of course we still had the unrevealed Pokemon in the back for Ranieri. Yeah. If it had been that Golden Go, then yeah, the Rillaboom adjustment was a really, really good one. But as it was, Ranieri didn't give Nils the luxury for that, you know, for revealing what that Pokemon was. You just get the Garchomp in the right position, and then it takes care of the remaining Pokemon that were on the field. So even though that was a 2-0 victory, I mean, Nils doing everything they possibly could to turn that around and, you know, pivoting around masterfully. It was maybe the length of a 3-game set, but certainly it just goes to show the talent coming out from both these trainers.
I'm sure that must be a really nice boost of confidence for Ranieri there, taking down Nils Dunlop, such a seasoned player, no less. So Ranieri must be going to game 2 feeling really, really great about himself, and you know, just feeling really confident about the team and how well and how masterfully he piloted it.
Yeah, well, huge congratulations to Ranieri and, of course, to Nils as well. I hope that Nils isn't feeling too badly about that because, of course, has already got that golden ticket to the World Championships in Anaheim, California, having won Lille just 2 weeks ago. And very excited to see what Ranieri can achieve in the rest of this competition.
I'm sure Nils may be using this competition more of a test and more of an experimental field, because Nils is a player known for having very wacky and experimental teams, and at this stage, having secured that World's invite, he's just using these regionals to hone his skills, sharpen his gameplays, and you know, get that experience with all different teams that he's been playing.
Yeah, huge experience, and it's really, really crucial to see. Well, we're not going to be able to speak to our winner of that previous game, unfortunately. We're going to throw over straight to Ben and Jamie. So, unfortunately for our little champion, Nils Dunlop, couldn't take it this time all the way to the top.
Indeed, our previous regional champion, Nils, was having a little bit of a trouble in that last round, but congratulations to his opponent for making it into day 2, of course, and thank you, Charlie and Zoe, for taking us through that round. Of course, it is myself, Ben Kiriakou, on the couch here with Jamie to wrap things up for day 1 in the Gdansk Regional Championships. And what a day that we've had. We've had so many fantastic matches. Jamie, what's been your favourite?
I think Charizard proving that it has no resistances. Although, to be fair, Primarine and Magmar are kind of resistances, but just being able to completely sweep through an entire game, like twice. We saw Charizard on stream twice, and just sunny day, heat wave, heat wave, heat wave, and the entire team is gone.
Well, it was a fantastic game, and I was really glad to be on the desk with you for that. And of course, if you want to see more action like that tomorrow, do make sure you are tuning in for us. Of course, you can see on the screen here, it is going to be 9 a.m. CET, or midnight PST if you're tuning in from a little bit of a different time zone there. But make sure that you're joining us if you can tomorrow. We're going to have so much action coming at you from the Gdansk Regional Championships here. And of course, we have to just have a little bit of a shout out, Jamie, to our EU regional calendars for the rest of the season. Just a little reminder of where we are right now. Jamie, take us through it.
Yeah, we're just concluding here in Gdansk tomorrow, and then we'll be going into the first international championship over in Latin America. And then, of course, we have plenty of other regionals. We've only finished 2 of them so far. It's always a little bit sad to see them start to be grayed out even further. Yeah. But we're still quite early. We've still got plenty of action over here in EU for you.
Feels like only yesterday it was the Dortmund Regional Championships and we were getting our season in Europe kicked off, but alas, it has been grayed out along with Lille. But we have still got quite a few events to be looking forward to this season. And if you want to be making sure to catch all of the action that we have going on for all of the regional championships, all of the special events, all of the international championships, make sure that you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon and following along with the channels. That's going to be /Pokemon on Twitch and YouTube. And just, yeah, tune in for all of the action. We've got so many great trainers that we've got to showcase here. And yeah, we can showcase that even though maybe you're not a regional champion, that you can still be able to accomplish many things, like we saw in that last round, Jamie.
Yeah, you were making fun of me for saying no accomplishments yet. And then we see the yet turns into an actually right now kind of thing.
I think we established that it was only the thesaurus that
of course.
that needed to come out for that. But the actual thing was definitely on point.
Yeah. We featured a load of previous regional champions across the stream so far, and then plenty of trainers that are getting their first accomplishments that maybe have a few very consistent results but have never had that proper breakthrough and having a actual deep run into a tournament. And I'm sure we can see plenty of that going through all of these tournaments that we've had. We've seen there's so many options for trainers. Here in Gdansk, we've got some trainers that are able to make their first accomplishments, maybe even making that breakthrough. We'll have to see the action tomorrow.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic weekend there, and so much more to come. There's been so many players that have made it into day 2 as well. Anyone with an X and 2 record there, if you want to see how they're going to be doing tomorrow in the Gdansk Regional Championships, make sure again that you do follow the channels /Pokemon on YouTube and /Pokemon on Twitch. Well, trainers, we've had a fantastic day 1 here in Gdansk, but it is time to call it a day. We'll let our trainers get off and get mentally prepared for tomorrow. Of course, our trainers that haven't made it through into tomorrow are going to have a great day being able to play some of those side events, go to the prize wall and see what things that they can win there as well. So from us, it's goodbye, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow.